No, that's just like that. There we go. Man, no shit. I didn't even clutch that one. That was a smooth shit. I don't know, shaky way I got it. I don't want that. I wanted I just want to go in this. This is the one that didn't have the. Yep. This is the one I should have gone for. Oh, yeah. There. Oh. Wow. No. I got one. Oh, come on. Oh, y'all want to do everything. What? Now I can choose it. Get it right. Now you're gonna. turn was, I didn't make it wide enough. That was the problem. That's great. L 4 5 4 8. Let's go. 5. Yeah. Yeah. You got it.
For space released the 777-9.
Talking about
For space released the 787-9.
okay, why does it say stop to access the screen? I'm already stopped. Oh my god. I know, but it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me access the. Where is my drop? Oh, it's in this building right here. Okay. Okay, that's not portable. I see it. That is not a problem. That's okay. Just a little more. I need to be. Okay, there we go. Got you, Trevor. I got you. Lock it there. The waste of it. I don't. There we go. Okay. I needed to get a little more. I wasn't far enough over, and that was my bad. I didn't line up far enough over. Okay, get past it. Yeah, hard to the right. Okay, now am I going to? Okay. So I need to this one. Wait. Oh no. Now I can get over that. And then I'm in. Perfect. Okay. Just spread it out. That's all. Just spread it out. And spread it out. Spread it out. And the locker room on this side, burning back to the center. I'm gonna straighten it out. Just come on. Just hey, perfect. Perfect. And I'm used to these touch vacuums. I like these harder ones. They give me a good sound. That one wasn't that hard.
Bird?
What?
You may want to rethink about what you said.
Really? Really? You had to go there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take one from here. Oh, let's see. I gotta take one. Okay. Oh, the mountain resort. Oh, yeah. This will be fun. I got another one. The mountain resort. That was a large spike. Okay, Sheila, did you get the job? Because I just took the mountain resort one. Okay. brake. I need to test my brake in this meeting. But maybe really? I got my window open. Did I? Yes, it did. That's good. Really? We got another? Yep, we got another arm ramp. Fun. Okay, turn it to the left so that I can. Whoa, I was alright. Hold on, I'm gonna slow it down here. Okay. I wanted it to stop quickly. I sweated too much in this corner. What the heck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just got kicked. Hey, I just got kicked. I'm gonna have to pick it up and then rejoin the thing because I got kicked. I guess the internet went down, so that was a weird. And I have to rejoin. What did you say? Oh, bad telecom. I direct you, I get it. Don't worry. I just saw your invite. I'm gonna get back to it. Did I join back in? You come aboard. I joined, but do I have to? I tried to join back in. I clicked it. Do I have to?
Shortly at gate 48. In preparation, please use the queue system provided. Have your own boarding pass and photo ID ready. As it's right clearly for we only carry to manage standard traffic lights.
Oh, okay.
Hello again everyone and welcome back to the channel. In today's video we are finally going to be taking a look at the Asobo ATR 42 and 72 600 series. We are a day late, hopefully not $1 short here on the review. Unfortunately pretty busy with work initially and then just as I came to record I actually came down with a cold. So apologies if I am sounding a little bit croakier than usual in the video today. The ATR is a joint collaboration between Asobo and Hans Hartmann. Some of you may be familiar with Hans's previous work, namely within Microsoft Flight Simulator. I believe he also developed the Aerosoft CRJ. Anyway, the ATR retails at a very reasonable $20, even lesser at the moment currently. In fact, the aircraft is on sale to premium deluxe owners of the sim. Asobo is marketing the aircraft under their Expert Series banner. The ATR is of course the first Expert Series aircraft to be released for the sim. As a result, it is going to be very interesting here to see what the product has to offer. Though tempering my expectations a little, firstly given the price and also having seen a couple of other reviews here ahead of my own. Given the price point of the ATR, I've opted to go for a review flight format here today as opposed to a full review. Nevertheless, as always, I'll aim to give you the best opportunity to see the aircraft in terms of its graphical fidelity, obviously hear its sounds, as well we'll get a good feel for the aircraft systems. As usual, we will be carrying out a full flight. We're currently on the ground at Wellington Airport, located on New Zealand's North Island, and we're going to be taking the ATR up north towards Gisborne. The flight will run all the way through from a cold and dark start, right through to the shutdown at destination, and quite a long video for you here today, as we did end up covering quite a lot along the way. It is worth mentioning from the get-go that once again we have an Asobo release that's really lacking in documentation, unfortunately. With an aircraft of this complexity, it's far from an ideal situation, so I had a bit of a dig around online. I found a checklist available for the Flight 1 ATR, for those of you who remember that. That's what we're going to be using here today, so there may be a few differences, a few discrepancies, a few user errors here on my part throughout the video. But as always, certainly we'll be covering everything in enough depth and with enough accuracy to give you a good feel of what the Asobo ATR is all about. So good morning and welcome then to a rather beautiful day here on the ground in New Zealand's capital of Wellington. On stand 79 here in the ATR, as we've discussed. I'm sure the cockpit will be very familiar to many of you at this point. There's been a prolific amount of content put out on the ATR to date. In terms of the startup process, we're going to run through things here using the Flight 1 ATR checklist. Unfortunately, once again, we have a product here that didn't really come with any documentation, so things might be slightly out of sequence from what we've seen previously. Nevertheless, it's a pretty logical sequence, and it'll get the aircraft started up in a reasonable fashion. So starting with the preliminary cockpit preparation, the battery master switch can go on. So now supplying DC power to the aircraft. You'll see that momentarily the aircraft will run through some startup systems tests. So we'll just let those initialize, we'll cancel the master caution. In the meantime, continuing on with the checklist, the parking brake is set. The power levers are set to ground idle. Prop levers are set to fuel shutoff. EC is selected on, lights out, same there for the PEC. Gas lock is engaged, flaps are selected up. Landing gear lever is down 3 greens. Prop brake is selected on, and that's ready to go. Wipers are both off. Ordinarily we'd carry out an engine 2 fire test, but I find the click spots there a little bit fiddly. It's quite easy to actuate the fire handle instead, and that's going to make life pretty difficult later on. So we'll say that we've carried out an engine 2 fire test. The number 2 fuel pump can go on. And COM 1 selected on. Beacon is on in preparation for the start. Interestingly, the aircraft loads in there with the beacon on. Ordinarily, the beacon, of course, would be off until we've got the engines running. So we're going to be starting the number 2 engine in hotel mode, which again, I'm sure many of you are familiar with at this point, given the amount of content available on the ATR. Hotel mode, essentially we're running the core of the engine there, running the gas turbine, so we'll have pneumatic and electrical power coming off the number 2 engine. But the prop brake, of course, keeping the prop in place, so safe for any ground crew whilst we're running the engine, essentially using it as an APU. So for the number 2 start, we'll bring the start selector through to A and B for the first start of the day, and engage the number 2 starter. Keeping an eye here on the NH, we're looking till we're up through 10%, just coming through 10% now. So we can bring the number 2 condition lever through to the feather position, introducing fuel into the engine. Again, cancelling the master caution, you can see there the oil pressure coming up, and the ITT there as well. Just waiting there for the engine to stabilise.
Qantas 7524, descend to 6,000.
So we do have a good start there on the number 2. We'll take the number 2 generator on. So DC Gen 2 on, same there for DC Gen 1. Obviously seeing a fault light there at the moment with the engine not running. So we have established electrical power for the fuel quantity. We've got 1,100 kilos there in each main tank, so 2,200 total on board, which concurs with the flight plan. Annunciator lights, we'll test those. Just having a good scan around the cockpit. Overall, I don't find the lighting particularly spectacular in the aircraft, I have to say. No lights are checked, we'll go back to bright for daytime conditions. For the bleeds, again expecting to see a fault there on engine number 1. Cross bleed valve is open. Pretty hot down the back there at the moment, 33 degrees. We'll leave the temperature selectors where they are. Hopefully things will start cooling off now we've got some air going down the back. And checking the avionics vent, that is set to auto. Moving on to the cockpit preparation checklist, internal lighting set as required. Fuel pump number 1 is set to run. Doors, we have both the cabin and the cargo door unlocked currently. And just testing the door switch. Spoilers, we're looking for lights out. Landing gear again, confirming down 3 greens. MFCs, again no lights. TLU set to auto. And again, we should carry out an engine 1 fire test, but we'll hold off on doing that again for the same issues as with the number 1. External lighting for now, just the beacon and the nav lights, that's set as required. Emergency exit lights can go to arm, and we'll get the passenger signs on, aircraft already fueled up. Anti-ice and de-ice, again we're just looking for lights out currently, which we have. Probes, and windshield heats can go on. And again, just looking for no white lights. The AC wild electrical power will take both generators on there, showing fault lights currently. We won't have any AC wild power until we move the prop levers through to the auto position. Hydraulic power again, turning all of the hydraulic pumps on, and again just looking for no white lights. Low pressure currently, of course, with the engines not running. The emergency locator transmitter is set to auto and guarded. Cabin and cockpit temperature selectors, again we'll leave those as is. Cabin temperature just starting to come down. Oxygen main supply is selected on, and we'll carry out a compartment smoke test. And again, just cancelling that mast caution. The trims, they're set to neutral. We are though just going to put in a little bit of aileron trim here. I find about 1 unit right aileron trim tends to have the aircraft flying a little bit more stably overall, so aileron trim is set. We'll set the elevator trim later on once we've calculated our takeoff performance. Radios. VHF radios we're not going to need for the flight today. As far as our nav radios go as well, it's going to be an RNAV departure, so we won't need to tune anything up initially for the departure. In terms of TCAS, we'll set the traffic to above for now. And transponder currently set to standby, squawking 7000. The radios are set, transponder is set, idle gate is selected. Emergency audio cancel, a little bit tricky to see here, that's hidden just behind the number 1 condition lever, that is guarded. Radar can go through to standby. The EADI and EHSI, they are of course both selected on. And for the source there we've got FM1 there on both sides. Standby instruments are checked, no flags. Power management is set to take off. Engine instruments are checked. Engine controls are checked, we've got no white lights there. We'll carry out a stick pusher, stick shaker test. Coming down to the left-hand maintenance panel, there's actually a variety of tests that we can carry out here, but we'll just go for the stick push today, just to demonstrate. So you can see there, the stick shaker, the stick pusher is modelled. And again, just closing up that maintenance panel. Anti-skid is selected on, lights out. So that's the preliminary cockpit preparation setup complete, and we are now ready to move down towards the FMS. We can set that up for our departure. So down at the MCDU, we'll select FMS 1. Pretty easy to set up the aircraft overall. There are a few bugs, we'll talk through those as we go. So firstly onto init, and we'll go to POSINIT, just aligning off the GPS position, and we can initialize there our sensors. We'll hit return. Onto the nav data. Not sure whether or not this is actually correct or accurate, but it seems as though the nav database is quite out of date, which is a bit of a shame for a new product. Then next down to the flight plan init, we'll go to route. Departing, as we said, from Wellington, which is November, Zulu, Whiskey, November. And we're going to be flying the aircraft up towards Gisborne today, which is November, Zulu, Golf, Sierra. Flight number is Air New Zealand, so out for November, Zulu, 8282. And we can execute that. Very much Airbus style in terms of setting up the departure, which is nice. So going to Wellington, going to be departing off runway 16. It's going to be the Uprog 1 Quebec departure. And that'll be out via waypoint Camet. Once again we can hit execute. So we'll just build up the rest of the room manually here. Definitely one of the bugs I found with the unit currently is it doesn't seem to accept Airways. It tends to freeze up the MCGU, and after which point you can't use it any longer, so definitely a little bit of a bug there currently. Anyway, for our route today, from Kemet we're going to be tracking out towards Binit, which is Bravo, India, November, India, Tango. After waypoint Binit, it'll be Papa Mike. Then on towards waypoint Yarrow, which is Yankee, Alpha, Romeo, Romeo, Oscar. From Yarrow, be the November Romeo. So for November Romeo, you can see we've got 3 options there. Of course, we want the New Zealand nav database, South 39, so we'll select that. From November Romeo, it's going to be waypoint Domon, Delta, Oscar, Mike, Oscar, November. And again, we want Sierra 39. And lastly, waypoint Gotno, Golf, Oscar, Tango, November, Oscar. And that'll take us on to the arrival. So once again, we'll hit execute. And again, selecting Gisborne. We'll fly the RNAV 32. We're probably going to make primarily a visual approach into Gisborne, but we'll use the RNAV just for guidance initially. We're going to be coming in via the Hawk 2 Bravo arrival, and that'll be via waypoint Eclipse. And that's the FMS flight plan set up. We should have a discontinuity in there, so we'll just clear that up.
Qantas 7524, cancel style, continue present heading.
And hitting execute once again. And we'll just briefly run away through the flight plan. Out towards Kemet off the departure. Through towards Gotno. And then joining the Hawk 2 Bravo arrival for the RNAV runway 32. As you can see, pretty easy to set up the flight plan overall with the aircraft. Indeed, the FMS in general, quite easy to set up. Again, just minus those bugs that we've already mentioned. So flight plan's set. Next we want to enter the aircraft weights. Zero fuel weight for the flight today is 20,282 kilos. So 20282. And fuel on board, as we discussed, is 2,200 kilos. Or 2216 to be more precise. That's giving us a gross weight of 22,500 kilograms, so just below max takeoff weights. Reserve for our flight today is 677 kilos. That's including our diversion fuel, so that's our diversion plus 30 minutes. Ultimate today is going to be Rotorua. We'll enter that in just a moment's time. Takeoff CFG 29.6, that's giving us a takeoff stab trim of 0.8 up. For the Perfinite, cruise flight level is going to be flight level 190. We do want max cruise as the mode, default flight path angle 3 degrees. Ultimate again, as we said, Rotorua, so November, Zulu, Romeo, Oscar. And cruise flight level over to our alternate is going to be flight level 170.
Japan F51, keep speed 180 knots until you have passed 7 miles.
So the Perfinite now complete, we have our takeoff speeds. As you can see, once again, Wellington runway 16. Transition altitude is 13,000 feet. And for the takeoff speeds, we have V1 112, VR 112, and V2 115. We can set those up later on to display on the PFD. So the FMS setup is complete. We'll just brief the departure. Again, it's going to be the UPROG 1 Quebec departure off runway 16. It's an RNAV departure, so again, no nav aids associated with the departure itself. It's going to have us initially tracking out towards the south, towards waypoint Urban. We've got a max restriction there of 200 knots until the turn is complete. That's fine for us today. We're going to be climbing at a speed of 170 knots, and that does comply with the ATC speed requirements of maximum of 170 knots, minimum 150 towards waypoint Agril. We do have some pretty significant high terrain out towards the east and the northeast of the field. So MSA for the departure, 6,600. There's no stop heights on the departure, we just need to be above 5,000 before we commence the turn. So we'll set flight level 190 later on for the level off altitude. Weather-wise, it's a beautiful day here, not really much to say with regards to the weather. Lastly, in terms of the taxi, we're currently on stand 79 as we discussed. No need for a push today, so we're just going to get the aircraft started. We'll come off right onto Quebec, then Bravo, we'll take Bravo 6 most likely, and then on to Alpha, taxiing down for the holding point Alpha 2, take a slight intersection departure this morning. Anyway, that's our preliminary cockpit setup complete. Hopefully things are starting to cool down the back, and we'll get the passengers boarded fairly shortly. As usual, we'll take a quick wander through the cabin there, get a feel for the level of modelling detail, and we can come back to the flight deck once we've finished up the last of our preparations and we are ready for the start.
2 here forward of row 1 and 2 window exits in row 10. In the event of an emergency, floor lighting will guide you to these exits. The safety on board card also illustrates the location and operation of your life jacket. Infant life jackets will be provided by the crew. Civil aviation rules require you to comply with all crew instructions and signs on board our aircraft. And just one last final reminder, all transmitting devices must now be in the flight mode option.
Okay, so we've just finished the last of our preparations. Everybody's now on board the aircraft. We've got the doors closed up. Whilst we're gone, just running through a final few items, so making sure we've got the destination airport elevation set. It's an automatic system on the 600 ATR series. It takes data directly from the FMS, I believe, for the aerodrome elevation. Altimeters are set, speed bugs are set. We've got auto there on the speed selection. Torque bugs and trims, so we just need to set the elevator trim, and again we said up 0.8 units. I would question that trim setting though. We'll talk through the takeoff later on, but the aircraft essentially seems to auto-rotate during the takeoff at the moment, which is very unusual. So torque bugs and trims are set. ComNav, ADF and transponder are set. Fuel quantity, once again just checking, we have 1,100 kilos there in each main tank. Seats and pedals are secure. Doors are closed. And we have some checklists to work our way through here. Really nice on the aircraft. We have the checklists modelled as part of the CCAS system. There are push buttons down here, but obviously that's a little bit tricky trying to use the push buttons and look at the screen at the same time. So one nice concession we have here, there are actually some click spots provided on the CCAS, which we can use to work our way through. I'm not entirely sure whether this counts as part of the CCAS or whether it's just the left-hand section, but we'll just refer to it as the CCAS for the flight today. So activating the final cockpit preparation checklist. Parking brake is set. We're not going to work our way around checking everything here just for the sake of the video, otherwise we're going to be back and forth to the screen quite a bit, but we know already we've got the park brake set. Altimeters have been checked and set. Landing elevation is checked. FMS com and nav radios are set. Fuel quantity, once again 2,200 kilograms of fuel on board. Fuel used, no need to reset there, first flight of the day. Nice as well, you'll notice the screens actually produce automatically the page you're looking for, as per the checklist. Memo panel, so we've got ELEC, AC wild 1 and 2, hydraulic system loss, air bleed 1, various anti-icing, hydraulic blue low pressure, hydraulic green low pressure, expecting to see all of those at the moment. And power management once again is set to take off. So that's the final cockpit preparation checklist complete. And now moving on to the before propeller rotation checklist. So CDLS is on, FMS and takeoff data is once again confirmed, V1 112, VR 112, V2 115. Trims, rudder trim neutral, aileron trim should be neutral, but again we've discussed that already, just a little bit of right aileron trim and 0.8 up there on the elevator trim. Tail prop has been removed, doors are once again checked closed, seatbelt signs are on, and the beacon is on. That's the before propeller rotation checklist complete. So once again, just confirming the beacon is on, and we are now cleared for the start. So just a couple more items to run through. Top brake can come off. And as the prop brake comes off, we should start to see the NP increase. We're just waiting until we see that come through 10%, which we already have, up through 60%. So we can now move the number 2 condition lever into the auto position. As the prop runs up, we should also now receive AC wild electrical power there off the AC Gen 2. And you can see that just kicking in.
So where are you at exactly? You're not even close to.
So it looks like we do have a good start there on the number 2. We can do the same for engine 1. The start selector once again set through to start A and B, fuel pump set to run, and we'll engage the number 1 starter.
Narita Tower Luna 29er for India Heavy.
So NH coming up again, looking for 10% NH. There's 10%. And the prop lever coming through to the feather detent. And once again on the MP, just waiting until we see 10%, and then we'll move the condition lever to position.
Qantas 7524, start reducing speed to 20 knots.
There we have our 10%. So number 1 in auto. And once more, we'll just wait for the engine to stabilise.
Cathay 111, turn right, heading 150 base.
Right, heading 150, Cathay 111.
Oh,
And looks like we do have 2 good starts. So for the AC Wild electrical systems, both generators now online. Hydraulic power looks good. Flaps we can step through to the takeoff position, so 50 degrees. And we'll just wait here until we have flaps 15 indicated. So flaps are set for takeoff. Once again, the anti-skid is on. Our brake can come off. We'll just hold the aircraft here on the brakes momentarily. In preparation for the taxi, we'll get the taxi light on there as
oh,
well.
I see it.
External lights are set. Parking brake is
I
released.
see it. I see
We'll
it.
scan the instruments on the way out. Just running through a few more checks here before we commence the
I
taxi.
see it.
So once again, bleeds are set. The cabin temperature now looking much more reasonable, as you can see, around 21 degrees.
I'll break you free. Don't
AC
worry.
well power is checked. Cockpit comm hatch.
She got
Here's check closed. We actually have a nice little
I
hatch here.
went right
You can use that to transfer documents on the ground, since there's no sliding windows here on the ATR.
Exactly what she is.
For the autopilot, signed altitude, again we have flight level 190 selected and indicated there on the PFD. For the departure we have heading select in low with LNAV armed. For the speed we have V2 plus 5, so 120 knots versus 115 there for V2. And for CPL, which I presume stands for couple, we have the autopilot there coupled to the left-hand side. Flight director bars are both on.
It's my forward, right?
And for the EFIS panel, we'll select navigation display. And we'll just come through to the full display.
Because I know it could be a
A little bit fiddly there to get the click spot. So the nav display is set. And lastly, just carrying out a takeoff config test. So config is checked, and we'll carry out the before taxi checklist. So before taxi, flight warning system, we'll hit recall. Nothing displayed there. Cockpit comm hatch is checked closed. Condition levers are both set to auto. Anti-ice not required. TRU is selected on and guarded. Anti-skid test will carry out on the taxi. And for flaps, 15 selected and indicated. Nose wheel steering is selected on. And that is the before taxi checks complete. So we are now ready for the taxi. As discussed, we'll hang a right here onto Quebec. And then joining Bravo, crossing onto Alpha, and taking the holding point out for Alpha 2. Overall, the ATR actually taxis rather nicely. I've never flown a turboprop, so I don't know whether they ordinarily taxi under idle power, but certainly the ATR will here in the sim. That's pretty typical of any jet at reasonable weights. You can usually taxi under idle power. That's nice to see in the sim. A lot of aircraft don't tend to get that right. Currently, as you can see, we've got the power levers there all the way back and picking up a nice speed. Also nice that the aircraft doesn't run away from you. It taxis at a reasonable pace. So looking out towards the south, we get a beautiful day here in Wellington. Nice and clear on our departure track. It does feel sitting quite close to the ground here, as though we're taxiing rather fast. We're only doing 9 knots, which is perfectly acceptable for a turn. It feels much faster than that, as I say. So onto Bravo, left here onto Alpha, so it'll be left and then right. We'll just wait until we've got ourselves onto Alpha. Then we can carry out our before takeoff checks.
Cathay 111, continue descent to 3,000.
So overall, I actually really like how the ATR taxis. I think that's one of the product's strengths. They're all clear on the left. Obviously, they don't generally purchase the product for its taxiing capabilities alone, but it's nice to see nevertheless. Okay, so taxiing now down Alpha, as I say, holding point Alpha 2 for the departure today. So for the before takeoff checks, the gust lock, to make sure we've got ourselves nice and straight here before we carry out the checks. Gust lock is released, flight controls, we have full up, full down, and neutral, full left, full right, and neutral. We're not going to check the rudder here as I'm using that as well to activate the nose wheel steering. Takeoff clearance has been obtained, so lights, strobe lights can go on, same there as well for the landing lights. The CCAS will hit recall.
122.35
And once again, nothing pertinent for us there. Transponder, onto the surveillance page, set the transponder through to the on position. And TCAS, once again, is set to above here for the climb. Radar, come through to weather, not anticipating that we're obviously going to need that today, with the conditions such that they are. But displaying weather nevertheless there on the nav display. Slightly uphill, so we'll just come up on the power to avoid losing too much speed here in the taxi. One thing I did notice, I forgot to mention that earlier on, it does seem as though even with the gust lock engaged, you can actually bring up the power levers to quite a high power setting. I'm not sure that that's probably accurate. Anyway, continuing on with the checks, both engine prop levers are set to the auto position. So we'll just continue down the taxiway here, out for holding point Alpha 2. Just a couple more items, one more checklist to run, and then we'll be ready for the departure.
Approach approach, stand by south, runway 16 right, let's approach, maintain approach position. Quality star, 676 right, velocity 40. Approach, good afternoon, 36, clear to 9 mate, bye-bye. 436, approach by star to west, runway 16 right, approach, maintain independent position. We're ready to, and runway 1, feeling 436.
Right, so we are now lined up here on runway 16, just completed the before takeoff checks. I find the easiest way here to work through the takeoff is to just come up through to the notch power setting with the aircraft on the brakes. It can be a little bit fiddly to get the throttles into the detent. That being said, the detent can be adjusted. We'll talk more about that as we make the climb, but for now, anyway, as I say, holding the aircraft on the brakes, just bring up the power levers. So throttles are a notch, and take off. Off the brakes. Keeping an eye there on our engine power settings. The aircraft is pretty sensitive on the rudder initially. Power is set. And we'll have to put in quite a bit of forward pressure here as well on the yoke. That's not unusual, it's the same on the Airbus initially. Just coming up through 70 knots. However, as I discussed there on the ground, the aircraft will actually auto-rotate without any forward pressure, which is very strange. And interestingly, this CRJ did the same thing, which I believe was made by the same developer. SV1, rotate. They're back on the yoke. Again, very little input there from me. The aircraft wanting to bring the nose wheel up of its own accord. So we have LNAV climbing in IS, so following the flight directives. Positive climb. Gear up. just wait until we're up through 1,000 feet, which we now are, so we'll come through to the climb power setting. And as we do so there, the speed automatically increasing to 170 knots for the climb. Just wait until we're through F speed and then we can retract the flaps, so pitching the nose down. And the flight director is now commanding our turn out to the left. Through F speed, so the flaps can come up.
Japan 51, thanks.
And we'll just hand fly the aircraft for a short period of time here to get a little bit more of a feel for its handling. Overall, I'm a little bit on the fence about the ATR's flight model. It's a pleasant enough aircraft to fly. It's actually very easy to fly. You can see the flight directors here working very well. It's pretty stable overall, especially once you've got that aileron trim in. With that being said, the flight model feels fairly lightweight in terms of how the aircraft actually responds. The control response is pretty instantaneous. Again, very stable, hands off the controls there, you can see sitting on the flight directors, and the flight directors working very well there. They are actually giving us the commanded speed. Anyway, we'll centre up our heading bug once again. We can engage the yaw damper and the autopilot. I have noticed the aircraft tends to overshoot the turn here, but that might be a coding error. You can see a little bit strange in terms of how the departure is coded there. So just to give us a little bit of a helping hand, we'll go direct to waypoint Agraw.
7524, you can expect a base turn in 1 minute.
Doesn't seem to have helped the situation much. Just wait until we come up through 5,000 feet to make that turn. That's coded in the box. It's actually correct there that the aircraft hasn't made the turn just yet. Come out on the range on the nav display. We'll just make the turn a little bit early here again, just to help the aircraft out. We're visually clear, of course, today with the terrain. So we're coming to heading.
Japan 51, 8 miles to run number 1, contact the tower, 120, Dayton closed.
Yeah, 105.
And once we've got ourselves nicely established outbound, we'll run through the after takeoff checks. Slightly hazy early morning conditions here as we make our way off the coastline here of Wellington. Just leaving the airport behind.
Cathay 111, turn right, heading 210 to join final approach course from 025, cleared the GLS approach.
And again, we'll just wait until we're up through 5,000 before we turn back in towards the terrain.
Right, heading 210, cleared GLS approach 25, Cathay 111.
So just coming up on 5,000. And we'll go direct to waypoint Adlac. And back into nav. Once again we have LNAV there on the FMA. One thing that does prove quite nicely, the aircraft will accept direct 2s. Overall I found, with the exception of the bugs that we mentioned already, with the MCDU or the FMS, it seems to work pretty well actually. The units as well though do seem to be somewhat independent. They do cross-talk. You will notice that we do have some of the information entered in there, but for example, go to flight plan. Slightly strange in terms of the display, and I found that certain things don't switch across. So there's a little bit of an error again, I think, there with the MCDU. Anyway, running through the after takeoff checks. Autopilot is set on. External lights, we'll take the taxi lights off. Engine power management is set to climb. Transition altitude is 13,000, so we can hold off there for now. And actioning the after takeoff checklist, landing gear is selected up, lights out, flaps are up. Power management once again is set to climb. Engine bleeds are selected on, and just holding there at the takeoff lights until we come up through 10,000 feet.
United 839, descend to 4,000.
So just coming up on 7,000, once again we'll centre up the heading bug.
Descend to 4,000, United 839.
As with the FMS, overall the autopilot actually seems to do a pretty nice job. We'll obviously get more of a feel for that during the arrival as well, but having used VNAV, that seems to fly the profile pretty nicely. The attempts I made to fly the approach into Gisborne. And everything seems to work quite correctly in terms of managed speed. Again, we're holding 170 knots, the flight directors there are accurate, the aircraft will maintain the speed very nicely for us. So again, a real mixed bag overall with the aircraft. I do find that some things work quite well on the ATR, but overall it just doesn't give me that quote-unquote study level feel. I think to call it an expert series, probably a little bit generous. Anyway, as we continue the climb here, another 2,000 feet till we get the landing lights off, we'll just run through a couple of items. Firstly, we'll just briefly work our way through the EFB. Although perhaps more importantly, before we do that, we might as well enjoy a little bit of the scenery. So Wellington passing off the left wing, you might just about be able to make out the airport there as well. Bit of an interesting route today. We actually crisscrossed the Northern Ireland a couple of times, firstly tracking out towards the west coast and then crossing back over towards the eastern coast.
7524, descend to 3000.
So as far as the EFB goes, firstly we have a payload manager, which on the face of it looks quite nice, but actually I find the functionality here is a little bit backwards. Rather than the weights here being displayed so that we can enter the data on the MCDU, in fact you have to enter the data on the MCDU to be displayed here on the payload manager. Also, as far as I can tell, no option to set up the weight and balance of the aircraft via the menu as opposed to using the Sim's inbuilt menu, so that's a little bit odd and I would like to see that functionality changed around. Really you want to have the figures available here to enter into the FMS. That's much more typical for most add-ons. As well, you can see we have a series of operating speeds, nice to have there in case they're not readily to hand otherwise. So for example, during the arrival, later on we'll be able to take first stage of flaps below 185 knots, gear below 170, and the second stage of flap below 150. In the performance, we have the takeoff data calculated automatically, so V1 was 112, same for VR, and V2 115, as we saw there in the FMS. We also have a landing data calculator, which is nice. We'll definitely be using reverse later on into Gisborne, it's a pretty short runway. Anticipating dry conditions, the required runway length there is 2268 at our current weight, and again a fairly short runway, we've got 4,300 feet available. Our V approach later on is going to be again 112 knots. Just coming up through 10,000, so we'll get the landing lights off, and seatbelt signs can go off there as well. So just actioning the next item on our checklist, and we're now waiting for 13,000 feet to set the altimeters. In terms of the aircraft options, seen some of those already. We have a ground power unit option. No visible model there as far as I'm aware, just the option to have ground power selected through the cockpit controls. We can open the cargo door, same for the main door. We can install the tail prop on the ATR 72. Wheel chocks we can install as well, and lastly we can open up the service door. There are state options. We have column dark, external power, hotel mode, which we've discussed, and ready for taxi. I did briefly try the ready for taxi option. That didn't actually seem to get us into a ready for taxi state. The engines still weren't running, so maybe just a few tweaks needed there as well. Maintenance again looks very similar to the CRJ, so we have the option to refill both the engine and fire bottles, and same there for the oxygen supply, and we can reset the brake temperature. Again, as far as I'm aware, no real failures modelled on the aircraft. I'm not really sure why you'd need the engine fire bottles, but nevertheless I suppose it's nice to have some basic maintenance functionality. And lastly, in terms of aircraft options, we can choose between hectopascals and inches of mercury for the altimeters, and choose whether or not as well the altimeters sync across the board. Temperature units, Celsius or Fahrenheit, same for weight, we can have kilograms or pounds. You can choose at what sensitivity the autopilot disconnects. Just come up through 12,500 feet there, so another 500 feet will set the altimeters. Avionics mode I haven't played around with there, but you can choose between EASA and FAA. I wonder if that relates to buffet margin, not entirely sure. PFD throttle hint, you may have noticed that during the takeoff. We can choose to have a throttle position hint display there. So I don't believe that's accurate to the aircraft, but it's nice to have. Saves you looking down to see what detent your throttles are in. There's 13,000 feet. We'll set the altimeters to standard.
All stations, information Quebec is now current to the wind 2308 knots, QNH 1023.
Interestingly, 1012 there on the standby. And standard there on the right as well. That's interesting, despite having them set to sync, it doesn't seem as though they actually did sync. Again, just coming out on the range here on the nav display. And once again, just centering up our heading bug. Yeah, so the throttle hint I think is a nice feature. Obviously you don't have as much tactile feedback with typical sim hardware as you would with the real aircraft. You can choose the limits at which the autopilot disconnects, also the TORS resolution. I'm not entirely sure what that refers to. Throttle setup is worth going through before you fly the aircraft. I've seen some people mentioning they've had issues with the throttles. Personally, so far I haven't had any issues with the aircraft throttles, and I did configure those ahead of time. Lastly, as mentioned already, the aircraft does have some click spots available on the various MFDs. You can just complete the after takeoff checklist there as well. So checklist complete, just coming up through flight level 140, another 5,000 feet here in the climb. As a quick reference here, you have all of the various click spots displayed for the various PFDs. Generally I find I only use the CCAS display click spots, the rest are not too difficult to use in a more typical fashion. So that pretty much outlines the EFB functionality. Not bad overall, fairly basic, but nevertheless, I'd say just above average in terms of what's available. Anyway, just coming up through flight level 150, so another 4,000 feet here in the climb. Again, we've got the seatbelts off. Despite it being a fairly short hop for us here today, the ATR is by no means the quickest aircraft in the world, so we're going to be in the cruise here for around 30 minutes overall. As usual, we'll just briefly head outside the aircraft, take a little bit of a closer look at the external model in flight. And I think what we'll do here for the arrival, we'll come back just at the top of the descent, we'll get the aircraft coming down, then we can get everything set up, brief the arrival, and if we've got any extra time there, we'll just cover off a few items, for example, in terms of what I think of the aircraft sounds and the overall graphical fidelity.
Today, velocity 841, 0,000 information. Velocity 841, stand by 1, break 38, and left heading 30. Heading 360, corner 7. Velocity 80, and by status, runway 16 right, expect approach, then independent division. Star 6000, copy, 1 velocity 841. Approach, XRL is passing 6000.
It's November 29th, 1943, and in the tail of the B-17, Rikki Tikki Tavi sits tail gunner Jean Eugene Moran. There are over 300 planes in the air to target Bremen, a very heavily defended industrial city. With just 10 minutes to target, everyone nervously scans the skies when the inevitable call comes over the intercom.
Bandit, 12 o'clock high!
The German pilots know if they can come in straight and level from the front, they'll avoid being hit by the top turret gunner and the ball turret gunner from the planes they're targeting. A staffel of Bf-110s comes straight onto the formation. They're carrying a new weapon, 21cm Werfergranate mortar rockets. The 110s release a barrage that streaks towards the box formation of flying fortresses. In the pilot seat of Rikki Tikki Tavi, the 21-year-old pilot, First Lieutenant Linwood Langley, barely has time to register what's happening as a rocket streaks by the cockpit, barely missing him.
See that? Sail the crew. One board is down.
First the rockets, then the guns. The Bf-110s are now in range, and they fire with all they have. As the 110s roar by, Navigator, Second Lieutenant Jesse Orison, is ready with the cheek gun. In a moment, the enemy have gone past.
Get him, Gene.
But at the back, Gene is ready and peppers the 110s as they fly straight on and then peel off in pairs. Squinting in the distance, he sees small dots. There's more.
Bandit, 5 o'clock high.
He shouts as roaring in from above and behind are more German planes than Gene has ever seen. Bf-109s and the dreaded Butcherbird FW-190s. Then there's mayhem as the world becomes a mass of whirling planes and tracer fire.
Gee, there's too many.
Empty shell casings pool on the floor of the fort as all the gun positions send as much lead as they can towards the enemy.
3 o'clock level.
The intercom is awash with the gunners calling out the positions.
12 o'clock high. I got one. I think they're peeling off. Watch out for flak.
Then, a dirty cotton wool puff is seen exploding ahead.
Flak, 11 o'clock low.
The sky is covered in 88mm flak. Some of the German planes peel off, but others don't seem to care about the flak and just press on their attack. The B-17s are buffeted about as the flak explodes all around them. The American planes are hit and go down. Moran can see them fall out of formation and drift behind and below.
Pilot to Bombardier. Curtis, you ready to drop them? Yes, sir. Bombay doors coming open.
The Bombay doors are open. They wait nervously for the lead plane to drop their ordnance.
Just drop the damn bombs, will you?
Oh, right
It's
here.
away, and Bombardier Donald Curtis releases the bombs.
Bombs away.
The plane is instantly lighter and lifts as the bombs go down.
I know I'm coming.
The Bombay doors grind closed, and Langley turns and heads for home. The flag slowly and mercifully peaches out.
Damage report. Navigator, okay. Roll tower, okay. Only some holes in the wings and fuselage. Looks like we're fine, Lieutenant.
The captain's amazed. Fortresses are tough.
The pressure looks good.
The 4 engines are seemingly unaffected.
I see what
It's another target and battles on.
2 o'clock high. Watch out.
The B-17 shakes under the impact of another volley and slowly starts to drift back from the formation. Gene notices the gap with the main group getting wider and wider.
What's going on?
Quickly, he looks over his left and right shoulder. There's no smoke from the engines. A B-17 in formation is vulnerable to the overwhelming number and speed of fighters like these, but on its own, it's a death sentence. Slowly, the other gunners get on the intercom.
We're slipping back. What's going on? Langley,
There's no word from the captain. Gene shouts into the mic,
what's the matter? We're not staying up in formation.
all the while the gap growing bigger. Then, over the radio, comes the message.
We're being pushed out.
Whether that was the captain or the co-pilot, no one could tell. But soon, the B-17 was completely left behind. The Germans spot the vulnerability of the plucky Rikki Tikki Tavi and get busy with their deadly work. The sound of gunfire is interspersed with the screams of men being hit. The plane flies on straight and level, but no word is heard from the captain or the co-pilot. In many interviews, Gene was too emotional to give details of what happened next. However, in the excellent book Tailspin, written by a close friend of Gene's, it states that from the bottom of the bomber, ball turret gunner Wilbert Pee Wee Provost, Gene's best friend, screamed,
Oh, there's a son of a bitch. He's coming up at us. He's coming right up our ass. Buddy, I'm done.
Gene shouted for his friend, and he could hear shots breaking the plexiglass dome. There's a scream over the intercom, and a twin-engine Messerschmitt fighter flies up and passes the rear of the bomber, right in front of Gene's guns. Gene's 50 cals ring out at the German fighter and find their mark. Smoke trails from the stricken machine, and it falls out of view. No more is ever heard from the ball turret gunner. At that moment, a Bf-109 pulls up alongside. Gene tries to swing his guns to the right to take him out, but the German knows the B-17's arc of fire and stays just outside of the danger zone. Gene locks eyes with the pilot. Then the German gestures. He points at Gene, then points at the ground. Gene just stares back. The German repeats the gesture. And then it strikes Gene that he is being given a chance to bail. Was he the only one left? Had the remaining crew died or bailed already? He can see the other German planes waiting in the distance. It's literally a life or death decision. Gene would never get to make that decision. The temporary truce is shattered by the crack of gunfire. Someone on Rikki Tikki Tavi is still alive and is shooting at the German. Whatever choice Gene had has now disappeared. In a moment, the Bf-109 turns and is gone. With that, the German planes move in en masse to deliver the killing blow. The tail section becomes a hailstorm of metal shards and shrapnel. Gene is thrown to the floor. He struggles back to his position and tries to fire, but it's no use. His guns are jammed. He seems to be on autopilot, and despite his injuries, he gets to work on the gun. Hope fills him as he manages to get one gun to fire, just as more bullets slam into the plane and into Gene. He lets out a cry of pain and anguish as both his arms are hit, but despite 2 broken arms, he manages to fire off a few more rounds before being hit in the chest, breaking several ribs. The tail gun position is now a scene of total devastation. The plane lurches and goes forward in its death throes. Gene feels himself being pushed into his seat as the plane starts to hurtle downward. His parachute is shot up, but there's a spare near the tail wheel. He can see some of the crew, but they're laying motionless. There's a gut-wrenching groan as metal tears. He can feel the floor beneath him move, almost like he's being pulled backwards. He grabs hold of anything he can, and he watches the sky appear, and then the main fuselage drop away from the tail. He desperately grabs the floor of the tail section and pulls with all his might. Screaming with pain into his mask, he watches with horror as he sees the Rikki-Tikki-Tavi sink below him, while he remains in the tail section. In the nose section though, Navigator Jesse Orison and the bombardier Donald Curtis fire their guns at the seemingly countless planes buzzing them. There's just too many, and they're too fast. Bullets strike the plexiglass, hitting Curtis and pushing him back into Orison. The plane is nose down. Orison wrestles with Curtis's limp form and manages to get a parachute on him before the entire plexiglass nose shatters, and Orison is thrown from the plane. Jagged glass rips into his legs. He falls and pulls the ripcord, screaming with pain. It's then he sees the tail section of the Rikki-Tikki-Tavi. He remembered seeing the rudder and elevators fluttering as it whirled around and fell. Little did he know, his friend was still inside. There were at least 3 eyewitnesses who watched the tail fall. Some more fanciful accounts even reported that Gene kept firing as he fell. But according to Gene, that did not happen. Inside the tail, the force of the spin is tortuous. The speed of the spin and air pressure pins him into place, unable to move, and a red mist covers his vision as blood seeps into his eyes. The fall seems to take forever. The tail falls and falls, and eventually slams into trees with a violence that a living man should not feel. But Gene did. Through his damaged eyesight, Gene sees a light at the end of a tunnel. He crawls towards the light. He feels pain from his broken arms. But not without injury. He reaches up to his head carefully with his broken arm. Eventually, Gene made a recovery from his injuries, and after the war, he was released and repatriated along with his lifelong friend and only other survivor, Jesse Orison. In 2022, 8 years after Gene's death, his friend, John Armbruster, released Tailspin, telling Gene's story. It's an excellent book that we very much recommend. POW hospital, he experiences frequent nightmares, falling, screaming. Eventually, Gene made a recovery from his injuries, and after the war, he was released and repatriated along with his lifelong friend and only other. While recovering, putting a metal plate in his head to cover his exposed brain. Gene's injuries were not only physical though. While recovering in the POW hospital, he experiences frequent nightmares, falling, screaming. Eventually, Gene.
It's the early dawn on the 10th of December 1941. A task force of ships are off the coast of Malaya. They're hoping to launch a surprise attack against the Japanese, who they think are in Kuantan. The head of the task force, is the HMS Prince of Wales and its captain, John Jack Leach.
Sir, Tornado's signaling distress.
Bloody fools. We're under radio silence. This better be good.
Leach speaks urgently with Admiral Phillips.
Sir, Tornado's is under a Japanese bomber attack.
It's the worst possible situation. With horror, they need to accept that the Japanese have found them and the entirety of Task Force Z is within range. Outside, the air trembles with the engines of Japanese aircraft. They come through the clouds and line up their target. First, they go for the aging battlecruiser, HMS Repulse. The bombs are away. They scream down towards the ship, and a tall column of water erupts on the starboard side, followed by several more on the port side. Captain Tennant of Repulse orders,
"All hands to action stations!"
A 250-kilogram bomb screams down. There's an enormous explosion as the bomb hits the Repulse amidships. The captain is thrown to the floor, as are the rest of the bridge. The bomb has penetrated through the port seaplane hangar and devastated the armoured deck below. It's a scene of carnage as the fallen lie around the hangar. Repulse emerges from the fray with a plume of smoke coming from her upper deck where she'd been struck.
Damage report. No critical damage.
Her speed, though, is unaffected and she steams on, emitting just the faintest smoke curl. On the Prince of Wales, Leach turns and gives an order.
Action stations. Repel aircraft.
More shapes emerge from the clouds. It's 67 Japanese bombers. Two squadrons separate and approach the capital ships in a pincer formation, designed to reduce the effectiveness of the British anti-aircraft gunfire. From 8 miles away, they begin their dive. Phillips' demeanor hardens as he broadcasts the order,
"All ships increase speed to 25 knots. All captains are granted freedom to maneuver."
An officer hunches over his radio.
For a message. Over.
His face drops.
Sir, the aircraft to port appeared to be carrying torpedoes.
There is no such aircraft around.
Phillips observes the sight through binoculars and watches aghast. The Japanese aircraft continue to lose height and fly into some low cloud before appearing off the Prince of Wales port bow. 9 Japanese planes start their approach. They see the British ship in the distance as they come in skimming the waves. There's a flash as one by one the British anti-aircraft guns open fire. Tracers arc up towards the black dots in the sky, and after 12 salvos, the guns switch from controlled fire at individual planes to barrage fire, hurling a curtain of bursting shells to provide a flak barrier for the hostile planes, desperately trying to force them to drop their torpedoes early. The Japanese planes keep coming. The loaders begin trembling as they push shells into the magazine feeds, hoping that something, anything, will down just one of the planes. The British anti-aircraft gunners, however, are unprepared for the sheer speed of the Japanese planes. Most of the British anti-aircraft shells burst well behind the aircraft as they bear down upon the British ships. Battered but still flying, the Japanese pilots bravely push on until their torpedoes are in range. They drop. The fish are away. On the Prince of Wales, there's horror as Captain Leach barks the order,
"Hard to port!"
attempting to slip through the tracks of the torpedoes. Meanwhile, the Japanese bombers are too large and too fast to pull away quickly, and they fly straight at the Prince of Wales, machine gunning as they go, reaching the battleship well before their torpedoes do, and causing disorder on her decks, killing and wounding sailors as they approach. The British gunners are now firing at near point-blank range. A Betty bomber takes a flak shell to the wing, which snaps it from the body, causing it to spin and dramatically slam into the water. But there's no time to celebrate. 2 torpedoes move straight towards the ship, and there's no avoiding a hit. All the men aboard brace for impact. The first one strikes. A pillar of water erupts on the port side of the Prince of Wales and punches through the outer hull. But thankfully, there's only limited flooding. Moments later, the second torpedo strikes the Prince of Wales under her stern, blasting open a hole some 4 meters high and 6 meters wide. It's a critical blow. There's now a direct route for water into the very heart of the ship, sweeping sailors off their feet and drowning the ship's engine room. Her speed immediately starts dropping as water floods into her. Emergency pumps are unable to stop the steady rise. The sailors continue to attempt repairs, wading through water now waist deep to get to the hull. She begins listing to port. On the deck, the gunners keep shooting to the point where the air can almost burn the skin. But their rounds explode behind the Japanese planes, and the men brace for another impact. All the sailors can do is watch, wait, hold on and hope. The tracks zip towards the ship, and a torpedo strikes the Prince of Wales. Her electrical system at the stern suffers massive damage. Without power, both the steering motors are dead. The Prince of Wales is a sitting duck. She's now a death trap. Captain Leach orders,
"Flood the void spaces of the starboard torpedo defense system. We need the ship level."
He needs the ship level, or almost level, so that his men can train their anti-aircraft guns, which are currently pointing too high. But this also makes the ship vulnerable to receive another torpedo strike. The sailors strap on any small arms they can to the side of the ship in a last-ditch defense. By 12:19, the Prince of Wales is left with little anti-aircraft protection. The gunners pour water on their boiling barrels, and the loaders scramble to and from the magazine, knowing this will be a gamble at best. A gunner looks up.
Contact, due east.
A huge formation of aircraft sweep down like a cloud, losing height and once again splitting into 2 attack formations. 6 Betty bombers come in low and race towards the Prince of Wales on her raised starboard side, flying under the anti-aircraft fire she could offer on that side. The sailors begin firing with anything they could raise from below, but it's to no avail. All the fire goes harmlessly above the attackers. Torpedoes drop in quick succession. The sailors watch in horror as 3 torpedo tracks come straight for them. There's a hit. A jagged hole tears right through the ship as the first torpedo blows clean out through the other side, the force of the current dragging sailors under and out of the ship. The second torpedo strikes almost directly under B turret, shooting a plume of oil and water up the side of the ship. The final torpedo strikes the unarmored section of the hull, where there is only 1 inch thick steel. There's nothing Captain Leach can do. The steering gear of his ship is completely useless. Meanwhile, the repulsor's putting up a valiant defense against her attackers. Captain Tennant turns his great ship swiftly towards the diving aircraft, readying his vessel to pass through the tracks of the torpedoes that he knows are coming. The torpedoes drop, and as they run in the water, they leave a telltale trail of white bubbles. Captain Tennant brings all his seamanship to bear as he manages to dodge the tracks of every one of the torpedoes dropped by the 2 Japanese squadrons, as well as the others coming from the attack on the Prince of Wales going on at the same time. Each member of the bridge holds on as the ship leans and lists from Tennant's audacious steering. The crew speak later with pride of 19 torpedoes missing due to the maneuver, and how the huge ship had been thrown about like a destroyer. Incredibly, he also avoids all the bombs from high-level bombers dropped from 12,000 feet. But at 12:20 on the Prince of Wales, Phillips is left with no option. Reluctantly, he orders his radio signallers to break radio silence and transmit to the rest of the task force to come to the aid of the Prince of Wales and the repulse. At 12:23, the remaining 20 or so torpedo bombers almost simultaneously pounce on Repulse from different directions. Her main guns keep firing against the incoming enemy. The 15-inch shells fly straight into the water, hoping to create a splash powerful enough to get enemy planes into the waves. But the Repulse crew is out of luck today. The first 8 aircraft drop their torpedoes on her starboard side. Captain Tennant turns Repulse to starboard to dodge the torpedoes again. But then the 3 aircraft attack Repulse on her port side. Captain Tennant can do no more than continue his turn to starboard to avoid the first 8 torpedoes. The deckhands and gunners keep up as much fire as they can, but they know it will make little difference. Men fall to the floor and cover their heads. A torpedo hits Repulse amidships on the port side, but does little significant damage. She continues maneuvering and steams at 25 knots. Tennant is not going to stop.
Set a new heading for...
He never finishes his sentence as a torpedo hits. Immediately, 9 aircraft attack Repulse from different angles. 6 planes attempt to work their way round to her starboard side, while the remaining 3 Betty bombers go straight in at her port side. It's a skillfully executed attack. Repulse's engines are still fully functioning, but with her rudder jammed, she's simply steaming in a circle. The gunners don't know what to do.
Tell the bridge we can't get a good view of the planes. We need to change course.
Enemy incoming!
The 3 Betty bombers fly forward, seemingly unfazed by the ack-ack fire the British can muster, and they drop their torpedoes in a slow sequence, as if contemptible of the Navy's attempts to fend them off. And they continue their course, strafing the deck and scattering the sailors as they overfly.
Of this!
A Betty ignites and spins rapidly out of control and thumps into the water. Shortly after, a gunner leveling his weapon at the approaching bomber sends a shell straight through the cockpit. And the Japanese aircraft explodes in midair. It's a small constellation. 2 explosions tear through the lower decks, immediately causing catastrophic flooding and destroying the engines. Repulse lists to port and looks done for. But the Japanese are not finished yet. At 12:25, the other 6 torpedo bombers skim the waves towards Repulse's starboard side. The men on deck watch helplessly before scattering for cover. All 6 planes release their torpedoes at once. The wait is agonizing. 2 rudimentary shots ring from the guns as the planes fly overhead, but the torpedoes are still coming. There's silence. A rating puts his head over the rail. He's rocked by a pummeling explosion. Even though 5 missed, a final torpedo scored the single hit. Over the last 4 to 5 minutes, Repulse had been hit by 4, possibly 5 torpedoes. Very quickly, the list to port starts to increase, with men leaning and staggering their way through the ship. All 51 of the Japanese torpedo bombers had now completed their attacks, but only 8 of the 34 high-level bombers had done so. 2 squadrons of high-level bombers remain that had not yet attacked, and each plane carries a single, huge, 500-kilogram bomb. At 12:33 p.m., the first 9 of these bombers starts a high-altitude attack. But their bombs are released too early and fail to find their target, missing by a considerable distance. Repulse, with multiple large holes in her hull, now is quickly sinking. The other ships from Task Force Z have now come to their aid. Captain Tennant orders,
"All hands to the main deck. Life rafts cut loose. Abandon ship."
Not one man had left his place of duty until being ordered to do so. But now, dozens of men pour up through the hatches from below or scramble down ladders from stations high in the superstructure. The crew start jumping over the side into a spreading pool of oil. As the ship lists further, men begin climbing up the sloping deck and start to slide down the huge raised starboard side of the battlecruiser. Hundreds of men get away in minutes. However, Below decks, many loudspeakers are not working, and the men don't hear the order to abandon ship. As she continues rolling over to port, the huge torpedo bulge and its jagged torpedo hull emerge out of the water, and the stern rears up to expose her still turning propellers. The stern then slips below the waves and disappears, leaving her bow hanging in the air, before it too vanishes beneath the waves. Just 11 minutes after the first torpedo had struck her, Captain Tennant fights his way to the surface, emerging by a nearby raft. There's another attack. The Japanese are still not done. A 500-kilogram bomb hits the Prince of Wales, adding to its inevitable defeat. By 12:50 p.m, the end is nigh for the Prince of Wales. She's taken on an estimated 18,000 tons of water. Captain Leach orders all the wounded to leave the ship.
This is the end.
No.
He leaves the bridge and comes down to the quarterdeck, where a large group of his crew had congregated.
Gentlemen, she's been badly riddled. We need men to try and maneuver back to Singapore. If you go, that's fine. His Majesty needs every sailor possible. But let's help our old girl out one last time, eh?
There's a slight hesitation. Surely the ship is sinking. They haven't got a hope of navigating to a friendly port. A silence follows before two men let go of the rail and salute. A petty officer and several other ratings also step forward, salute, and fall in behind Leach. Captain Leach smiles and declares an order to those present.
Aside from gunners, marines, and officers, those who wish to board the Express can do so. God save the King.
He then climbs back up to the bridge to join Admiral Phillips. Hundreds of men started crossing over to Express on makeshift lines and gangplanks. But as the Prince of Wales rolls further over onto her port side and her starboard side lifts, the gap between her and Express starts to widen. The gangplanks fall into the sea, but men continue to swing across on ropes in the cable that still join the two ships. Under the incredible strain, the cable finally snaps. The Lister port starts to worsen. It was clear the ship was now beyond any help from aircraft, destroyers or tugs. Leach comes to the realization that his ship's not going anywhere and reluctantly gives the order.
Abandon ship.
The battleship's starboard bilge keel rises. The skipper of Express skillfully judges the last moment before he's forced to pull away, her hull bumping and grinding on the battleship's heaving keel and almost getting overturned herself. The destroyer suffers a 20-foot gash in her hull from the contact, but many men have been saved. Admiral Sir Tom Phillips remains on the bridge almost to the end. He and Captain Leach silent, contemplating their defeat. The last reports seeing them alive are at 13:24, when the two men are on the side of the horizontal ship. Just before she rolls over and capsizes. The destroyer Electra sent a simple signal to headquarters in Singapore. HMS Prince of Wales sunk. Tragically, in 2023, the Malaysian Coast Guard seized a Chinese ship on suspicion of looting the wrecks. The Chinese dredger Chuan Hong 68 was detained. On board were found shells suspected to be from the HMS Prince of Wales and the HMS Repulse. Thanks again to World of Warships. Check out the link in the description. It's the 8th of April 1940, deep in the North Sea west of Norway. Captain Roop is on the bridge of HMS Glowworm. On this day, torpedoes.
Prepare
repair the torpedoes. Yes, sir.
Hey, with rescue ropes.
Zurück, bereit, Rettung, Ausnahmen vor.
On the water, Captain Roop hangs on to one of the life rafts with dozens of his crew. They're amazed to see the Hipper returning with rescue ropes hanging off the side. One by one, they're welcomed aboard by their once foes and given medical attention. Captain Hay oversees the operation, impressed at the bravery and will of the British crew. In the water, Roop desperately tries to save everyone. Many men are far too weak to hold onto the ropes and they fall back to the sea. He tries to get them back, to give them a second chance, but they're limp. They can't. Roop himself feels his strength leaving him. The frigid waters are sucking the life from his body. With a heavy heart, he realizes there's nothing he can do and grabs a rope. The sailors of the Hipper pull on the rope, lifting the captain from the waters little by little. He holds on with all his strength left, but it's too much. His grip weakens and the rope escapes from his hands. Roop falls back into the sea, never to be seen again. Of HMS Glowworm's 146-man crew, only 31 would get to return home. A couple of months after the battle, Captain Hay would find a way to get a message through to the Royal Navy. In it, he detailed Captain Roop's incredible heroism, the stunning fight of the HMS Glowworm, the ship's sacrifice, and Captain Roop's dying acts. In the end of the letter, he demanded Roop to be decorated for his actions. Hay's detailing of the events would turn out to be pivotal, and with it, coupled with survivors' testimony, Captain Gerard Broadmead Roop was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his gallantry, 5 years after his last stand. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel and please watch more videos of ours. Thank you. It's just past midnight on November the 13th, 1942. An American task force sails through the dark off the coast of Guadalcanal Island. Rear Admiral Daniel Judson Callahan stands aboard the cruiser USS San Francisco, steeling his nerves. He's in command of a ragtag fleet cobbled together from 13 surviving ships from previous engagements in the region. But they can't dwell on their condition, for they're being tasked with saving the United States' one and only airfield in the entire island from an incoming enemy fleet. The lives of thousands of Marines, and perhaps the success of the Guadalcanal campaign itself, lies on his shoulders. Just a few dozen miles away, two beasts and their pack emerge from a storm. They are the battle cruisers IJN Hiei and Kirishima, each over 3 times the size of the biggest American cruisers and sporting guns almost twice the caliber, followed closely by a further dozen ships. Aboard the Hiei, Admiral Hiroaki Abe examines his maps.
Prepare for bombardment.
But just as the guns are loaded, the radio operator gives a warning to Abe.
Sir, rearguard ships report enemy contact up ahead.
Admiral Abe is taken aback. That makes no sense. How can the ships at the rear report contacts ahead? And how have his screening destroyers not seen them? Someone must be completely out of position.
Contact the ships and get me their location.
Back in the American fleet, Callahan knows there's a Japanese fleet out there. They should be somewhere to port, but the dark hides the enemy ships away. An aide calls for his attention.
Sir, USS Cushing reports an enemy up ahead.
Callahan goes wide-eyed. How can they be up ahead?
Tell Cushing to stand by to open fire.
Aboard the USS Cushing, the captain has relayed the order.
Sir, Callahan orders to stand by to open fire.
But disaster strikes. Instead of standing by to fire, the captain of the Cushing orders,
Stop and stand by to fire.
Behind the Cushing, commanding officer William Hank watches aboard the USS Laffey and is surprised to see the Cushing stopping. The Laffey slows, but then the ship behind the Laffey is also forced to stop, and then the ship behind that too. The front of the formation becomes a slow-motion train wreck as one by one the captains slow to avoid a collision, each with less time to react than the last. The fifth ship in line, the cruiser USS Atlanta, realizes far too late and barrels straight towards the back of the other ships.
We're going to hit! Rudder to port!
USS Atlanta turns away from their line, avoiding the stack at the front. But then things go from bad to worse.
Sir, contact to the east. USS Cushing reports an enemy up ahead. 3 contacts east. How do we slot back in?
Contacts are appearing from everywhere. Callahan can barely keep up. Back with the Japanese, everything is in chaos. They battle to switch the incendiary shells that they have stored and loaded replacement with armor-piercing ammunition. Meanwhile, the captains across the fleet struggle to find one another. Abe is receiving constant updates, although with the heavy squall, he's not exactly sure where his ships are. But it's imperative the Japanese can see the enemy. The ships Hiei and Akatsuki are ordered to activate searchlights and light up the enemy. The chaos in the American ranks is suddenly ended when 2 ships pierce the dark and illuminate the USS Atlanta standing alone out of position. Soon after, the thunder of guns breaks the night's silence. Atlanta firing blind into the light sources and soon receiving enemy fire in return. Turrets up and down the American line unleash their firepower, shooting everything they've got at the 2 lights. They can't see the enemy, so they choose their target at random, not realizing the danger and the value of the Hiei. Desperate, Callahan orders,
Odd ships, fire starboard. Even ships, fire to port.
Confusion spreads across the ranks. Some ships turning their guns away from the battle to aim towards suspected targets on the opposite side, while the others disregard the order and fire anything that looks like an enemy. Meanwhile, USS Atlanta is stuck in the middle of the crossfire, unknowingly firing at the smaller IJN Akatsuki. But despite their visual blindness, the radar targeting helps nail the enemy vessel, pummeling it and starting fires across its hull. But it's not without a price. Return fire rains down on Atlanta. Shell after shell strikes her hull. On the other side of the battle, USS San Francisco fires its next salvo, just as Atlanta wanders into the line of fire. The San Francisco shells strike square into the bridge of the Atlanta, wiping out most of the bridge crew. The Atlanta floats adrift and on fire, but her guns still roar. They fire shot after shot at the burning Akatsuki. The gunners are determined to fight to the bitter end. And then the fires find their way to the Akatsuki's magazine. The ship detonates into a massive explosion, the entire ship vanishing in the blink of an eye. The shockwave washes over the battlefield. Admiral Abe is shocked by Akatsuki's violent end and orders Hiei to back down from the attack. Its searchlight is extinguished and the sea is plunged back into darkness, only illuminated by the flames of burning ships. Commanding Officer William Hank of the USS Laffey directs his men as Callahan regroups his ships through the radio.
Ship off the port bow.
It's the battlecruiser Hiei. Over 22 times the Laffey's weight. It's a monster, and they're on a collision course.
Dear Lord. Gunners, open fire! Give me everything!
But the shells from the 5-inch guns ping harmlessly off the Hiei's armored hull. The USS Cushing joins in on the attack, also doing little as the Hiei pushes on its inexorable path straight for the Laffey.
310, full flank ahead, emergency power!
The Laffey accelerates, going as fast as it can to escape the monster. Hank braces for impact. He looks up at the battlecruiser as they sail just in front of the Hiei, barely scraping through.
Keep firing! Keep firing!
The American ships keep shooting at the superstructure with all they have, the shells piercing through and wrecking the rooms within. At the bridge, Admiral Abe ignores the punishment his ship is taking. He's focused on strategizing the battle when suddenly, a shell punches clean through the bridge armor, flying a cone of shrapnel across the room and straight for the gathered officers. Admiral Abe steadies himself from the shot. He's bleeding and in pain, and his chief of staff lies dead. Despite this, the crew of the Laffey see the Hiei's giant guns turn ominously towards a pair of American destroyers. Desperate, Hank takes a gamble.
Fire the torpedoes!
They shoot off the launcher and plunge into the sea. American lives are hinging on the 8 bubble trails speeding towards their target. But the Laffy is far too close, and they don't arm. The USS Laffy's hopes bounce right off the Hiei's hull. Please support the channel, comment, like, and subscribe on this video. The Japanese battlecruiser fires with a soul-shaking explosion. Hank sees the giant shots fly over his head, streaking past and slamming into the Cushing. The shells detonate and annihilate the ship, reducing it to scrap with one brutal strike. The enemy destroyers reappear from the shadows, surrounding and opening fire on the lone American ship.
Sir, more contact. To starboard. We're taking heavy damage.
Hank knows it's all over.
Abandoned ship.
On the opposite side of Hiei, and away from the Laffy's demise, Admiral Callahan sets his sights on the burning battlecruiser. He ordered his own cruiser, the USS San Francisco, and the nearby USS Portland to hunt it down. San Francisco opens fire with her 8-inch weaponry, striking the superstructure and piercing through the weakest bands of hull armor, wreaking havoc on the ship's internals. But Hiei is far from done. The massive weapons turn around and take aim square at San Francisco. 8 1,485-pound incendiary shells fly across the sky, detonate into the San Francisco's deck with spectacular explosions, rocking the ship and lighting massive fires.
Damage report!
Superficial. No critical damage.
More explosions rock the ship, but do little. Hiei's ammunition is still the wrong type. It didn't matter against the small destroyers, but against a cruiser like the San Francisco, it makes a world of difference.
Keep firing! Take out those guns!
San Francisco and Portland keep putting pressure on Hiei, taking shots as if they were invincible. One of their salvos strikes at the Hiei stern, heavily damaging her rudder. But then, Hiei's hoists run out of incendiary shells. Next up is proper armor-piercing ammunition. Hiei's next shot punches through the San Francisco like butter, burying deep within and detonating inside, destroying an entire section of the ship. Radio cuts out and reports of injuries and damage come flooding in. Another brutal impact strikes San Francisco, then another and another. Hiei's next volley impacts square on the cruiser's bridge. The devastation is absolute. No one is spared. Callahan and most of the bridge are killed instantly. But then a lone man picks himself up. Communications officer Bruce McCandless rises from the dead, miraculously missed by the explosion. In an incredible display of sheer raw determination, he stammers over to the captain's radio and takes it over. He has no command experience whatsoever. His position doesn't even feature on the chain of succession, but he must act. Just from what he's learned watching Callahan, he begins issuing flawless directional orders, guiding the crippled cruiser and her crew out of danger, but not out of the battle. McCandless has the presence of mind to realize the flagship escaping the scene would cause panic and a rout, dooming the defense. Instead, he identifies a relatively safe position in the chaotic battle and directs the ship towards it. Then suddenly, Damage Control Officer Herbert Schonland bursts into the bridge, rushing to take command, as procedure would dictate. But there he finds McCandless standing alone, issuing orders. Without exchanging a word, Schonland nods and runs back to his men. Back at the Hiei, Admiral Abe is tended to by his medical staff. He's cut and beaten. With his ship crippled and on fire, Abe calls off the bombardment. The Japanese ships retreat. Among them is the fleet's second battlecruiser, the IJN Kirishima. But the battle has become such a disorganized brawl that many ships are in no position to pull back. They're left behind, abandoned by their more powerful allies. The battle drags on, ending in a whimper. By sunrise, wrecked ships lay scattered across the sea, burning, sinking adrift. Hundreds of sailors from both sides float in the water, hoping for rescue. IJN Hiei would later be sunk by aircraft from the field it failed to destroy. By the end of the day, the Japanese lost a battlecruiser, 2 destroyers, and 552 sailors. The Americans suffered even greater, losing 1,439 sailors, 2 cruisers, and 4 destroyers. Abe would survive the sinking of the Hiei, but would be heavily criticized for what the Japanese saw as snatching defeat from the jaws of victory if only they had pressed on. Tactically, the Americans claimed victory as they successfully kept Henderson Field intact, but at a heavy cost. But while the battle was finally over, the the war was not. The fight for Henderson Field would continue the very next day. Thanks again to World of Warships. Check out the link in the description. It's just past midnight on November the 13th, 1942. And this is the... It's just past midnight on November the 13th, 1942. An American task force sails through the dark off the coast of Guadalcanal Island. Rear Admiral Daniel Judson Callahan stands aboard the cruiser USS San Francisco, steeling his nerves. He's in command of a ragtag fleet, cobbled together from 13 surviving ships from previous engagements in the region. But they can't dwell on their condition, for they're being tasked with saving the United States. It's the 26th of October, 1942. Alarms blare aboard the aircraft carrier, the USS Enterprise. A squadron of pilots rushes for their F-4F Wildcats.
Birds, you went to bed?
The head of the group is a commanding presence. He shouts to the young aviators on the deck.
Get those birds in the air as quickly as you can. We're already late to the party.
The engines roar to life, and the aircraft launch off in a mad scramble to get into the air. At 10,000 feet, the pilots form up. In the lead, Lieutenant Stanley Vaterser heads up the formation. They continue to rapidly gain altitude.
Set course heading 295. Enemy's 45 miles out.
They're closing in fast. Heart is pounding. They don't have enough time to reach the right altitude and distance. The defense is badly compromised before the battle has even begun. Below him, 21 ships dot the ocean. It's a massive American battle group that stretches far and wide, with 2 aircraft carriers as their flagships. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives depend on their performance.
They scrambled us too late. This is already FUBAR. They just dealt with 3 zeros and a dauntless. We got this.
Eyes on the horizon, gentlemen.
Vaterser thinks back to just 5 months earlier, when he had been a dive bomber pilot against 3 zeros. After doing the impossible, he had earned himself a promotion and one hell of a reputation. But now, he is the leader of an 8-plane Wildcat squadron, known as the Grim Reapers.
Contacts, 2 o'clock, high.
In the distance, a group of Val bombers emerges from between the clouds. Vaterser quickly assesses the situation.
We're far too low. They're going over our heads. Climb at maximum speed.
The pilots activate emergency power, and the Wildcats
any reason why that the A321neoLR and the XLR don't have the neo designation, but they're part of the neo family? You said the AT-20, you mean? No, A321 LR and XLR are part of the Neo family, but they don't have the Neo in the name. Yeah, I'm not sure. Scam calls again. Scam calls again. But I decided to have the ACR in the fleet, but guess what? Not the PAX version, the freighter version.
Hi-oh.
Hey.
Hey, Demon 23. How's it going? Ready for some high-flying drama today?
Okay, I'm back. That was my mom. Oh, is that Tim calling again? No, that was my mom. She just wanted to know if I needed anything while she was out. She went to the doctor and then was get stuff on the way home and needed to know if I needed anything, and I said, we just need milk or cereal and stuff, that's about it. Well, I thought you said that was Speedy.
What?
GSS. But yeah, I had like three spin on voice
are on their way.
Today. It's all that same crap again.
What?
Oh, you got a package ready. Your line is ready. That kind of scammy junk. I got that plot for
Kennedy clearance delivery Luna 294 India heavy ready to copy IFR clearance to Frankfurt. Luna 294 India heavy is cleared to Frankfurt Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 right, climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure frequency is 135.9 squawk 1751.
Yeah, and then I got one from
Luna
overseas.
294 India heavy cleared to Frankfurt Airport as
63.
filed. Takeoff runway 22 right, climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure on 135.9 squawk 1751. Luna 294 India heavy, read that correct. Contact ground on 130.275. Good day.
What? It's supposed to be.
Okay, check me.
Ground Delta 2063 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. Delta 2063, taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 right via taxiway Foxtrot. Contact tower on 123.9 when ready. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 right via taxiway Foxtrot Delta 2063.
It's really bad because GFK.
Ah! Got you.
Boarding requested.
Ground copy. Go ahead. Hi, Captain. Microphone check, please. Crystal clear. 5 out of 5. Okay, Captain. Radio check is complete. We'll contact you when we're ready to start loading. Roger.
Crew boarding starting.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
You fucking interesting.
Locking gear.
For the 6.
Okay.
But for the 6. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the captain speaking. On behalf of ourselves and the entire cabin, we would like to wish you a calm and safe flight. We have just finished loading and will soon start taxiing to the runway. The flight should take place according to the scheduled time. We ask you to read the safety cards on the seats in front of you and follow the cabin crew's instructions. Thank you and have a nice flight.
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead. Hi, Captain. Just a quick update to let you know that we've started loading. Looks like the final load should up long. Roger. Hello.
Hi, Captain. How are you?
Hi there. I'm okay today, thanks.
Great. We're just getting ready for departure, but if you need anything else, just give me a call.
Thanks.
No problem. All stations prepare to start boarding.
No.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know, we've started bringing the passengers on board.
Thanks. Ground to contact. Go ahead. Loading has been completed. Resending the load sheet up to you now. We'll contact you for pushback once the closed up and the beacon light is switched on. Roger.
出发。这么匆忙。Hope you're ready for a long haul on my dog's fire showroom.
Good afternoon from the cockpit, this is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you on board this afternoon, as we fly to Frankfurt am Main. We're currently preparing for departure up here in the cockpit, and once we're airborne we'll be climbing to our cruise level of 35,000 feet. We hope to depart very shortly, we're not expecting any delays. The cabin crew will start securing the cabin once the aircraft has pushed back from the stand. As we make our way to the departure runway, please make sure you're seated and secured as they make their way around the aircraft. The weather is looking good, so it should be a nice, comfortable climb up to our cruise level. Once we're airborne, there shouldn't be any issue during our climb. It's a pretty straightforward departure out of the airport, so nothing to worry about there. It looks as though the en route winds are in our favour, so there shouldn't be any issue getting to our destination on time. However, we will keep you informed throughout the flight if it changes. The ground crew have finished loading the aircraft, so if you could get yourself seated and secured, we'll be able to get going straight away. Thank you very much for flying with us, and I hope you enjoy the flight.
Welcome to Eclipse Airlines. We are so thrilled to have you on board. Our captain is currently preparing for our prompt departure, but while you wait, please ensure that you are sitting comfortably. All wheelchair tie-downs for those who are using wheelchairs are secured. Don't hesitate to inform our flight attendants if your wheelchair tie-downs aren't secured or you're not sitting comfortably.
Eclipse 航空へようこそ。私どものフライトにご搭乗いただき、誠にありがとうございます。機長は迅速な離陸の準備をしておりますが、お待ちいただく間、車椅子をご利用のお客様は快適にお座りいただき、車椅子のタイダウンストラップがすべて固定されていることをご確認ください。車椅子の固定ベルトが閉まっていない場合、または快適にお座りいただけない場合は、速やかに出乗務員にお知らせください。
cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
Stand by for ground power disconnection. We're starting the APU now.
Roger.
Like I said before, man, like I decided that we're gonna include the API in updates, but only for regional cargo. Okay. Cause the RJ does not have a feeder.
Okay.
And if we're going to expand into cargo deliveries, we need more cargo planes in the cargo fleet.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
You started to use good. Nothing to report.
We're off the ground power, so feel free to disconnect.
Roger. Stand by. Ground power.
Roger.
You're the one that wanted to extend the cargo. You're the one that wanted to expand the cargo delivery zone.
Yes.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, here's the load sheet from ground. I've written the passenger count here, the crew count here, and the total number of souls, not including yourselves, here.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Great. I'll make the call to remove the jetway and you can close the doors.
No problem.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Вот.
Ground's copy.
Release parking brakes,
Go ahead.
please. Release parking brakes, 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 please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Parking brake is off. We're ready to go.
Roger. Toe is attached. Steering pin is inserted. Stand by while we start pushdown. Okay, Captain. We cleared the scan, and you're free to start engine.
Cabin crew, please arm doors. Starting engine 2.
Roger.
Starting number 1.
の安全を確保するため、機長は迅速な離陸の準備としてこのビデオを上映することを決定しました。乗客の皆様がこのフライトで怪我をしたり、困難な状況に陥ったりすることのないよう、ぜひご覧ください。お座席の上には大きなお荷物を入れるスペースが、前のお座席には小さなお荷物を入れるスペースがございます。お荷物の破損を防ぐため、お荷物は正しい収納スペースにお入れください。シートベルトは左右に分かれています。片側には左手の調節可能なストラップに取り付けるレバータイプのバックルがあり、もう片側には右手のバックルにロックするストラップがあります。シートベルト着用表示灯が点灯したら、バックルを取り付けてシートベルトを締めてください。シートベルト着用表示灯が点灯しているときは、必ず表示されたまま使用を続けますが、シートベルトを外す必要がある場合は、バックルを引くだけです。当社のフライトは Wi-Fi に対応しており、高度1万フィートに到達した時点で当社のサービスにオンラインでアクセスすることができます。ただし、機長が離陸する前にお使いの端末をフライトモードに設定するか、フライトモードが搭載されていない端末の場合は電源をお切りください。または、フライトモードに対応した別の携帯電話をご用意ください。ご参加いただけない特別なお手伝いが必要なお客様には、常時接続可能な緊急用 Wi-Fi ホットスポットをご用意しております。離着陸のスピードが速いため、コネクタの破損を防ぐため、離着陸のアナウンスが流れたら電子機器から全てのケーブルを抜いてください。 またノートパソコンや大型機器は使用しないときは座席の下にあるノートパソコン専用コンパートメントに入れてください。煙は客室乗務員の介助を困難にし、健康被害をもたらす可能性があるためです。ストロー、電子タバコ、普通のタバコ、キューバ葉巻はソードアートオンラインの最新シーズンを捨てたゴミ箱に捨ててください。化粧室でアニメを見ることは許されていますが、煙探知機を壊すことは許されていません。機内の気圧低下を防ぐため、このフライトには酸素マスクシステムが装備されている。シリコンのマスクを開き、鼻と口にかぶせる。マスクを頭からかぶると、ゴムバンドによってマスクが安定し、通常の呼吸ができるようになりますが、もちろん必要に応じてゴムバンドを調節することもできます。他の人を助ける前に自分のマスクを調整することを優先することを忘れないでください。これは SF 映画ではありません。低気圧の惑星でも呼吸はできません。緊急時には機体の両側に非常口、左右の前方に1つずつ、中央に2つ、後方に1つ、合計8つの非常口があり、それぞれに膨張式の滑り台がついています。今どこにあるかちょっと思い出してみてください。もし忘れてしまっても、床に取り付けられたライトが緊急時に一番近い出口まで導いてくれる。緊急時といえば自助努力だ。ハイヒール、鋭利なもの、荷物などはインフレータブルスライドを傷つけないように置いていってください。荷物は持ち主にお返しするよう最善を尽くしますのでご安心ください。ありがとうございました。
Taxi to and hold short runway 22 right using taxiway Hotel Alpha Foxtrot Luna 29er for India Heavy. Kennedy ground JetBlue 179er tree requesting pushback. JetBlue 179er tree pushback request accepted. Taxiing hold short runway 22 right via taxiway, Mike Alpha Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel Cross runway 22 right Hotel Yankee Golf Delta 5074. Kennedy ground American 117 requesting pushback. American 117 pushback request accepted. Kennedy ground Delta Tree 11 requesting pushback. Delta Tree 11 pushback request accepted. Kennedy ground JetBlue 179er tree requesting the end of pushback. JetBlue 179er tree request to end pushback received. Kennedy ground JetBlue 179er tree with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. JetBlue 179er tree taxi to and hold short of runway 22 right using taxiway Delta Alpha Alpha Delta Bravo Yankee Alpha. Contact tower on 123.9er when ready. Kennedy ground American 117 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR.
Please set parking brakes.
American 117 taxi to and hold short of runway 22 right using taxiway November Charlie Tango Alpha Alpha Delta Bravo Yankee Alpha. Contact tower on 123.9er when ready. Taxiing hold short runway 22 right via taxiway Delta Alpha Alpha Delta Bravo Yankee Alpha JetBlue 179er tree. Taxiing hold short runway 22 right, using taxiway, November Charlie Tango Alpha Alpha
Parking
Delta
brake
Bravo
is set.
Yankee Alpha, American
Stand by.
117.
Please keep your parking brake on while we monitor engine. Start up.
Kennedy Ground Delta Tree 11 with Sierra, ready to taxi IFR. Delta Tree 11 taxi to and hold short of runway 22 right, using taxiway, Kilo Foxtrot Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel Cross, runway 22 right, Hotel Yankee Golf. Contact tower on 123.9 when ready.
Unlocking gear.
Taxi to and hold short runway 22 right, via taxiway, Kilo Foxtrot Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel Cross, runway 22 right, Hotel Yankee Golf, Delta Tree 11.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Okay, Captain. Looks like a good start up on all
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Straight, so you're good to go. We'll get ourselves to the next map. You'll have a safe flight. Look out for the pin on the right, and we'll see you next time. Thanks very much. Pin on the right, and we'll see you again soon.
Delta Tree 11 hold position. Caution the Airbus on the taxiway. Delta Tree 11 continue taxi.
I can't wait to get out of New York, out of
Roger, Delta Tree
Black
11.
I know what you mean.
This is unbearable.
But it didn't usually like too bad for me, but you know, I had time to take off.
It lags on taxi for me too. On New York. I'm probably getting 5 frames a second right now. This is terrible. Again, what is it gonna do again? How could it? No, it's the
Hey everybody, welcome in, welcome around Sandbox and Ramble. This is the airports. Having a good week so far. Hopefully we can make it a little bit better.
Can you open and stop
no, the stream is frozen. That's what it is.
I guess this is the first stream I've done with a tree that like this forest. Probably some kind of blending. Anyway, welcome in. Gonna fly in Texas.
How do you do that? Yeah.
A lot more.
Why would you feel free?
You get that for me.
I don't know, just something about the North that I haven't been liking, so I think I kind of got disrupted with the whole thing anyway. Because the whole point of, I'm gonna wait for the screenshot of the guy in my avatar just kind of staring into the blade there.
The add-on is making it do it.
Nope.
I got it, I don't know if I got it.
Delta Tree 11
Is
position. Caution the departing.
As well, so in the chat. I think I got it.
Hold position. Delta Tree 11.
There's just lots of plates flying in and out of New York today, so it's pretty.
Also excited about hearing about the Clipper.
Okay.
That's pretty awesome.
You remember that happened when he drove with
Kennedy Tower Luna 29er for India. Heavy ready for IFR departure runway 22 right.
Has anything I have to
Luna 29er for India. Heavy line up and wait. Line up and wait Luna 29er
That's
for
why I said I can't wait to get out of here.
Cabin crew, seats for takeoff, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly the Logan today.
I can't wait to get out of here, bird.
American 117 contact New York departure on 139.9. Good day.
I'm probably not gonna fly in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a nighttime flight, for safety purposes, I have dimmed the cabin lights for takeoff. This is a completely normal procedure, and they will be turned back on once we've completed our departure. Thank you.
And I just can't look up that easily. Yeah, I think it does not like.
Delta 5057, turn next taxiway.
It gets all wiggly.
Delta 5057, contact ground on 121.9er.
The cat.
Luna 29er for India Heavy, altimeter tree 0.1 tree with 27 tree at 10. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right Luna 29er for India Heavy.
Dude, good.
100 knots.
so laggy.
American 117 climb and maintain flight level 180.
I did reset all of that. Stupidly chose, but I'll apply all aircraft.
Climb and maintain flight level 180, American 117. American 117, contact New York Center on 118.975. Good day.
It's so laggy,
New
bird.
York departure, Egypt Air 986 is passing 800 feet, climbing 13,000 feet. Egypt Air 986, New York departure altimeter tree 0.1 tree radar contact, continue. 118.975, American 117. Goodbye. Luna 2904, India Heavy, contact New York Center on 121.125. Good day. 121.125, Luna 29er for India Heavy. Goodbye. New York Center, Luna 29er for India Heavy is at 9,200 feet, climbing 13,000 feet. Luna 294, India Heavy, New York Center, altimeter tree 0.12 radar contact. Continue to Merit.
Cabin crew, resume duties.
Dear passengers, we want to inform you that we have reached 10,000 feet and have begun on our first service session. We will be giving you complimentary snacks and drinks, and for additional food and beverages, please look at the in-flight brochure in your seat pocket for more information. You may now use your electronic devices now. Wi-Fi also will be turned on now. Thank you.
お客様各位、1万フィートに到達し、サービスセッションを開始したことをお知らせいたします。無料のスナックと飲み物をご用意しております。追加の食事やお飲み物については、座席のポケットにある機内パンフレットをご覧ください。
It's so laggy,
電子機
bird.
器をご利用いただけます。Wi-Fi もご利用いただけます。ありがとうございました。
Going to 132.3 Luna 29er
Ladies
for
and
India
gentlemen,
Heavy.
the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are now free to move around the cabin. However, for your safety, we do recommend that you remain seated with your belt fastened at all times during the flight. Thank you.
Luna 294, India Heavy, Boston. Center altimeter tree 0.11 radar contact. Continue to Merit.
Nobody down there can take it off,
Little bitty.
There we go. Back on my
Delta 244 tree climb and maintain 16,000 feet.
Exception.
Radar contact. Continue to ACDK.
What do you mean? It's on the
Boston Center JetBlue 316 is passing 16,000.
What happened was it's when they updated it's a catching portal exception and they're gonna add it. It's basically the Wi-Fi catching portal protocol. So that's what you're seeing is the Wi-Fi catching portal for the copy and play.
I knew it.
Then it's the first part of it.
JetBlue 1132 contact Boston Center on 124.525. Good day.
Nice one.
Longitude 904 in the heavy. Contact Boston Center on 124.85.
But yeah, it's the Wi-Fi catching protocol. So they always do what
What's around day 7 flight snaps? Around
yeah, right when the just go there. And so he just told me he just sent me an email.
904 India Heavy is passing flight level 335, climbing flight level 350. Luna 2904 India Heavy Boston Center radar contact. Continue to Hotel Fox 5 Delta.
You didn't think it was the Wi-Fi catching corridor one.
Well, maybe.
JetBlue 113 to Boston Center radar contact. Continue.
But yeah, I wouldn't expect.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. We've reached our cruise level and are currently flying at an altitude of 35,000 feet. We're making good progress towards our destination and expect to arrive on time as planned. Unless anything changes in the meantime, you'll next hear from me around the time we start our descent. So I'll leave you in the hands of our excellent cabin crew. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I knew it.
we are about to serve our drinks menu.
That's what I told you.
A number of soft drinks. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
American 105 Heavy contact Boston Center on 12.
had to realize that it wasn't tricky.
That was making you seem so laggy.
No. That's just shadow taking a crap.
Delta 202 traffic to 6 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 330 number. Report them
And it's
inside.
taking a massive crap.
JetBlue 113 traffic is 12 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 360. Report them in sight. JetBlue 1132 have the insight. Delta 202 traffic in sight. Delta 202 traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree for flight number. Report them in sight. Delta 46 Heavy contacts Boston Center on 133 decimal tree 25. Good day. Emirates 205 Heavy descent and maintain flight level tree 60. Brickyard 5667 climb. United 1606 climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Delta 202 have the traffic.
Wait, Jesus.
Climb and maintain 14,000 feet. JetBlue 6902.
Well, that's not good.
Look, that's where I sent you out.
Yeah. We good now.
It's nice out in Texas.
United 1606 contact Boston Center on 127.65. Good day.
Wow, it looks so cool. Smoke actually looks really awesome.
Going to 127.65. United 1606.
Do that again.
Blue tree.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that we've just begun preparing for service and will be starting service shortly. Please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed in the overhead lockers. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Boston Center Luna 29er for India Heavy Flight Level 350.
Luna 29er for India Heavy. Boston Center radar contact continued. To which? Shamrock 131, York 66 miles east. Descend and maintain 6,500 feet. Expect ILS runway 24 approach via Kibby transition. Cleared to Kibby. Shamrock 131, descend and maintain 2,700 feet. Descend and maintain 2,700. Expect ILS runway 24 approach via Kibby transition. Cleared to Kibby Shamrock 131. Shamrock 131, contact Boston Center on 124.85. Good day. Boston Center KLM 149er 1 flight level 330. KLM 149er 1 Boston Center radar contact continue.
Boo. Boo boo boo. Mas quero daquela que
Delta 626 Boston Center. Going to 127.2 Delta 626. Going to 120.6 Jet Blue 69 Air 2. Loaded to 904 India Heavy, contact Boston Center on 128.2. Good day.
Going to 128.2 Luna 29er for India Heavy. Boston Center Luna 29er for India Heavy, flight level 350. Luna 29er for India Heavy, Boston Center radar contact. Continue to LX. KLM 621 Heavy, contact Boston Center on 128.325. Good day. Boston Center, Delta 46 Heavy, flight level 350. Delta 46 Heavy, Boston Center radar contact. Continue to Tusky. Shamrock 119er climb and maintain flight level 340. Air France 52 Heavy climb and maintain flight level 380. Climb and maintain flight level 340, Shamrock 119er. Boston Center, Beechcraft November 663 Alpha Alpha is passing 11,700 feet, climbing flight level 230. Beechcraft November 663 Alpha Alpha, Boston Center altimeter 30.02 radar contact. Continue.
Oh my god. It's like a beach.
Air France 63 Heavy, Boston Center radar contact. Continue.
It's like a beach. It's like a beach.
Air France 63 Heavy traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 400 Boeing.
It's like an enemy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our evening meal, as well as items from the snack menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
WestJet 147 tree traffic is 8 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 40 Airbus. Report them in sight. WestJet 147 tree have the traffic.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like a drink, tea, coffee or water?
I'd love a coffee, please. Thank you.
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it for you.
107 heavy traffic in sight.
Oh no.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drinks. They're waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
cheer, one cheer, one cheer, one. Hector 23. Thanks for the cheer. Why are you?
Thank you.
Turkish 182 heavy traffic is 2 o'clock bound at flight level 345 Airbus. Report them in sight. Shamrock 137 heavy traffic is 2 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 365 Boeing. Report them in sight.
That's good.
Turkish 182 heavy traffic in sight. Shamrock 137 heavy traffic in sight.
Hey Berg, there's a problem with the current version of Nvidia. You are losing about 10% of 2% performance with the installed.
What installed?
Nvidia app.
Lufthansa 412 heavy. You are 800 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 400.
What, did they discover something?
Yeah, they said people say remove it for now. And you get that performance back.
Yeah, but that's the thing that make a difference though.
Luna 2904 India heavy contact Boston Center on 133.45. Good day.
I think you will.
133.45 Luna 29er for India Heavy. Goodbye. Boston Center Luna 29er for India Heavy flight level 350.
There's something wrong with the background hardware unboxed reported on it.
Okay, what is it just in the most recent update?
Yeah. They need to take it. And it's not lagging as bad now.
What?
Not lagging as bad now.
Do you think there's something with the out
Boston Center Turkish 182 Heavy is passing flight level 360, climbing flight level 370. Turkish 182 Heavy, Boston Center radar
Remember, we've had this before.
With the
Boston Center Air Azars, 279er, flight level tree, 60.
GeForce Experience.
Air Azars, 279er, Boston Center, radar
Running away memory with the background services.
Delta 46, contact Boston Center on 124.25. Good day. Delta 46. Goodbye.
Holy crap, I think he finally moved out when I removed it. Don't you think?
It's still lagging.
You have to wait a moment to catch up. Yeah, that lag now is just what you call it? Yep. But Shadow itself was lagging bad.
Boston Center, Qatari 1268, flight level 350. Qatari 1268, Boston Center, radar contact, continue. Luna 294, India Heavy, contact Moncton Center on 124.3. Good day.
124.3 Luna 29er for India Heavy. Goodbye. Moncton Center Luna 29er for India Heavy, flight level 350.
Luna 294, India Heavy, Mountain Center, radar contact. Continue to Alex.
We burned quite a bit on the climb today, I'll tell you that.
Why did we burn so much?
We burned quite a bit on the climb today. The winds were not in our favor.
Center target 2182 Heavy is passing flight level 355, climbing flight level 370.
Need any coffee?
Luna 294 India heavy traffic is 2 o'clock, 2 miles at flight level 370. Report them in sight. Speedbird 20 heavy contact Austin Center on 124.25. Good day.
Luna 294 India Heavy, have the insight.
United 1303 have the Airbus in sight. Speedbird 203 heavy. Goodbye.
Are you happy that we're spinning the cargo?
What you look like in the middle of what you say? Expanding into what?
Cargo.
Yeah. What about it?
Hello.
Hi, Captain. I was wondering if you'd like anything to eat. Anything from the menu, or maybe a snack.
Yes, I'll have a snack, please.
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Mountain Center, KLM 1362, flight level 390. KLM 1362, Mountain Center, radar contact, continue.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready for you in the galley whenever you want it.
Thanks.
No problem.
We have 5 hours and 40 minutes remaining. Breathe. Confirmed bird.
What?
Confirmed bird. The tail straight bug with evidence of which is placebo with the tail colliders placed in the wrong spot, because as you can see, it would rotate just fine. But I'm glad they fixed it so we can fly this beautiful bird again.
Yeah, well, look at that.
But we had to use weird tactics.
135.3 Turkish 182 heavy. Goodbye.
And now we don't have to.
Yep. And now it's being messed up.
Yeah. I think our AC-21 and our AC are the two most beautiful planes in our fleet. What do you think?
What about the ones in our fleet?
I think the two most beautiful planes in our fleet are the AP-21 and the AP-80.
Yes, and you know what number 3 is?
What?
319
Yes.
You can't forget about that.
Yep.
I like the colors.
Me too, cause I designed the colors.
Center, Bombardier, November 260 Quebec, Sierra flight level 380. Bombardier, November 260 Quebec, Sierra Mountain Center, radar contact. Continue to HHAMI. Luna 2904, India heavy contact, Mountain Center on 135.65. Good day.
135.65 Luna 29er for India Heavy. Goodbye. Moncton Center Luna 29er for India Heavy flight level 350.
Luna 2904, India heavy, Moncton Center, radar contact. Continue to ALLRY.
But someone seriously needs to call about that hop because the shadow appears currently says about 78, but due to the collection I did feel like blur.
But you know what top it is.
It's gonna happen, it'll happen when you enter Canada.
Right on the border again.
Yup. Not quite the Quebec hop, but the one before. It has a response time of 385 something milliseconds.
Oh my god. Yeah. Remember, that's the one I told you that was flagging out that day, remember? Yeah.
And I don't think Shadow can do anything about it.
Yeah, but the only thing I can do.
Mountain Center, WestJet 19.
No, I mean, I don't think Shadow can do anything about it because it's not their hop.
No, but I mean, you can actually give me the IP address.
I would do that. I would do that later.
Because I can do anything but shoot them an email.
And I think it's the same up you hit.
It is. That's why I was dragging like a bee today. I was thinking. Yeah, but I can't do anything about the IP because that gives me the contact details.
Well, you can run a cheeseburger again because it's the same hop. We go to the same hop.
You said the one right before Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's one problem. I don't have a Shadow IP.
Are we experiencing tolerance or is the child just sleeping by a shoehorn?
Oh, shut up, She-Hulk.
And I find that just from what's my IP,
yeah.
I can give you that real quickly.
Yep. Because she needs to give me that first where I can get on her. You run the Twitch for, how do you do the Shadow app, or do you just do it like I do, me?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, and I just, when I run the Twitch for, I just do
Turkish 182 heavy contact, Mountain Center on 135 decimal tree. Good day. Going to 1 tree, 5 decimal, tree Turkish 182 heavy. Mountain Center, Euro Atlantic, 26 heavy, flight level tree 80. Euro Atlantic, 26 heavy, Mountain Center, radar contact. Continue to Echo November Echo.
The ETS run I did with Stuart today, that was fun.
Christmas loads again?
What did you say?
Christmas loads again?
Yep. Yeah, we did it this morning, like 3 or 4. And get this, when we get our network set up, you don't have to run this from terminal anymore. You can run it right from the public itself, the trace route. Which I like. Because if I'm not there, I can run it from that and do a trace for you things remotely, which is handy.
Atlantic 26 heavy traffic is 4 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 50 Airbus. Report them in sight.
Yeah, I did. I got it.
Moncton Center Air, Canada 1870, flight level 270. Air Canada 1870, Moncton Center radar contact, continue. Luna 2904, India heavy contact, Moncton Center on 132.8. Good day.
132.8 Luna 29er for India Heavy. Goodbye. Moncton Center Luna 29er for India Heavy flight level 350.
Luna 2904, India heavy, Moncton Center radar contact, continue to ALLRY.
Okay, there we go. Now I just gotta let it run. And the stars, when it started out, that just means they got their IP ping block. That's all it is. Which you can do, and I can do the same thing. I don't like to do it though, because I like to see the internal IP for ping reliability. But some people don't like their IPs being pinged.
Wait.
The Canada and the US one. Well, yeah.
Wait.
The US one is not bad, but it's still hot. 65.
Sixty-five isn't bad.
No, but 95. But 95 on the CA. '95's a bit hot. Okay. Looks like I know who they're owned by. Because they got their company name in the IP bracket.
And who are we talking about?
QC.
QC is just a domain name, domain ending for Quebec. So try again.
Well, that's the one that QC is the domain. That's who's the one that's the high.
No, Quebec's domain ender is qc.ca. The one was the full domain.
See, what's the full?
Yeah.
NC5.
So NC5 NC5 is
what?
Is the company you should contact.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
118.6 Turkish 182 heavy. Goodbye.
Okay.
Ding 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 ding. VH hosting.
Even though Shadow is owned by OB, they still can't do anything.
They just have to call OVH, don't they?
Yeah. Well, guess you're making a cut OB sometimes.
Yeah, I can do anything.
Why?
Because they asked me for the contract number the last time I called. Yeah. We can't give you a job. We can't do anything about the contract number. And guess who has that? Shadow.
Shadow doesn't have a contract number. They're owned by
Mountain Center, Valari 169er, 2 flight level 330. Valari 169er, 2 Mountain Center, radar contact, continue.
Why does Bruno Mars get rejected when he tries to put his arm around Rosé's waist? She's an Asian singer. Bruno Mars has worked with Lady Gaga and Cardi B. They are known for their bold personalities. Whether in music videos or promotional photos, their interactions with Bruno Mars are very intimate. However, Rosé, from South Korea, is more shy. In the music video for their collaboration APT, there's very little physical contact between them. Additionally, this song earned them the 2024 Mama Award for Global Sensation. Bruno Mars and Rosé also performed this song on the MAMA stage, but the closest they got in their dance was just putting their arms around each other's shoulders like bros. He intended to politely put his arm around Rosé's waist as they left the stage, but she reflexively pushed his arm away. Fortunately, the awkward moment was avoided, and they exchanged a friendly kiss on the cheek. Why does Bruno Mars get rejected when he tries to put his arm around Rosé's waist? She's an Asian singer. Why does Bruno Mars get rejected when he tries to put his arm around Rosé's waist? She's an Asian...
Luna 2904, India Heavy contact, Moncton Center on 118.6. Good day.
Going to 118.6 Luna 2904.
Wouldn't it be better if, instead of me telling you the tech news, I just told it to other James and he told it to you? So go ahead.
So he's saying that I'm gonna act as a bit of a...
You know what? At Microsoft's Ignite 2024 conference kickoff yesterday, the company introduced the Windows 365 Link, a Mac Mini-looking PC with a bunch of ports for $349. Wow, cheap! Well, that's because Microsoft says this is a new class of device that is curiously very similar to an existing class of devices called thin clients, PCs intended for the enterprise sector that serve as terminals for cloud or network computing. But this one is the first cloud PC device for Windows 365, if you're not counting the other computers that can also use Microsoft's cloud PC service, which is all of them. The selling point for this device seems to be that it's capable of even less than existing client PCs, which actually have Windows installed, which is probably good news to many IT people. In bad news for anyone who hopes Microsoft might untie the Gordian knot that is their product branding, the icons for Microsoft 365 apps, which is what they call Office now, not to be confused with Windows 365, their cloud PC service, stay with me. The app icons are not only getting little Copilot badges, the Microsoft 365 logo is being changed into the Copilot logo with a little M365 badge, something I think all of us have been waiting for a long time.
To the new Microsoft 365 Copilot icon.
The rebranding comes alongside new cross-app, customizable Copilot AI agents making their debut in Microsoft 365. You can summon them in Microsoft Teams, where they can do things like take notes during calls, and the interpreter agent can generate live translated audio, so you can quit nodding like an idiot as if you understand what that new investor is saying. Synergy. Windows 11 will be getting what the company calls Microsoft 365 Companions, which are shortcuts to contacts, files, or calendars pinned to the taskbar that kind of expand the start menu, kind of like Phone Link. Microsoft is also launching the Windows Resiliency Initiative, tightening some of the screws to prevent another CrowdStrike, every PC in the world is borked situation, as well as giving Windows 11 Enterprise customers the ability to hot patch systems without rebooting. But let's end on something actually kind of cool. Meta Quest 3 and 3S headsets will be getting a public preview in December, allowing users to use Windows 11 streamed from either a local PC or a cloud PC in 3D space, placing multiple monitors where you want. And with a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, you could just set up a multi-monitor workstation in Starbucks. Think about how many people you could irritate. The U.S. Department of Justice is certain now that it wants to knock Chrome off the Google tree and has asked Judge Amit Mehta, who ruled that Google was playing Monopoly with search back in August, to force Google to sell off the world's most popular web browser, Chrome. Sorry, I can tell there were a few of you who are thinking Sea Monkey. It's a bit of a weird angle to take, since the anti-competitive aspect here is more related to Android and Google search, and to Google, that's putting it lightly. In a response given to press, the tech giant said the DOJ continues to push a radical agenda and that putting its thumb on the scale in these ways would harm consumers, developers, and American technological leadership. Does Google think they're being forced to sell Chrome to China or something? Look, we get TikTok, you get Chrome. Oh, this is a bad deal. I mean, come on, DOJ, give Google a break. They're cracking down on websites, gunking up search results with SEO slop generated by a third-party company the website's hired to take advantage of the SEO system Google made in the first place. Come on, you gotta admit that's good, Dodge. I call it Dodge. And I call this our sponsor, Jawa, the marketplace for gamers to buy and sell gaming gear and purchase custom PCs from experienced builders at amazing prices. And until the end of the year, they've got special deals like this sick-looking gaming rig for just $12.60. You're going to want to create an account to get notified of more deals, giveaways, and flash sales, like the deal of the day with massive savings on custom PCs, components, peripherals, and more until November 29th. Also, did you know you can even sell your CPU or GPU directly to Jawa and they'll take care of the rest, which could fund your next upgrade? Just saying. So score some great deals on your next PC upgrade at Jawa by using our link in the description. No more middleman. I'm going to give the quick bits to you straight. Just a second. Microsoft is allowing Game Pass Ultimate subscribers to stream some games that they own, even if that game isn't part of the Game Pass catalog. Previously, you could only stream such games via remote play from your actual console. So this is great news for people who own a game but don't have it installed on their Xbox because they don't want to play it that bad. The feature's in beta now and was announced a day after Sony launched a beta, giving their PS Portal handheld, which only supported remote play for games installed on your PS5, the ability to stream PS5 games from the cloud, which should help the product make a bit more sense to people who weren't part of the surprisingly large group of die-hard fans. They already thought the Portal was perfect. They're losing their shit over this. I'd like to address any Apple people who watch this show. First off, you are resilient. Kudos. Second, update your Macs, your iPhones, and your iPads. Cupertino has issued a patch for multiple vulnerabilities. It's not a virus, because biologically Macs don't get those. There are flaws in JavaScript Core and WebKit, which are currently being actively exploited in Intel-based Macs, which are apparently still out there for some reason when the Windows 365 link is sitting right there. A successor to Valve's Steam controller may be on the way soon, according to Valve data miner Brad Lynch, who says the Steam Controller 2, codenamed Ibex, is being tooled for mass production, along with a separate controller design codenamed Roy, which is reportedly intended for use Valve's long-rumored Deckard headset. The original Steam controller didn't have a lot of staying power, despite representing Valve's big dreams for enabling mouse and keyboard style gameplay on TVs. I can only hope the new one won't be lost in time, like tears and rain. What'd you think of that? It was original. Sony is in talks to acquire the parent company of From Software, makers of Elden Ring, the Dark Souls series, and Sekiro, first reported by Reuters and then confirmed by the company itself, called Kadokawa. The purchase, at least to former Blizzard boss Mike Ybarra, would be a top 2 acquisition in video gaming. The only thing bigger would be buying Valve or Nintendo, which Mike doesn't see happening because, frankly, if anyone buys Nintendo before Phil Spencer can, they're liable to get an Xbox to the head, and he will be smiling as he kills. And a group of USC students have broken the altitude record for non-governmental, non-commercial entities, sending the Aftershock 2 rocket to a height of 470,000 feet, beating the previous record of 380,000 feet, set back in 2004 by the civilian space exploration team. I really just wanted to have this in here to say good job, students. And because I like imagining Jeff Bezos yelling about how these kids built a record-breaking rocket in a cave with a box of scraps. USC funding has dried up a bit. Fun fact, we build these videos in a cave with a box of scraps 3 times a week, so come back on Friday for more tech news. I might be lying, but it's a green screen, you wouldn't know.
I bought this Windows laptop from the Amazon Renewed store for $54. This one right here is a custom-built, top-of-the-line gaming PC for $5,000, and my friends, that is far from the most expensive machine we've got. But just because a system costs 10, 100, 1,000 times as much, does that really make it that much better? We're going to take a look inside these systems, test them, and game on them to see what your hard-earned cash can buy at these drastically different price points. Starting with what I got for $50. Look at this thing. I don't know if you're supposed to do that. And like, look at the screen. Like, it's got this segue to our sponsor.
You agree. Their Nexode Pro 100 watt is compact and powerful, being able to charge 3 devices at the same time. Whether it tags along with you during your travels or stays plugged in your wall at home, you'll first have to pick one up using the link in our description.
Okay, the Lenovo 100E only has a dual-core processor, just 4 gigabytes of RAM, and it doesn't even have a full HD screen, but aside from a little bit of shmoo that's still on it from the refurbishing process, I mean, it's a pretty usable little machine.
Except it's not what we ordered.
Really?
I don't think. Anyways, I was looking at the product page.
That's a completely different computer.
I think this is like the 2nd generation one.
It doesn't support touch gestures. You can't scroll with 2 fingers? She's dropping frames.
100% of your CPU being used by system interrupts.
This is a completely different computer.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have the same processor.
I mean, it has 2 extra cores, so like the multi-core performance is better, but the single-threaded is quite a bit worse. It's like 25%.
Which matters a lot on these super underpowered machines, because a lot of what you'll see when you open up Task Manager and you do anything on a computer like this, watch, I'm gonna open up Chrome, is, see that? Your CPU is gonna spike to 100%. So having a few cores that turbo faster actually makes for a noticeably more responsive experience.
It's eMMC, it's not like a SATA SSD.
Right.
Curiously, it actually shows up as an SD card in Task Manager. Why don't you try to play a 4K YouTube video? That's like, you know, I have a suite of tests that I want us to, you know, experience as a baseline on each of these machines, and 4K Crab Rave is one of them.
Okay, hold on a second, Jake.
Just give it a moment.
Hold on a second. No. Hold on a second.
Look, that's mint.
No, it's really not.
It's fine. It's actually fine right now.
Oh,
there were some drop frames. Ooh, I can't tell if that's just the display. Mind you, probably don't need to be streaming 4K videos on a screen like this.
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go.
Like the same level of brush.
Not on.
Oh,
well,
don't try to multitask.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
You notice something weird about this?
There's like a skin on the bottom.
Yeah, why don't you peel it off? It's on the entire laptop, including the touchpad.
Oh, so whoever the student was who had this, probably, because this is an educational model, did they skin it? You know what?
Maybe the school put it on because it got damaged, gave it to a new student.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really smart way to mitigate that. When we were reacting to tech support gore, we saw some of what happens to these educational laptops, and putting a plain black skin on them would mean if someone were to scribble all over it, you just peel it off and throw a new one on. Imagine skinning this laptop. Between the vinyl and the labor involved, I think you just doubled the value of it.
Does it look like it got applied?
Yeah.
Day 1?
Maybe day 3. Oh my God, are you rolling on us? Glenn, come over here. Jake, check this out. So that's a screen, right? You know, that's what colors look like. That's what Minecraft looks like. If you want to get anywhere near that saturation, you got to get the darkness.
Oh, I gotta be shorter.
Yeah, you get see what I'm talking about.
That
you
looks
get like a
ass. What are you talking
Well,
about?
I know, but you get a little sliver of color saturation.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not good, but it was also $50.
Yeah.
With Windows.
Yeah.
And a battery. If all you were doing was Google Docs, it would be fine.
Yeah.
And it's actually not the stupidest thing you could buy.
No, it's really not.
Considering the cost.
What's your next test?
Oh, Minecraft?
Nice.
So I installed a few mods that make Minecraft run better. Okay, so single player Minecraft, you're doing the chunk generation.
Yeah.
Local.
Yeah.
So if you're playing on a server, you might get a little bit better performance. This is with every setting at the absolute bare minimum. With sodium, which is a frame rate optimizing thing. With lithium, which is like optimizing the chunk stuff. With another thing that does chunk optimization, with another thing that does GPU frame time optimization.
Well, have you ever thought that maybe adding all those optimizations added overhead?
No.
Oh, this is rough, dude.
If you just vibe in one spot, 64 FPS, look at that.
Wow, not bad, not bad. Okay, but what happens if we move? Oh, 20. Hey, as long as we don't have to generate any chunks, you're right.
It's serviceable.
Yeah, it's chunky.
There are other games I want to try on the other computers, naturally. They don't launch on this one.
Yeah. Wow.
If you get a headshot, I would buy you. If you kill somebody,
Need
I
some
would buy you.
tolerance in this chat ASAP via shoe.
So headshot is
You don't-
lunches?
Sure. I'll give you 2 minutes, okay? How about that?
2 minutes?
Okay, you have 5 minutes. So.
All right, 5 minutes. Jesus.
Did we load so long that we got kicked? Oh my god.
Okay, I'm dead. I didn't even get a chance to see anything.
It's just 1 FPS, but I think it's actually a situation where you have like 0.5. Dude, there is no way.
I'm dead.
You're not.
I'm dead. It didn't even go to full brightness.
Oh, okay. This is a strat.
No! No, come on!
Yeah.
No! Dang it! Come on! Yeah, buddy, I got him! Let's go! 1 minute left!
You did technically get a headshot too.
I just got lunch, baby! He's got the taste of defeat in his mouth right now. That's why he's all... Okay. It takes a little while to register that you've pressed the recording button, but hey, once you do it,
It didn't look that bad.
this actually looks perfectly fine. It's not very saturated. Oh, thanks for that. Real mature. It's not very saturated, but in fairness, that might be the screen. So maybe we can get a comparison from the editor.
Wait.
Here. For the footage versus what it looks like on the screen, you know?
I have one more thing for you to try on this one because the rest of them is probably not worth it. This is a client for Olama, which allows you to run large language models.
Tell me how pretty I am in the form of a haiku.
The page file is twice the size of the actual memory.
So I'm never going to find out how pretty I am, am I?
No. Oh!
Rad!
Whoa! It output one word.
Rad!
That's not a haiku.
Well, you know what? I'm taking it.
Oh, Radiance!
I kind of liked Rad better.
Oh, wow.
It's it's like going now.
I think it's finally like loaded in.
Radiance like dawn.
Like Dawn's Light?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to get after us about how haikus are not about directly expressing beauty, but it's not going to get the number of syllables right. Okay. She's done. Radiance like dawn's light. Pretty as cherry blossoms bloom, beauty-descent.
Full of shit. I mean, your hair, you could maybe say, is radiant. It can compute for $50. It can play a YouTube video and Minecraft-ish.
Now we're moving up in the world. How is this a $500 gaming system? This case alone looks like it costs 120 bucks.
This is the new one from Fantex. It's the XT Pro, I believe. A lot of case for not a lot of money. Tempered glass, comes with a fan, looks decent. They do have an RGB version that's like twice the price. Don't buy that, buy this.
And the specs are pretty decent too. We get 6 Intel 12th Gen performance cores, 16 gigs of RAM, a Radeon 6600 GPU, and okay, that 500 watt thermal take power supply hasn't made it through the lab's gauntlet yet, but it's running.
Indeed. It's a little bit over the budget. You're looking at like $540. This is pretty much as good as it gets. Unless you're gonna buy a used GPU, which if you're spending this kind of money on a computer, you probably should.
You won't get a warranty, but you will get a lot more performance while that GPU is still working. Of course, if you're gaming at 1080p, this might be all you need anyway. Let's take her for a spin. Wow, that loaded a lot faster.
Okay, so we still have the optimization mods to make it even playing field. And I have the settings in the absolute dumpster like on the laptop. It's at 1080p though, so this is higher resolution.
It's
press F3.
Butter smooth. 1,800 frames per second.
Turn the settings up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we could afford to do that.
Fabulous. Wow, okay.
Wow, look at the world out there. She's struggling just a little bit.
To be fair, I wouldn't recommend running 16 render distance on like a local game.
That doesn't tell the entire story of the performance experience. In fact, you guys can probably even see the occasional hitch in our recording. And that's not because our GPU isn't fast enough to render this. It's rather because the chunks need to load occasionally and the whole system's like...
Thanks for asking. Everything is going great.
It's quiet though.
Just give me
I
a buzz
was
if you
thinking
need anything.
exactly the same thing. It's damn near silent.
Let's see you get a kill.
You just wait.
So this is fully maxed 1080p. Is that it?
200 FPS isn't enough for you? I mean...
I don't know. I haven't played CS2 literally once.
This is so much better. Like, not 100 times better like last time. This is 1,000 times better in terms of the experience.
How did you just...
How the fuck did he not die?
You hit him in the shoulder.
I hit him in the neck!
No.
I'm sure it was the neck.
Editor, replay.
Dude, you can get so much gaming PC for around 500 bucks these days. This is great. All right, let's fight. Boom.
Why do you just... 1080p, medium preset. You turned off motion blur.
Casual 80 FPS.
No upscaling. That was 100 right there.
Jeez, this is great. 70 plus degrees on the CPU and 56 on the GPU.
Hold on. We're only drawing like 40, 50 watts on the CPU.
Sure. That's efficiency, baby. We don't even have the front fans installed in the case. Let's see how our Haiku does.
SSD's ramping up, yeah. Okay.
Everything's being loaded.
Oh,
into
wow.
Wow!
That is also
not a Haiku.
Stop it for a second and say that's not a Haiku. Is that a Haiku?
Nope.
It's closer than it was.
Either way, that for 10 times the budget, we are getting anywhere from 100 to 1,000 times the experience. And this is what we're talking about when we say bang for the buck or sweet spot from a value perspective. You should definitely save your pennies for a $500 PC if you can. The question now is it worth spending another 10 times as much and getting a $5,000 PC?
Ah!
My goodness, look at this thing.
$5,000!
But it looks the part, doesn't it?
It's one of those things where when you get to this class of performance, you kind of have to spend money on looks to get to this budget.
Wow!
Yeah. That's $300 US of fans.
We spent as much on cooling as we did on the entire other computer. By the time you put the AIO in there?
Definitely. Yeah, more.
Easy.
Yeah. 6,400 mega transfers per second, dual 48 gig RAM sticks, 360 mil AIO with a screen on it.
And look, our 14900 KS works.
It's a K.
Here we go, and loaded. Oh, pretty good.
We've changed resolutions. We're now at 4K.
Boom. 800 frames per second. I'm still getting the occasional hiccup, but honestly, this is better than what we were running last time in terms of the playability of it. Like, I can notice a difference.
Then the $500 one?
Oh yeah. How is this even Minecraft?
I know, right? The crazy thing is if you don't run these shaders on stupid settings like we are, where this is the ultra preset for BSL shaders as they're called, the performance hit is not actually insane.
This is beautiful.
This is a lot.
And it's still running at 200 frames per second. This is awesome.
I adjusted the render distance down to 16.
Would you say that this is a 10 times better experience
than the last one? In Minecraft?
No. It's 5 times better if you don't waste money on $300 worth of fans.
Okay, hold on.
You could get pretty amazing performance for not quite 10 times the budget.
You can immediately slash $1,000 US off of this computer by just getting rid of the fans and buying a cheaper 4090.
You could probably drop another $100 with a cheaper motherboard,
cheaper cooler, cheaper RAM. It's like a $500 US RAM kit.
Oh crap!
Oh my god. Oh, you didn't even get killed by that guy.
That sucked. Stop it, Jake. Stop that.
Consistently above 200 FPS. Very nice. Do you need a $5,000 computer to do that? Not really.
Full ultra ray tracing, like hurt my computer settings with no DLSS. That's 45 FPS?
I believe it.
I don't believe that. It does not feel good. I'll set it to something more reasonable. This is probably how I would play this game. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Frame rate is identical.
Okay, see, no, I'm confused now because this is way smoother than it was before. Obviously smoother.
Yeah.
But it's reporting around 40 FPS, so I think maybe the report before was wrong.
Try like just no ray tracing.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, that's 60 FPS. For sure. Yep. Oh yeah, no, the frame counter's right. Can it write a haiku? Oh, what are our temps like? Oh wow, yeah. Casual, like 63 degrees on the GPU, and our CPU got a little spike there. She got a little spiky. Dude, that GPU hit almost 400 watts.
What a low percent. It's just like.
Whoa, that's a proper haiku.
No way.
Your radiant smile cascades in waves of sunlight, beauty, endless sea. Oh my goodness.
So it's like the GPU is actually at 100% usage.
What's our power consumption? Not even that high.
Yeah. Do you want to try a harder to run language model?
Let's do that. A daunting task.
Bring haikus.
No way! It starts categorizing them. Wild. Frosty morn silence. Snowflakes dance, gently falling slow. Nature's peaceful hush. This may be 10 times better than our last
This
PC.
might be more than 10 times.
Or you might want to spend even more and treat yourself to our $50,000 computer.
Are you ready for this one?
I'm so ready.
Try not to drop it.
I'm not gonna drop it. Oh,
$50,000!
it's a server.
No, it's not.
It's a server.
It is a workstation.
And now it's a server.
I don't see it in a rack.
Is this actually going to be faster for gaming?
I have no idea.
All right, let's find out. Right away, I can see where some of the money went. Why have one 2,000 watt power supply when you can have two 2,000 watt power supplies? The Supermicro AS2115 HV TNRT is no ordinary machine. It might look like a server. In fact, it has a rack mount style case like a server would. It even has server features, like the ability to remotely manage it through a web interface. But it isn't a server, since it doesn't have a data center CPU like AMD's EPYC lineup, instead going for a Threadripper. And not just any Threadripper. This is the full-fat Big Daddy Threadripper Pro with a whopping 96 cores and 192 threads, and oh my god, it's beautiful. Wow.
This is a $52,000 machine with everything that's in here right now, and this is a fifth of that, just the CPU.
Not one, not two, not three, but four of NVIDIA's RTX 6000 ADA cards.
Yeah. And these are special, you know. They might say that it's the same 80-102 chip as a 4090.
Oh, it's not.
This is the chip that would have been in a 4090 Ti, which they never made. So it has like 10% more everything, and double the VRAM.
These have 48 gigs of VRAM on them?
Yeah, we have 4 of them.
Cool.
It works out to like a calm, cool, and collected $27,000 US at MSRP.
Now, typically, when you buy a system like this from Supermicro, you'll spec it ahead of time for exactly what you want, and they'll build it for you. But we asked for a more bare-bones config so we could take the original storage drive they had in here and add some more. Oh, yes. Each of these is one of Kioxia's 15 terabyte CD6 data center drives, giving us a total of about 100 terabytes of solid state storage in here. Does that get us to 50 grand?
To 52,000 actually.
How much RAM did we put in here?
Because it's Threadripper Pro and not EPYC, a lot less RAM sticks, we only have 8 channels, they put 8 64 gig DDR5 DIMMs. So 512 gigs of RAM. You could put more. Micron makes 128 gig DIMMs now.
All right, I think we'll be okay with 512 gigabytes of RAM.
For gaming.
For gaming.
This is Threadripper Pro. It is unlocked for overclocking. You can turn PBO on this CPU.
Does Supermicro support that on this motherboard though? Oh, really?
It's on the product page. Memory and CPU overclocking enabled. Mind you, on this air cooler, they only rate it to like 350 watts.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Which is the stock kitty. It can probably do more.
It's definitely 10 times louder than the last machine.
Certainly.
And maybe 100 times louder than the previous one.
It might be 100 times louder than the last one.
Dude, I'm gonna click so many heads with this bad boy. I can feel it. This always amuses me. I can't stop. 96 cores and she's still turbos over 4 gigahertz. This is an incredible process.
Turbos over 5 gigahertz.
Crazy.
Well, I feel like we should start with the drives, right? We didn't really do a storage test on any of the other ones, just because not that exciting. This one, different story. You gotta make your radar rip.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, look at that.
Think you could fit your games on here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, she'll suck back about 170 watts just moving data around. All right. Games?
Yeah, 2000 again. Kind of depends what you're looking at.
That's not that great. Are these workstation cards really that much slower?
I wonder if this is one of those scenarios where we're actually CPU bottlenecked.
Yeah, I mean, we could be, because even though we've got a ton of cores, it's spread across multiple dies on the package. So if we're accidentally using a core over on this die, and a core on this die, and a core on this die, there can actually be a performance loss as that data gets fetched across the different dies. Is this the first time that spending 10 times as much gets you a performance downgrade?
Yes.
Okay, render distance. What do you want, 16 chunks?
Try 16.
32, 24.
Well, you know, we got all these cores, just send it.
Sure. Oh, dude. Did you see that one hitch at the beginning? But other than that, even while it's generating chunks, oh, there was one more. This is by far the smoothest I've seen.
I think it's the same.
It's not the same.
The $5,000 rig?
No, you'll feel it. You'll feel it. You'll feel it.
Let me slide on in.
She doesn't slow down. See? This is it, folks. Maxed out Minecraft, ridiculous mode.
Despite there being 10% more everything in these graphics cards, they don't have as much clock speed.
Yeah, they're powerless.
Hello.
So we are using it 100% now in some cases. Oh yeah, no, she goes up. She goes up.
Yes, darling. Can I have a
4090 is
Grey?
still going to be faster in real applications.
That multi-threaded chunk loading is gnarly. I think it goes so fast that it actually just like starts to crap its pants a little bit.
All things considered,
60 FPS, yeah. It's definitely using more than one core.
Oh yeah. You know what's interesting though, is that while we used to be able to run multiple GPUs together to render games in SLI or NVLink, these days, it's kind of dead. So, yeah, but it's just going to use a single GPU and probably not going to run as well as our last system did.
Hey look, it's less FPS.
No! So basically, you shouldn't spend 10 times as much if you want to get better at CS2.
Unless we're talking about a $50 computer.
But you could spend 10 times as much and get better at running large language models.
It's not even worth running Cyberpunk at this point.
We're going to write the best haikus.
This is an enormous model. It's bigger than the memory we have even across all of the GPUs, and I'm telling it to do the stupidest thing. Write me 100 haikus about how cool LPGStore.com is. Okay, we had a different vibe there. Immediately, all of the GPU memory is full.
Whoa, look at those drives go.
We're pulling 500 megabytes a second times 8, 4 gigabytes a second.
Just casual. Just casual.
Loading up that system memory.
Casually, you can actually see it's going at about 4 gigs a second, dumping it into system memory.
I suspect our GPU usage is not going to be that great. But it should run, which is more than you would get on
Hello.
see power usage.
Here we go.
Thanks a lot.
So this looks unimpressive, but this is like a 200 plus gigabyte model. So it's actually kind of impressive.
I mean, our CPU's drawing 240, 250, just coordinating all of this crap.
Even like the top end H100, H200 kind of GPUs that are meant for AI struggle to have 100% utilization when you're just talking to them rather than training. It better be right. Is it right?
Not even right.
Oh my god, we get the best model and it can't even do it!
Okay, hold on. LTT stores got all the best. techies rejoice now. These suck. It's 5.5, but it's 8 in the middle.
I don't know how good they are with syllables either. Let's try a small model on the GPUs.
I am doing a destination wedding, and I have no regard for the feelings of my family and friends who are inconvenienced by this.
That's literally all you're made for.
Here we go. I strongly advise against sending an invitation designed to manipulate your guests.
Microsoft and Mistral are both like, hell yeah, let's
go. Got him.
So easy. So easy.
Oh man.
Just pretend it's a meme, bro. Hey, look at that. 150 watts.
Let's go.
Well, it does it.
How useful it is, I don't know. Sure. It's fast.
You can do so many AIs on this thing.
Yeah.
We can do Blender. That'll run on multiple graphics cards.
Sure. But we... Lol.
2.6 seconds.
Like it takes a second to get really good, but...
Should we render it?
Sure.
Yeah, that's right.
9 seconds. Not worth it for gamers.
No, definitely not.
First, I think we need a bit of a summary on this one.
Yeah.
$50 computer, no.
Docs, Google Docs, sure.
$500 computer though? Dude, if you're gaming at 1080p, like the vast majority of people on Steam are,
100%.
you're fine. And if you're willing to go for a secondhand GPU, you're more than fine. You have a great little machine that can do pretty much everything from light video editing and photo editing to playing games like Cyberpunk.
Totally.
You can spend $5,000 and you will have a better experience.
And it will look cooler.
And you may even be a slightly better gamer, but not nearly enough to justify the difference in expense.
No.
As for machines like this, well, if you don't know you need it, you don't need it. So you can put your oil prints money away.
Yeah, unless you're like a large language model oil prints.
Yeah.
Or a 3D rendering
of
oil prints. Then it's great!
Just like our sponsor.
Squarespace. Whether your business is just getting off the ground or you've been in the dark ages of cold calling for a while, a website will give you that extra push to take things to the next level. That's where Squarespace comes in. Their Squarespace Blueprint guided design system gives you the ultimate starter pack to get the creative juices flowing with professionally curated layout and styling options. Then, once you've laid the foundation, use their Fluid Engine editor and its code-free.
Back in the early 2000s, little baby Darwin was a huge fan of God games, particularly Black and White, a game in which you played a god, aided by your powerful pet creature, had to lead your people to victory over the Philistines on the other side of that hill over there. And to do this, you had to decide whether you wanted to be a benevolent god or a Skeletor-esque deity that sacrifices babies every time you need to pass the fire. And then, in 2005, Peter Molyneux launched Black and White 2, which blew my mind. The depth of gameplay combined with the hair physics was just too much for my little brain to handle. But the thing is, despite Black and White 2 being one of my favorite games of all time, I haven't played it in well over a decade. And the reason I can't just buy it and download it like you can many other old games is because Lionhead Studio, the developer, and EA, the publisher, are in a legal shiv battle about who gets to publish the game on what platforms. And at this point, I'm done waiting for these two companies to get bored of their foreplay and decide who gets to take the load in the face. So I've just gone onto eBay and bought the original game. This is a hard copy of Black and White 2. And I've also gotten the expansion pack, which I've never played before. I'm very excited about that. The problem is, it's from 2005, and I'm pretty sure that these games won't work on a modern system. So I've decided to build a high-end gaming system from 2005 to play one of my favorite games of all time. But before we get into that, today's video is sponsored by Micro Center, the best place to get amazing deals on anything PC related. Micro Center always has some awesome sales happening, like their current holiday sales event, where you can get savings on everything from gaming monitors to sim racing gear to even this very fancy looking Creality CR scan. And then you can use that scanner on your discounted Microsoft Surface laptop. And finally, if you live in Santa Clara, there's a brand new Micro Center coming, so sign up for a free flash drive when the store opens. Links are all down below. Oh. That's a very dirty box. Now, they may have dug the box out of an active volcano, but it's still very exciting that it comes in the original box, which is kind of rare for a motherboard this old. And the motherboard in question is the Asus A8N32 SLI Deluxe. A beast of a motherboard back from the days when you still got like a flap that opened and then you got to see like features and stuff. Now, fun fact about this motherboard, my brother actually had one of these and was very excited about the motherboard because this was the first motherboard, as far as I know, that had dual 16x PCIe slots, which was a really big deal for him considering that he just had one graphics card and then never got a second one. But that was the main selling point of the motherboard. Now, considering that this motherboard comes with the box and a bunch of accessories, it cost quite a lot of money. I paid $200 for it, which, funnily enough, is the same it cost new back when it came out. But I mean, obviously, inflation was a thing. $200 was a lot more back then, but still. Oh wow, the seller wasn't lying. These are a lot of accessories. These are cool. Whoa, it even comes with a game port that you can use to connect like old joysticks and game controllers. This is a little blower fan that you could attach to the power delivery heatsink on your motherboard. I mean, this is a cool touch. Let's take that out. Whoa. That motherboard is in pristine condition. Oh, although there's a problem. Oh, there's actually a pretty big problem. Now, the reason for my sudden panic was an essential part of my cooler mounting plan was missing from the motherboard. Oh no, that's kind of a disaster. Now, aside from the fact that this is a remarkable specimen of a motherboard, there is a pretty big issue. It doesn't have the stock mounting bracket, which I was kind of counting on that stock mounting bracket because this is a socket 939 AMD socket, which is a very old socket and very few coolers support it. Now, I did buy a period-specific cooler for this video, but Canada Post is on strike, and, you know, good for them, they should get paid more, but it does mean that the thing that I ordered like 2 months ago, it's just gone. I don't know where it is. So I was kind of hoping that I could use that bracket for cooler mounting, because apparently there's a bit of a rumor going around that you can use a Wraith cooler, but you can only use the Wraith cooler if you have that mounting bracket, and it's not on the market. I genuinely don't know what I'm going to do now. But then I had a potentially brilliant idea. Can I 3D print one? Now, considering my history with 3D printing, it may not go very well, but I guess we'll see soon enough. Next, I want to have a look at the CPU, which is in this package. Again, cost a surprising amount of money. It's been packaged like that. That's interesting. Oh. Okay. Oh, the CPU is just kind of loosely rubber banded to a bit of foam on the back. And the CPU in question is the legendary AMD Athlon 64 FX55. This baby packs a single core running at 2.6 gigahertz, and it cost an eye-watering $850 when it was launched back in 2004. Adjusted for inflation, that's almost $1,400 US. Now, in 2005, AMD did launch a higher-end single-core FX CPU, the 57, which was a slightly more powerful AMD FX CPU available when Black and White 2 launched, but good luck finding one of those. It would be easier to find some genuine approval from your parents. And generally, Athlon FX pricing is wild. The 55 I have here cost me $250 US, but it gets even more expensive as you climb up the ladder. Pricing is so crazy you can buy an FX60 box for $125 US. So I can't wait to see how this single core beast runs Black and White 2. And then finally, from our initial haul, we've got the graphics card. Now, I did buy 2 of them, but the other one, it's just gone. That's another thing that just didn't come. So we're gonna have to use one of these, which was arguably the fastest graphics card at the time of Black and White 2. Oh yeah, check it out. It is a 7800 GTX and a Dell variant nonetheless. A Dell variant with a peculiar cooler on it, because this is apparently a 256 meg version of the 7800 GTX, but as far as I can tell, this is the cooler that came with the 512 meg version. So we'll see what happens when I fire it up, because if it is a 512 meg version, it would be a massive score on my part because they're super rare, and when they do show up for sale, they're like $5 billion. Now, what I find interesting about the 7800 GTX, aside from its $600 price tag being $1,000 in today's money, but it was a high-end gaming graphics card with a TDP of 86 watts, which just pales in comparison to the behemoths of today. So with that, it's a good time to go and see if I can create a mounting bracket for the socket 939 on here. So I'm gonna go check Thingiverse and just pray. No way, there's actually a couple. The first option I tried refused to download for some reason, so I was left with the recreation of this stock bracket. So I downloaded the file, threw it into Bamboo Labs' slicing software so that I could begin the arcane process of 3D conjuring. And just like that, I've 3D printed a mounting bracket for my CPU. Now, I did my 3D printing wizard friend design, and he was a real downer about it, going on about how the moment there's pressure on it, it's just going to separate the layers and it's not actually going to work as mounting hardware. But maybe it will, maybe it will. So I've got some screws, these are radiator screws with random nuts that I found lying around. Wow, socket 939 looks so similar to AM4, but that makes sense. Now I know that I'm supposed to, like, with a soldering iron, seat these threads, but the reason that I'm not doing that is because of how the thread works on the radiator screw. It's not threaded all the way down, so we kind of need a little bit of extra clearance. It's rudimentarily on. That's very skewed. I think the skewness is as a result of us not seating the threading properly. So I know what the problem is, but I have a reason for not doing it correctly. And that reason definitely isn't entirely due to laziness. That is actually kind of sturdily mounted. It's looking good, it's looking good, it's looking very professional. Now again, I did order a cooler that was supposed to be compatible with this, but it just didn't show up. Oh, I really hope this works. It's very annoying when my wizard friend is correct. I think we're good for now, until it snaps off when I put it in a case. So one of the reasons why I think it's working, why the print layers aren't just tearing off, is because there's a screw pushing down on it from the top. So there is actually counter pressure on the mounting bracket. I think we're good. Now the power supply is another thing that I'm gonna have to use a modern part of. Now a note on the RAM that I'm using, it was sent over by a viewer like 2.5 years ago, and I'm finally getting around to use it. It's a 1 gig kit of Corsair XMS DDR running at 400 megahertz. Now the interesting thing about DDR, aside from it being the first RAM that could handle 2 commands per clock cycle, it also brought the idea of dual channel RAM to the market. So DDR paved the way for pre-built manufacturers to screw you over with RAM configurations. So now comes probably the scariest part. We have to see if this stuff works. I really hope it does, because it's very expensive for what it is. Okay, we've got a line here. That's a good start. Oh, that's a good start. Oh yeah, listen to the power. And not only that, but there are LEDs on this RAM, which is wild for the time. Like back then, LEDs on stuff didn't exist.
A few moments later.
That's not immediately a great sign. So let me restart it. If these parts don't work, it's a complete disaster. Now my first attempt at troubleshooting involved using single sticks of RAM in different slots on the motherboard. And when that didn't work, I desperately dug through several pins in my office to find another kit of DDR1, which I found, but that also didn't help. Okay, that doesn't sound like personal. The next thing I tried was swapping out the FX CPU for the Athlon that came in the motherboard, which also didn't work. And then when resetting the CMOS in a blind panic also didn't work, I remembered that every time I struggle posting a system, I get hundreds of enraged comments from people telling me to just use a motherboard speaker. And after 40 minutes of looking for one, the postcode was not good news. One long beep, 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 3 short ones. I can't find a beep table in the in the manual for the motherboard, but there is like a general beep table, and apparently 1 long beep and 3 shorter ones generally means graphics card. So I'm gonna try a different graphics card. I really hope it's not the graphics card, because I don't have an option to replace it. Oh no, that's a disaster. But then, in these dark times, I remembered that several months ago, I bought a different graphics card from around this period for a different video. And that option is an X1900 XTX, a graphics card that's like the next generation from the 7800 GTX, and one that came out a couple of months after Black and White 2 was launched, so yeah, I don't know, that feels close enough. Let's give this a try. Actually comes in the original box with the sci-fi lady on it. Oh yeah, look at that. Now this graphics card was an absolute beast back in the day. We even have 512 megs of video memory, which puts the 7800 GTX to shame. Let's hope it works, because that would also make a big difference. Whoa! It sounds like a jet turbine, but it posts! Yes! Oh yeah, look at that BIOS. Okay, so now that we have a period correct system posted, we need to drop it in a period correct case, which I'm gonna go get in a second, and then we need to install some Windows XP and stuff on it. But let's put it in its case. So this bad boy is a Thermaltake Tsunami Dream. Now, back in these days, Thermaltake made some pretty high-end cases, and you can clearly tell it's high-end by the door that opens on the front. Oh, it's got so much resistance. Now, as you can tell, back in the day, we didn't really prioritize front airflow that much. But, you know, it does get better with the door open than whatever that bit is. Got the potential for a whole bunch of front I/O on here, although the person did have to add some USB 3 aftermarket, fancy. On the side of the case, we've got some perspex with a fan in it, fancy, and to get the side panel off, you have to undo a couple of screws and undo some latches, which also have keys, so you can lock the side panel as well. Now, by modern standards, the interior layout of the case is pretty butt cheeks. I mean, you got all the hard drive cages and stuff in the front, blocking the little bit of airflow that can get through there. Now, the power supply also lives on the top, which isn't great because it has to pull in air from the system. So that's why we don't do that anymore. But for our sacrifice of front airflow, we do get a lot of utility in terms of drives and stuff. Oh, there's a spider! I remember it was such a big deal when like hard drive caddies came out and you could do this like hot swapping, you know. Okay, so now that we have most of our components in, that cooler looks really funny upside down on this old system. But anyway, we need to start with the arduous process of cable managing in this case, and then we can drop our graphics card. Now when I finally got the system in the case, when I fired it up, it wouldn't post again for some reason. But luckily it just took a little bit of digging around on the inside to fix the problem, and then we were ready to install Windows XP, which was its whole own problem. Now initially, installing Windows XP and getting it running was much more straightforward than I was expecting, but then the driver hell started. I, for the life of me, could not get working drivers installed for the X1900 XTX. I initially tried the legacy drivers from AMD's website, which didn't work. So I then tried the driver CD that came in the box, which also didn't work. I then DDU wiped all of my failed driver install attempts, installed .NET Framework, and then tried some drivers from Phil's Computer Labs website, which also didn't work. Okay, so I have spent the last several hours trying to install drivers for this X1900 XTX, and I just haven't been able to. For some reason, the system just doesn't want to play with it. I've tried pretty much everything. I know there's going to be a bunch of comments down below of people being like, oh, David, obviously just do this and it'll work. But I've gone through so many resources, but I can't figure it out, and I'm running out of time. Luckily, I did find this in a bin in my office, which is an FX4400, and it's basically the Quadro version of the 7800 GTX, and it's even a 512 meg version. So I'm gonna drop this in the system and see if I can install drivers for this one. Okay, that's a good sign. Oh, video ad. Yay! And the driver is installed first try with no problem, which was very exciting, and it meant we could finally play some Black and White 2. Except there was one more problem. Oh, look, you can like screw with the particle effects in the Lionhead Studio logo. This was very exciting to me back in the day. It's like, oh, particle effects, ATI, look. Oh, it would have been so perfect with the X1900 XTX. I don't have audio. I'm gonna have to go find audio drivers, aren't I? Which again was a complete nightmare. Despite the fact that the driver install apparently worked, Windows just couldn't find the onboard audio on the motherboard. And with another couple hours of struggling, A, my patience was wearing real thin, and B, I remembered that I had a PCI sound card in some system I bought off Craigslist several years ago, the drivers of which luckily installed first try, giving me a full, usable Black and White 2 experience. Oh! 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 I hear Black and White 2. It's very loud, but it's happening. There is some awesome music happening. You are almost definitely not hearing it, though, which is, I'm sorry about that. We've got Suffering open here. It's defaulted us to 800 by 600, which feels very low. I don't know. I think I'm gonna hit up some 720p. Do we think this card can handle that? Oh, I remember how excited everybody was about Blue Boys. Let's try that. I remember this loading screen so well. The duality between good and evil. Oh yeah, look at them graphics. I remember being mind blown by the hair on the devil's boobs. So when this game came out back in 2005, the creature's AI was like peak AI. Wow, it's not going well. We're hitting 18 frames per second. Oh, it feels awful. So what's interesting is we've got 100% CPU load, but 0% GPUs. I'm assuming that overlay should be working. Wildly disappointed by the performance of this $800 CPU. I went into the BIOS to see if I could change some settings and get a bit more performance out of it. Yeah, but I need to readjust my modern expectations of like how the game's gonna run. Okay, dropping the settings is helping. We're getting about 30 frames per second. But I think this is reasonable performance considering the hardware that we have. Which is wild. I don't remember it running like this. But soon I got used to the frame rate, and honestly, it didn't feel that bad. Oh, what? You have to tell them to bang as well. Oh yeah, that's why I love this game so much. The breeders are doing whatever it is that such people do, apparently. Oh yeah, they're gonna go do some breeding. But it feels fine, you know, it's decent. This is definitely a usable gaming experience. In fact, this is probably how I played it back in the day. If even like this, probably much worse. Because we're pretty much pegged at 100% CPU utilization. So our FX55 is really struggling with this game. So it's good for gamers back in the day that not very long after this came out, Core 2 Duo was launched, which was was a huge step up in performance. But this is like an $800 CPU back in the day. Yeah, so what he's explaining now is that the whole city shifts based on how good or evil you are in the game. Which, once you get super good, there are just these flowers and vines that grow on everything. And that also is one of the graphics things in this game that blew me away. You could go and like play with your hand in the flowers and stuff, and it just blew my mind when I was a kid.
And with that, this whole experience just shows me how much our expectations has shifted as gamers over the last 2 decades. But after the initial shock of having to play at 720p 30 frames per second wore off, I was just having a good time playing one of my favorite games. And I'm definitely not going to immediately go and install this on a much faster system. But anyway, with that, thank you so much for watching. Let me know if you were gaming back in this period and what kind of system you had down in the comments down below. Subscribe while you're on your way down there. And until the next video, bye. These days, buying anything from Amazon Canada feels a little bit like shopping with your local Jawas. You have to wander into their dodgy Jawa mobile, and then you can't find anything because you can't click in the same language as the search bar, and everything you see lying around feels like it's either going to break immediately or kill you somehow. And this very much falls into the kill you category, because I keep getting recommended these gaming drives, all of which apparently have like 5 billion games on them. So I had to buy a bunch of them to see what kind of viruses, I mean games, we get with them. But before we check out our viruses, today's video is sponsored by Be Quiet and their yummy selection of PC components. Whether you're in the market for a shiny new AIO that not only performs very well, but is also serviceable and designed to last for a long time, or you want blinding RGB fans that won't break the bank like the Lightwing LX, or you want a case that makes daddy want to lick it all over. I mean, just look at the Lightbase 600 LX. Then Be Quiet is the brand for you. So get some Be Quiet action using the link down below. I'm going to start with this one because it comes with a lanyard. Apparently this has like a full-on emulation operating system on it. It's called Batacera, which is a Linux-based operating system. And it means you just boot straight off the flash drive. That's fascinating. I wasn't expecting this to work like that. Now, in terms of accessories, you get the aforementioned lanyard, which looks a bit like those like Chinese finger torture toys. And then you also get a normal USB to USB-C adapter. And then here's the flash drive, which is just a flash drive with some branding on it. Apparently it's 128 gig. That's really exciting. I cannot wait to see what terrible things this does to my system. Now the next one just looks like a normal external drive, although it's got some interesting information on the back. Apparently it's a portable 500 gig drive that's compatible with laptop, desktop, and Windows, which is a very interesting way to put that. Cutting away from myself there. Somebody was very mad about that in the last video. Ooh, it looks like a cassette. And aside from that, you also get a cable and a manual that explains that this drive also uses some Batacera action, so you're going to be booting off this drive as well. Now it is a hard drive in there, which is medieval technology at this point, but if you're playing a bunch of old games on it, it's not as bad. Now this one I actually bought months ago and then forgot about it. And when it showed up, I was really confused why there was just an external hard drive caddy. Like I didn't know why I was getting this. But then when I saw the ads for these again, I remembered, oh, that's what this is for. So this could just be an external hard drive. There's some Espanol on the back, but other than that, no, there's not a whole lot of information. So let's see what this is. Ooh, okay, so this is an actual hard drive, I guess, so that we have space for the aforementioned 7 billion games potentially on here. Whoa, yeah, and because it's a hard drive, you need external power. So you actually need a wall wart for this, which makes it much more inconvenient, which is nice. I like that. There's also one of these like Wish screwdrivers included so that you can access the inside of your hard drive if you want to. Although, I can immediately tell that this is probably not going to work very well. Oh, no, it actually works. It looks tiny and pathetic, but it does a better job than you would expect, which that's what I always say. But this one, there is no indication of how this functions. So we're going to have to see if it actually is what I think it is, if it is one of these game drives, because at this point, I'm entirely sure that it is.
And then the final one is really interesting because you don't have to virus up one of your PCs with it eventually because it's got an HDMI connector and it comes with its own PS2 controllers, which I'm sure Sony is very happy about. Up and open. And that's the little console stick. And then jammed in the bottom of this box, like two bodies in a Mafia boss's car trunk, you've got your controllers. Wow, that is both a very familiar feeling controller, yet somehow very foreign feeling. It feels smaller than a normal PS2 controller, and it's much lighter and crappier built, but it's wireless. So, you know, that's a huge upgrade, I guess. We don't get batteries with it, that's a shame. And then aside from that, you get a little HDMI extendometron, a power cable for the console, and a little Bluetooth adapter for the controllers. And then this is what the Game Stick 4K looks like. That is a fancy bit of tech. And then on the side is the SD card that apparently has its 10 billion games on it or whatever. And then on its base is its magnificent two-hole ports. Okay, so now that we know what we're working with, I'm gonna go choose a sacrificial system that we can test all of this crap out on. Oh, I'm gonna not plug it into the internet. I think that's important. And after plugging the flash drive in, it immediately popped up in the BIOS. So we're going to start off with partition 1. And once it loaded in, I was dazzled by the 43,000 games we apparently had access to. But one of the first consoles I saw got me a bit worried. I mean, it didn't tell me anything about what kind of hardware I needed to run this emulation. But in the system at the moment, I've got a 12400 and a GTX 1660 Super. So hopefully it works. Although it says there's just one PS3. This is actually a pretty cool operating system. I like the way that it presents this. You just have the actual like consoles show up. And I was real surprised at the amount of consoles available on this little flash drive and which consoles they decided to give the most games to. There's 1,800 NES games. It's interesting that they chose to have the most games from the company that is by far the most litigious out of all of these. They really want to get sued, clearly. So Nintendo, if you're watching this video, just to clarify, I'm not the one emulating these games. It's whatever this company is on Amazon. So go find the link down below and sue them, not me, okay? Don't DMCA strike or whatever this video. Having said that, it would be really funny if there's some Nintendo Virtual Boy on here because it makes no sense for this format.
A few moments later.
Oh, Virtual Boy! It is here! Ooh, okay, we have to start with a Virtual Boy game. Virtual Boy Hyper Fighting. What are the buttons? Oh, I'm getting beat down on. But look, you can tell that there's depth in the game because the elephants are like staggered towards you, which you need Virtual Boy for that kind of immersion. What's happened? It's not reading my keyboard anymore. Whoa, there are so many Virtual Boy games. Wow, I actually want to get a Virtual Boy now for a video. Oh, now the controller is working. Okay, that's good. Hi, EA. Oh, you can tell the depth. I think I'm still on the wrong thing because I'm not hitting anything. There's no way to tell. This is not something you want to play on a 2D display. Oh, I shoot out my butt now. That's good. What a fascinating implementation of like VR games. Virtual fishing, again, they double up on these games a lot. That's how they pad those numbers so high. This is giving me motion sickness and I don't even have a Virtual Boy on. I then decided to try the one PS3 game, which was Afro Samurai for some reason, to see how my system handled. This is a functional PS3 performance we've got here. That's pretty cool. Although I guess this is obviously going to be very dependent on your system resources. So if you're using a computer that you found in a dumpster behind a library, then it's probably not going to be able to run the PS3 game that you have on here very well. But I don't have super high-end hardware in here. Like I said, we've got a 1660 Super. Like it's not a crazy system. And after spending about an hour playing around on the drive, Matosera seems like a decent implementation. There's a huge amount of settings that you can dial your experience in with, and I like the layout. But obviously you should use it to play games that you own. This Amazon Drive implementation is dodgy for several reasons, including the virus one, which we'll check out a bit later in the video. I then tried the cassette drive, which has the same operating system on it, but a lot more games because of the extra capacity. But like with the other drive, these games are just random, right? So whether there's actually something you want to play in the millions that it apparently has on it is very much up to chance. But the overall experience that it offered is basically the same. But the next drive took things to a whole nother level. Now the big drive didn't have a bootable operating system on it, so we had to launch whatever we were going to use from Windows.
Install first. Oh, VR credit and stuff. This is software that you need for your operating system to be able to run it. Launch box.
But once the very slow process of launching our box finished, we had a similar UI as before.
Once you launch it, this is what you're greeted with. Wow, we actually have up to PS4 games on here. It's got Cyberpunk on it. I don't think we have the hardware in here to run PS4 games. Let's see what it does. I don't understand how this is allowed. Like, these are games that publishers want you to buy for. Whereas instead now you just buy like a $40 hard drive off of Amazon and it's got all of the games on it. Like, that's weird. How is Amazon allowing this?
Now, aside from that confusion, initially I was confused about how Cyberpunk was running, because the settings and stuff looked like the PC version of the game, and my saves were there.
So what it's done is it's found the local saves on the system, and that's what we're seeing here. Because you can see that there's a connection problem. Okay, so what I am gonna do is try a game that I don't have local saves on. So God of War.
With God of War, it took me a while to struggle the language over from Chinese into English, but once I did that, I was surprised by the performance.
This is honestly running about as well as it would on a PS4.
The game was hovering around 50 frames per second, and it felt similar to how I remember it feeling on a PS4. But aside from that, generally this drive had a lot more modern games on it, which feels even dodgier than a bunch of ROMs from the 90s, because you're paying someone on Amazon for a drive.
Did you see on this commercial poker?
I started scanning it with Bitdefender took a while, but it actually came back with a clean bill of health. I did rescan it with a different bit of software later on, but for now we're good. I then plugged in the huge drive with all of the modern games on it. Scanning it took ages.
Whoa, this is an absurdly slow process. Like for an hour and a half. It is a 4 terabyte hard drive full of data, so I guess that.
What's my max?
Oh, another one of these. So many of these.
And while scanning the drive, I also used Crystal Disk info and saw that it's a new drive, which makes it's got a for it. And going back to the scanning process, I ran into a lot of these password-protected files which Bitdefender couldn't scan, which is a bit dodgy, but despite that, my scan, it had found 37 viruses on it. Okay, so after 10,000 hours of scanning
can
this
stream
drive,
all
Bitdefender has actually found a bunch of
now continuous to the water cooler, air cooler,
when you Google the individual ones, some of them seem to be false positives, and basically, I don't know if these are real viruses or not, based on the information I get when I Google.
What's
so
my
I can
max?
try different antiviruses and see how it flags these, and how it identifies them compared to what we're seeing here. However, when I scanned with malware bytes, it also found a bunch of viruses. Now, the malware.ai could also be false positives, but there were some Trojans in there. The same goes for the little cassette-looking drive, which had some file-fetching action on it. So basically, if you buy a million-game drive off of Amazon, not only are you making a Nintendo executive cry, but there's also a good chance you're getting some virus action on it, which feels a little bit like saying if you don't breathe air, you're gonna die of asphyxiation, which I think is a good point to end the video on. So thank you for watching. If you enjoyed it, like and subscribe. Until the next video, thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
This is obviously fake. A 16 terabyte SSD for $110, sales way past too good to be Trueville, clear into you must have been trying to get ripped off of us. Or at least you could think that. For the average shopper, it is shockingly easy to run into scam products on the world's largest e-commerce platform. Look at this. A quick search for external SSD yields real, fake on the second line. But come on, Linus, you might say. No one would buy a 1-star rated product from OKQKOK, which is fair enough. But what about these ones with nice prices, dozens of positive reviews, and prime shipping? Fake, fake, fake. And yet, Amazon is somehow allowing these scammers to not only list their wares, but to achieve prominent positions in search results. What's going on, Jeffy? You too busy riding in your rocket to take care of your customers? I mean, maybe. But also know the process that these companies use to defraud both unsuspecting shoppers and Amazon themselves is surprisingly savvy. And kind of like draconian anti-cheat methods, cracking down on them could end up harming the legitimate sellers more than it harms the bad actors. Just like it would harm me to not tell you about our sponsor.
Build Redux. They make it easy to configure your new build with support guides to help along the way. They also offer competitive pricing as compared to building a PC yourself. Head to buildredux.com/Linus and start your new build today.
Let's open up with a look at our 2 attempts to play ourselves here. First up is a 2 terabyte USB 3.1 portable SSD from Lurkser that is $36.99. From the product page on Amazon, it says that its features are 3-inch hard drive and Type-C port. Compare that to $100 of greedy Western brands, and even if it does lack a loop for a strap or some ruggedization, it's a no-brainer, right? For a tech-minded audience, this difference in price would actually make you red flag. But guys, you gotta put yourself in the shoes of your uncle who spends more time DVDing his garden than defragmenting his discs. I mean, look at this hand trowel. It's probably not a scam. A 70% discount might not seem like an obvious problem. I mean, even in tech there are categories like cables, for example, where you could easily spend a full price if you aren't subsidizing a local budget or paying Hey, even at the price, that's a good screwdriver. Independently verified. I don't want to hear about it. LTTstore.com. Let's give this thing a fair shake, right? What the heck? This is not a good sign. What are these? It's crap already in ways I couldn't have possibly expected. It comes with a micro B to USB-A adapter and a Type-C to USB-A adapter, but even though it's color-coded blue, this is in fact a USB 2.0 adapter, because you can see the other 5 pins aren't in there. Okay, extruded aluminum case. I see what you mean about it being difficult to open this thing up. This is gonna not be easy. Once again, USB 3 color-coded, actually USB 2 cable.
Is that actually a standard thing? Like the
Yes.
That's like specified by USB standards?
There's some non-standard colors, like Razer does green.
Yeah, I've seen that.
OnePlus does red. I've seen purple ones. I've seen yellow ones for like higher power or whatever. But blue means USB 3, in theory. How suspicious. These 2 SSDs from very different brands use the same elements of their images. Why are there pictures of hard drives to represent SSDs? Does this say it has 2 SSDs in it? You know what, we'll get to that one later. 19 megabytes per second reads. I like it. Thank goodness it's Type-C and M.2. It is not. High speed, you say. More like speed. I don't think that's made it in the video.
Is it still running?
Yeah. It's just taking absolutely forever to write the test file to it. Something is definitely amiss here. But even though the product page didn't specify a rated speed when we clicked buy, it's actually been updated since then to reflect its USB 2-ness. This product isn't necessarily a scam yet. It's just really slow.
It does take liberal use of the term USB 3.
Yeah, USB 3-ish.
It supports part of the USB 3.0 standard.
If you plug it into
USB 2.
Yeah, if you plug it into a USB 3 port, it will be detected. Now, tell me something, Adam. Do you know the answer to this already? Can I actually play back anything that's on it?
Surprisingly, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either because I assumed at first that it would just be like a 32 gigabyte.
We've seen that scam before where they just play around with the firmware of the device to make it show a large capacity, but when you actually try to write data to it, it turns out that it's not actually there, and if you try to read it back, it's just gone.
I mean, go look in the device properties.
Let's see. No, because the device properties will report correctly. Oh my goodness, can you just play this file, please? Here we go. Oh wow. It's at 100% use, playing a video.
It is red footage.
You put all red footage on it?
Because it's 4 gigabyte increments, so I can keep loading it and tell when it actually would die.
Gosh darn it, Adam.
It was a clever maneuver.
One of the issues we're running into here is if they are pulling a capacity scam, maybe the actual capacity is 128 gigs or 256 gigs. It would take us forever to fill this thing. Can I play back this file? Yes. Hey look, it's my baby boy. Use space, 176 gigs, okay, free space. Wait, vendor co? Yes, this is the vendor co product code USB device. Just leaving placeholders? I guess assuming they're running a firmware capacity hack, it's giving them too much credit. Oh wow, it's so... It's like I can actually see it looking for the next block of man. I don't think I have the patience to find out if they're running a capacity scan. Let's just...
No, the fact that it put 170 gigs on it is like, actually makes it not a terrible deal. What, like $16 for 128 gigs?
This drive is copying at 0 bytes per second right now, Adam. It's a terrible deal. It's a terrible product.
You can't handle it at its lowest, you don't deserve it at its best.
I need to not stab my hand with this. Okay, well, things are about to get interesting. Hey, there we go. Yep, that is a NAND package. It is actually hot glued and not screwed to the sledge. What appears to be just about the cheapest, smallest controller I can possibly imagine. Can confirm this is not wired for any kind of USB anything other than USB 2. I'm going to try and peel this glue off and then we can check the part number of this. I pretty much promise you that that is not 2 terabytes. We just didn't manage to completely fill it up because that would take a long time. Adam, I'm afraid that this may not survive.
Oh no.
The operation. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get a part number off this thing. Stop. Chip name. No name 2. Perfect. That's really helpful. This is apparently a 64 gigabyte chip. This is the closest match we found. Whoop. It's almost certainly this from Bolo here, which would indicate that this is a 64 gigabyte chip. That means that the way it's continuing to copy more data is that it is deleting older data, which would explain when we're writing to it the high speed, low speed, because it's not like there's any caching or anything, so it's got to be deleting stuff in the background. Scam is on. What about this 16 terabyte drive though? At $100, there is no way that this is real when you consider that a brand name 8 terabyte internal drive will cost more than 10 times this price for a 16 terabyte drive. So we're not going to waste time pretending this one could be real. We're just going to skip to cracking it open. Oh, shoot.
And nothing of value was lost.
Oh, this one's got a purple USB 2 cable. Cute. Surprise, surprise. It's the exact same... Oh no, it's not the exact same drive. Oh, what? Did the Chinese scammers rip off the other Chinese scammers? I'm serious. It looks like one of these molds is a rip-off of the other one. Because this one has these lines from the mold here in the exact same oval shape as this one. But then this one has marks from the tool pass, and this one doesn't. I can't tell who's ripping off who. I can tell that they both ripped off me. This one just has a micro SD card in it. Once again, cheap controller, a little bit of NAND flash, and hot glue to the rescue again to keep everything in place. I'm not aware of a 16 terabyte SD card, but who knows, maybe they have some amazing secret technology there that I've never heard of before. 64 gigs again. Wait, why am I laughing? I just spent $100 on a 64 gig SD card. That's not funny, that sucks. While I and you have the technical knowledge to be wary of stuff like this and have the know-how to verify a product's functionality within that all-important return window. It's easy to imagine that many buyers will inspect their item for obvious damage, then go back to binging Netflix or whatever they were doing until they get around to really using it sometime later. And that's not dumb. It's not unreasonable to expect that you can trust that a product is what you actually ordered. I mean, consider this. Raphael Jumpf, the proud owner of 3 anti-barking dog deterrents, all purchased on the same day, gave it 5 stars. And there's even international praise. Amazon customer says she loves the blue Q bags so much. It's bags? This review is about a completely different category of product, even though on first glance, the product page for this thing seems perfectly legit. What you're looking at here is the wombo combo of Amazon scammer tactics. The first is one that you're almost certainly familiar with. Fake reviews can be created en masse by either bots or humans, and, especially with recent developments in large language models like ChatGPT, they can be difficult to detect with 100% accuracy. That explains just, this thing is great or whatever. But it doesn't explain how that tote bag review ended up there. Ah, that's something different. That was added to the product page using a process called review merging. Basically, the seller takes an old listing of an actual product and then abuses their ability to edit that listing by changing literally everything about it, but leaving the reviews in place. This makes the product appear to have been sold to real customers and reviewed well by the aforementioned real customers, while being much less expensive than paying real people to sit and write reviews, and much harder to detect than simple bot-generated reviews. And it has the added benefit of boosting search rankings. Let's say they started with a product from a super high volume category, like socks, for example. Then they take that sock and they convert it to a portable SSD. All of a sudden, it's on the bestseller list, and then a quick ad spend later, it's in the sponsored posts, and boy, does Amazon ever make an effort to mix sponsored placements in with regular ones. Now, of course, you're probably thinking at this point, all that sounds like a pretty short-term play. Can't Amazon just block the product and refuse to issue their payment when the negative reports roll in? In theory, yes. But think about how that might work. While some people will use the thing right away, figure out it's crap with an SD card in it, and report back, they are likely to be a very small percentage of the kind of people who would order something like this. People who are not that technical in the first place, right? And so, these companies, knowing that they're dealing with a more mainstream user, can use a number of strategies to stall this process. First, they can engineer firmware hacks that will report different specs than the actual hardware. Kind of like what we saw with the misreported capacity here, and with the fake GPU scams that we've investigated in the past. This will dramatically delay the time between customers receiving the item and figuring out that it's bunk and all their data is actually gone. They can also gaslight you. You have a bad cable. Did you try updating your drivers? They can easily string someone along for a week or more with useless troubleshooting steps, and it's even possible that deep enough into that process, the customer will end up deciding, screw it, this is just too complicated for me. It was 20 bucks, I don't care that much. Another thing to consider is that even for a completely non-functioning product, most people don't go straight for a negative public review. I mean, I'm pretty understanding. Stuff happens, right? So it makes sense that you would contact the seller for a replacement. But at that point, well, they can just lie and say, oh, I'm so sorry, you got a DOA one. That was the wrong capacity. Let us replace that for you. I mean, most people aren't going to think to open up the chassis, Google a part number on the NAND package, and figure out exactly what this is. Especially if doing that could compromise their ability to get a warranty replacement or a refund. They can also try to buy you off by compensating one user for changing their review to 5 stars. They might be able to keep their listing up long enough to scam another 5 or 50 or 500 people. And then finally, once those negative reports do finally start to pile up, they can appeal them. All of this is in service of keeping those listings up and looking legitimate for as long as possible, or at least long enough to get their bi-weekly payout from Amazon. So yes, Amazon could just not pay them, but if they were to reduce the frequency of their payouts, or if they started overzealously withholding payouts from legitimate sellers, the damage to their brand could be catastrophic. The solution to that then is to just garnish anything that the seller owes from the next payout But if that seller is banned, then there isn't going to be another payout, and any customer refunds at that point are going to come out of Amazon's pocket, unless, again, they want catastrophic damage to their brand by letting the customer foot the bill. Of course, there is another option. Fraud is, by its very definition, illegal, literally everywhere on Earth. So why doesn't Amazon just take legal action against these companies and get their money back? This might seem off topic, but stick with me here. Have you ever wondered what's up with the rando names that Chinese companies use to brand their wares? I mean, do they not have Google Translate to come up with something coherent? Actually, no, but surely they do have a dictionary, right? Yes. Here's the thing. If you want to sell on Amazon, you need to have a trademark. And using real, pronounceable words greatly increases the odds of somebody else having already trademarked your name, even if it is something stupid like Dong Sui. So if your business model then involves scamming people and inevitably being reported and banned from the platform, then you're gonna need a lot of trademarks. So you make gibberish names like Govindavin or Detukdis. Then when you get banned, you just change a single letter, file a new trademark, and boom, you're back in scams. I mean business. And these businesses, I'll call them operations, are constantly spinning up new shell companies in order to obfuscate business partnerships, move funds, and to dodge responsibility. Here's a great example. Nai has been caught with their pants down here, or, well, at least their vendor has. Look at all these generic listings that are just waiting to be filled in by their seller. Foshan Shin Hun Pei Fei Chuang Sheng Mao Yu Zhang Gong Si. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a burner account, not even a little. Back to the idea then of getting money back from these guys. Even if China's legal system was fair and transparent and respected the rights of foreign entities, the cost of going after hundreds or thousands of these individually small-scale scammers that have completely disappeared into the ether would almost certainly be greater than the return. So it seems that Amazon has made the decision that the cost of compensating the victims of these scams is lower than the cost of preventing them in the first place, even if that means their entire shopping platform turns into a hellscape. Well, sort of. They apparently did spend $400 million in 2019 combating spam and scams, but there are just practical limits to what you can do. I mean, take the review merging exploit, for example. I mean, sure, they could just restrict everyone's ability to edit their product pages, but if they did that, then legitimate sellers would struggle to correct errors or ensure that their pages accurately reflect any small product revisions, like, say, for example, a new color that's available, by the way, in the US through the YouTube player itself, so go check that out. I mean, that's just one example of a legitimate reason that product ratings and reviews should survive a page edit. It's the same great insulated water bottle, just in a new, fun, white and red color scheme, right? Or like, what if you had a USB 3 product and all of a sudden you needed to change it to reflect the new USB 3.2 Gen 1 nomenclature? So I don't have the solution other than to remember the old adage. If it seems too good to be true, it might just be a good deal, but it also might be a scam. You know what else goes? The segue to our sponsor, Squarespace. Running your own business can be hard, but making your website doesn't have to be. With Squarespace, you get an all-in-one platform that makes it easy to get your website up and running quickly. You can grow your business online through their marketing features, including SEO support, email campaigns. Between all the sponsored products and the army of brands that you've never heard of before, shopping on Amazon these days sucks, especially if you're new to PC building. Look at this. I searched for graphics card, and with prominent placement like this, how could I possibly know that Showkings is not a reputable brand of GPU? I mean, is the Radeon RX 580 even getting driver updates anymore?
Not since January.
It's ridiculous. It makes you wonder, just how bad of a PC would you get if you just searched for each product category, bought the first thing on the list, and threw it all together? I want to know, so I'm going to find out Radeon Ampere architecture? That's an NVIDIA architecture. Oh man, these guys are ridiculous. Okay, sorry, right now. And here it is, everything from my waifu power supply to my View Edge monitor and high quality video card. There is one thing missing though. It's a segue. Oh no, here it is. To our sponsor, Acronis. In an age where the slightest infrastructure vulnerability could open the door to cyber attacks or unrecoverable data loss, Acronis Cyber Protect has your back. Check it out using our link in the video description. Let's kick things off with the only non-sponsored item that managed to top our search results. Or at least sort of top them, because the Ryzen 7 5800X was the only actual CPU that showed up when we typed in CPU. It turns out the Amazon search engine is kind of like your boomer uncle, offering up a selection of random entire computers when you search for CPU. Processor, meanwhile, does give us some sponsored results, but the rule of the game was we had to buy the first valid result for the first keyword we tried, so Ryzen 7 5800X it is. At just $170, it's a great chip for the price and a solid start to what has now become an AM4 journey. However, if you want something a bit more affordable, Central Processing Unit comes up with the 5600X, which includes a Wraith Stealth cooler for extra value. Moving on to our motherboard. The Asus Prime B550M-A Wi-Fi 2 was sponsored and was the first of our many sponsored results. We'll talk about what this sponsored tag means a little bit later, but for now, it's not really a problem. While this board may not have the highest end features, like PCIe Gen 5, it's certainly a decent board and should fit perfectly into the vast majority of PC cases. Next up, DDR4 RAM nets us a pretty decently spec'd kit from, oh boy, Oloy? Well, thankfully, whether you've heard of them or not, they seem to be a perfectly cromulent memory supplier. Not only are they extensively reviewed on Amazon, this kit having almost 8,000 ratings, but Tom's Hardware ran an article a few years ago with promising results. That is, at least until they looked into support. Oloy describes their warranty as limited lifetime, but doesn't elaborate on their website on what exactly those limits are. And when Tom's reached out, they discovered that they only provide brand new replacements for any failed sticks for 1 year, and after the 3rd year, they reserve the right to charge you for any repairs. Technically, that can legally be described as a limited lifetime warranty. It just demonstrates that Oloy's attitude toward customer service is less, trust me bro, and more, good luck bro. What about storage? Oh, another good result with the crucial T500 2TB at the top of our list. It's got 4.7 stars with over 3,200 ratings, and the bad ones are mostly upset about DOA drives, which do happen from time to time, and the lack of an included M.2 screw. Though in fairness to Crucial, SSD mounting hardware is supposed to be included with your motherboard. So once again, I'm happy with Amazon search results. They're 3 for 4. Wait a second, does my motherboard include SSD mounting hardware? It's certainly not on the board, and I don't remember seeing any accessories in here. Oh, there they are. Yep, we're good. Of course, if you've spent more than 2 minutes on Amazon in the last year, you knew that wasn't gonna last forever. So let's see our result for CPU cooling. Ah, the SE214 XT ARGB from ID Cooling. Actually, can't really fault the value here. 4 heat pipes, $18? That's like $4.50 a heat pipe. And it's got a respectable 4.6 star rating, with most of the complaints focusing on what I feel are insignificant issues, like a cheap feeling backplate and, bad instructions. Oh, and not receiving AM4 mounting hardware. One moment, please. This looks pretty complete. Fan mounts, AM4 mounting, but it looks like they're right. There's no instructions. Oh. Guys, you gotta look inside the box. The instructions are right there. Yeah, as long as you find all the pieces. This is a pretty nice package at 20 bucks, though that still doesn't make it an obvious win, because for just $15 more, you can get a Peerless Assassin. That's a really nice cooler. In fact, Amazon seems to acknowledge this, because a couple results down, they've got that one tagged as their overall pick. With that said, it's not like modern AMD CPUs need a ton of extra cooling for overclocking or anything, so this could end up being the best bang for the buck. Only the results will tell. Look at that. It has addressable RGB on the fan. Moving on to our case. Whoa! Antec! These guys might have had the spotlight stolen by newer players like Fractal, Corsair, and Vantex, but personally, I will always remember them fondly, and After getting acquainted with the DF700, I might just have some fondness today. For just $90, you get 5 total cooling fans, 3 with RGB on the front, all hooked up to a nice addressable RGB fan controller, and it's got a front panel mesh, built-in cable ties, a removable hard drive sled, and while we don't get rubber grommets for our cable management, the cutouts are rounded so you're not going to scratch or cut either yourself or your cables. It's even got a bit of side ventilation for your power supply and any hard drives you want to check. Very tasteful, very cool. What's not to like?
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks for asking.
Front panel headers, though that's still common in most cases, and not all motherboards use the same layout. So I actually back-end tech here. Someone got a dented bottom, some faulty fans and lights. Ooh, one person got a fan hub that was allegedly so defective it burnt not one but 2 motherboards and a power supply. And as for the middling reviews, most of them thought it was nice, but a tad expensive for what it is, which is fair. But if you catch it on sale, what a deal. Now we've just got to power the thing, and that's where our PSU, the XPG Core Reactor 2 comes in. This is another sponsored result, and while XPG might not be familiar to you, they are a branch of ADATA that has actually been around since 2008. This fully modular 650 watt 80 plus gold unit was just $83, which seems fine. We haven't tested any XPG power supplies yet, but the reviews all seem pretty decent and the community seems to like them overall. And this one comes with a 10-year warranty. However, this is a big however, we found quite a few complaints about either poor warranty and RMA support or customers receiving not 1, but 2 units that were dead on arrival. So maybe you should stick with less sponsored or trusted brands like EVGA or Saxonic. That wasn't an option for us though. Now, these days you might be thinking, 650 watts, that's a little on the low side, but foreshadowing with this cable I'm running here. Let me put it this way, we aren't going to be needing any more power than that. Meet the ShowKings RX 580, sponsored. I'm talking a GPU that literally isn't even getting driver updates, 8 gigs of VRAM on a 256-bit bus, PCI Express Gen 3, oh, but this is nice, dual fans for office and gaming, and a DVI connector for those of you out there like me who buy their monitors out of people's garages. This has got to be remanufactured. I've never even heard of ShowKings, but maybe that's just because they're ahead of enjoyment and led the trend. I've just fallen behind. So settle down, slap this 7-year-old GPU in your system and call it a day, I guess. Or maybe don't. In all seriousness, I can't think of a good reason to buy from these guys when there are so many other options out there. Searching for them online brings up almost nothing except, is this brand legit posts? We couldn't even find a company website. And most of our 1-star reviews here had to do with the cards dying over time. You're honestly probably better off just buying something used on eBay, Facebook Marketplace, or our recent sponsor, Scrapyard Wars 9, Java. But we didn't have that option, and thanks to Amazon sponsored products, here we are. Which I guess it's time for us to address. The way it works is basically sellers from around the world will place bids on specific keywords in order to help surface their products when you include those keywords in your searches. Generic keywords like CPU or RAM are generally more expensive, while more specific keywords cost less. And I know that most, if not all of you watching right now, are savvy enough to not just buy the first thing you see, but you would be surprised by how many people do. Amazon claims that the sponsored product system helps turn browsers into buyers. They also claim that because sponsored products only appear when in stock and include trusted Amazon shopping attributes, that they are helping customers make informed browsing and buying decisions. Sure, because when I buy an RX 580 in 2024, I'm informed. Oh wait, we did peripherals too? Oh, now let's check out our peripherals. I guess we'll kick things off with the ViewEdge CS24FK, a 24-inch 1080p 165Hz IPS gaming display. Unlike ShowKings, these guys even have a website. Can't find this monitor on their website at the time of filming, so that's something. But realistically, at $90 for these specs, I don't think the product page is going to change too many people's decision. If only the specs were the whole story. The one-star reviews are hating on everything from the awful speakers to product longevity to viewing angles to response times to you name it. Should we fire it up? Oh, I'm gonna need peripherals. And there they are. The gaming essentials from Red Dragon. Red Dragon's one of those brands that 5-6 years ago, we were memeing on their hardware store level quality, but these days, they've actually got some pretty decent products. It's too bad that this isn't one of them. The S1013 and whatever this stupid thing is. The S1013, they're both the S1013. They don't feel great, but somehow they have 46,000 ratings? That's about 10,000 more than when we first mentioned this combo in our Why is everyone buying this keyboard video about 3 years ago. Cool. If only people had watched our video. Well, anyway, let's try it again, shall we?
It's an M601 mouse.
Is it though?
Okay, that says S1013. All right, fine.
I mean, it's hard to complain for 30 bucks, but I'll find it. To the monitor's credit, it comes with a pretty nice feeling DP cable and it has dual HDMI inputs.
It's pretty good.
And it's light.
Yeah.
I like the case. Actually, that's really nice diffuse RGB on a $20 cooler too. Oh man, this keyboard is awful.
Don't you love membrane?
I'm not even hating on people for having only $30 to spend on a mouse and keyboard. Dude, the Scrapyard Wars,
yep.
I ended up with what? A G110 and a G502 for about $30 US. That's fine. You got a budget? No problem. Spend it smart. Having a tight budget is all the more reason to spend it. This is not smart spending. This is buying manufactured garbage. Speaking of buying manufactured garbage, what did we pay for this?
Something around $800 for the whole setup. Mouse, keyboard, monitor, $888, about $890.
You know what's funny about that? Is that is about the budget of the last Scrapyard Wars.
It is, actually, yeah, you're right.
In fairness, this is a way better CPU than I got, but everything else about my system absolutely smokes this thing.
3070.
I had a 3070.
Captain, are we starting out with something to some exciting
But I did have a 256 gig SSD and a 750 gigabyte hard drive.
Unacceptable. It's 2024, hard drives suck for gaming.
Doom Eternal, 1080p medium.
Oh, our 1% lows are dipping into like 40 territory.
That's it. Okay, we thought it was because we didn't have the display turned up to 144 hertz, which is all it does so
Fair.
for HDMI. But that's not it. It's that the frame times are so inconsistent that it feels laggy, even though the averages are about 100 frames per second. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going as low as like 47, and then it jumps up to 80, 90, and then back down to 44.
So that's why it feels like under 60. No, wait, 60. Because it's all over the place.
Yeah, and it looked totally fine, like from someone off axis, but yeah, playing it, I don't know how to explain it. It just feels bad.
Well, the way to explain it is that if you're only getting a frame in the time that it would take to be 40 FPS, that means it's taking 20 milliseconds to deliver that frame. It's going to feel like lag or like a stutter.
Yeah. But it's playable.
Definitely playable. Not great, but playable. The really bad part is that was Doom Eternal running at 1080p medium. I didn't even have it turned up. RX 580 was a great GPU. Polaris was an outstanding value proposition. It was. That was a long time ago. I think realistically, this is a remanufactured mining card. So some miner farm somewhere is just literally throwing these in the dumpster. And then the GPUs are getting cut off and they're getting thrown onto new cards, and then someone's trying to make a quick buck on Amazon by selling them as gaming GPUs. And they'll play games, but they are not the best thing that you could buy for this kind of money. The question for me is, why bother to remanufacture it? Like, why not just dust it off?
So that it's less obvious? Because this looks like a new card, right?
Now it's time for some F1, the keyboard. Oh God, how do I steer?
What are your settings?
I don't know. What's happening right now?
What are the settings?
Well,
you're gonna go off the track right now.
Well, I can't steer, Blue. Ah!
What's going on with our keyboard?
Let's check our settings. I mean, we're running at 100 FPS again.
Okay, well, yeah, turn motion blur off, sure, yeah. But everything else is set to medium. With a few lows here and there, that's fine. Much better. Brake. Oh my god.
Look, I don't play a lot of racing games, smart guy.
They even give you a racing line.
If I don't know where the brake button is, then that's not going to help me much, is it?
We're shooting kind of late, we ran out of time. I really want to check out a few more games on the RX 580 to see if it's actually any good in 2024. Let's start with Alan Wake 2. Wow. We're not getting much FPS. Let me make sure it's on like a lower setting. 720p. It's upscale, so it's upscaling from 720p with FSR. Fine. Ray tracing off. It's not gonna be weird. It's slightly better. It's still really not good, especially if we're actually rendering closer to 720p. This is just a video. This is just a cinematic. The game crashed due to graphics card fault and will now exit your progress from the last checkpoint has been saved. RX 580 cannot handle mesh shaders. I don't know exactly if this is the issue we're running into, but it's probably a problem. All right, Alan Wake 2, not so good. But you know what? It's a little older. Let's try Space Marine 2. That just came out. All right, you know, we've got a solid 29 FPS in game. 1% lows around 24, and this is 1080p low native, so we could be running 720p with some upscaling, but it's not very good. And I'll be honest, there's not a lot going on in here. Let's go fight some Tyranids and see if it gets any worse. It's honestly not as bad as I expected. We're granted only getting 30, 35 FPS still, but I'm killing Tyranids. There's a lot going on right now, and it's a solid 30. So if you're okay with playing Space Marine 2 at 1080p low, maybe you should just buy an RX 580 in 2024.
It's fine. You know, you're not getting the same efficiency that you'd get out of a modern card. You're not getting the same performance that you'd get out of a modern card, but it's fine. I wouldn't have any expectations of warranty coverage on this thing either, but it's fine. I just hate seeing people get ripped off, you know? Like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, well, you can't even game on it or whatever. Because you can, you just didn't get a good deal. And that's not the point of this channel, right? To pump up things that aren't a good deal. So overall, we did find some good stuff. I'm really happy with the case. And the CPU, solid choice too. But other than that, I would say maybe just ignore the Amazon sponsored items, unless they happen to be exactly what you need. And while we're at it, the CPU cooler might be a diamond in the rough as well. We're sitting at 63 degrees right now. Arguably, this is a game, not, the most demanding thing, but for 20 bucks, it's hard to complain. Just like it's hard to complain about this segue. For our sponsor. Squarespace. Tech tips can be very helpful for many things, but you won't even need them if you're building a website using Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one platform that simplifies the process of getting your website up and running quickly. You can literally just drag and drop designs with Squarespace Blueprint. Just find a theme that matches your taste, add your product info, and you're done. No coding necessary. They also have integrated and optimized SEO tools that help your site rank higher in search results. Plus, your customers have the flexibility to pay via credit card, PayPal, or even Apple Pay. Our Linus Media Group website was built with Squarespace too. So don't wait. Start building your website today and get 10% off your first purchase at squarespace.com/LTT. If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe go check out the one where we tested a bunch of lesser known GPU brands. Some of them ended up being kind of legit. I think, right?
Honestly, can't remember.
I think so.
The email to it though.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Who would pack sensitive computer hardware like this? Who would charge $57 US for a 10-year-old CPU? And who, I implore you, would take nearly 15 weeks to deliver all my gear?
Actually, Linus, it was 15 days.
Days? Wow. Well, Wish has improved at least one thing about their processes since the last time we checked them out. But if the rest of this is anything to go by, what is DRAM? Was this removed from my computer? Then I suspect this is going to be just as awful as last time. Like this awful segue to our sponsor. Ruggable! Rugs are a hassle to clean, but Ruggable is here to change that with their spill and stain-resistant machine-washable rugs that feature a non-slip mat. Use offer code LinusTechTips10 to get 10% off your next order. The rules for the Wish PC are simple. Number 1, every component must come from Wish.com. Number 2, no matter how high the price, no matter how low the spec, no matter how obvious the scam, every part must come from Wish.com. And we are off to a flying start here, ladies and gentlemen, because this CPU, a middle-of-the-road Core i5 4th Gen, a 4670K, cost me $57, came with thermal compound goop all over it, and this is the best part, actually appears to come in a counterfeit clamshell. Look at this. It has the same markings as a genuine Intel one, but the embossing isn't nearly as deep. It's like they took an Intel CPU holder and then made a reverse, like a negative of it, and then made their own mold out of that. It's hilarious. And it like comes together.
Captain, why are
So
you
wild. Let's move on to our motherboard, which I'm going to assume is inside this nondescript white box. So I'm sure it's really well packed in there, David. Oh, okay. This actually looks totally fine, other than that there's no packing material in here whatsoever, and it was just banging around in this box. Got our ESD bag, keeping things safe-ish. And this is just your standard-ass Gigabyte B85M DS3H. There are a couple of oddities about this one. Number 1 is it was advertised as brand new, and I don't see a Gigabyte retail logs anywhere. And number 2 is that it wasn't actually advertised as being from Gigabyte. This was just a listing for a generic B85 motherboard, which, in fairness, I guess I got. I'm not going to complain about getting a brand name one, unless the price sucks. Oh, that's actually not bad. 55 bucks? That's like, what, a board? Oh, stickers are a little yellowed from age. Otherwise, all right. I think it's legitimately new, just old. The IOs. Oh, wow, that DVI port's kind of crooked. That could be a little QC issue, though. I don't think that's anything to do with Wish. Get the CPU installed. I just want to know what one of these goes for on eBay. I'm just curious. Oh, really? I paid $10 more to get this on Wish than if I'd just gone to eBay? Well, at least it's brand new. Oh my god. This is my cooler? What is the rationale for this?
Fits in the case.
It fits in the case? Oh my god. In the buffoon? Did you notice this, David? My case is called the buffoon. I know that like Chinese to English dictionaries are really, really hard to come by. But you should invest in one. Buffoon, not a great brand. Wait, it seems they even understood it. They have a clown mask here. Let's focus on our UFO X CPU cooler though. Cool light, meet the future, cool moon. You know how I know that this design is extremely old? It comes with native clips for AMD's socket 939. This design is at least 15 years old. And the way that they achieve compatibility, like they did back then, when AMD was the top dogs, your cooler came with AMD clips by default, is with a plastic mounting ring and, oh good lord, some plastic push pins. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely going to be using this. Ah, what the hell? My fingers just went kind of tingly. Oh, I got a sliver. There's a metal shard in the packaging or on the cooler or something. It's not often I get such a bad deal. It physically hurts me. You know how they say the smallest splinters are the ones that hurt the most? Goodness gracious, is this one ever sharp. Shooting it behind the scenes for Flowplane?
That's what we're doing.
Nice. Flowplane.com, lots of behind the scenes and great extra content. Well, I'm definitely using this Heinz thermal compound soft pack. High grade, boys. Dare me to follow this QR code?
Yes.
David amplifies my worst instincts. Okay, it seems these guys make all manner of different thermal grease, and they are going to exhibiting at Computex or they did. And that is watery goo. It's pretty grody. These are some bold claims, by the way, Cool Moon. Hydraulic bearing, super silent, high performance, and, perhaps least believable, 120 millimeter fan. Thank you very much for the actually 120 millimeter fan. Though, to be clear, I'm not hating on cheap products. If you're on a budget, you gotta cut a couple corners, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? It's just that when you're not actually saving any money, it really sucks. Oh, actually, it was only $13.50. I mean, looking at it, I doubt it's going to perform any better than a stock heatsink, which you can literally get by the bucket for scrap metal cost, but it's a separate conversation. With all the wild stuff we've seen already in this build, the big question for me here is, why is there computer hardware on Wish at all? It means that people must be buying it, right? Look at this. Is this even going to fit? This is what we in the biz call an advanced maneuver. You never do this to any hardware you can't afford to lose. But I'm about to use the screwdriver to put a bunch of pressure on this clip so that it can reach the little
overhead lockers. That would be much appreciated.
There we go. Confidence inspiring. This is flippin' hilarious. From the packaging, I have no idea what I'm about to find inside this box. Hilarious thing number one. It doesn't know if it's DDR3 or DDR4 memory. Hilarious thing number two. DRAM is DRAM. DERAM would be more like removing your memory. I'm about to DRAM my computer. Hilarious thing number three. It comes with screws and a little tiny screwdriver. Whoever used screws and a screwdriver to install RAM? I'm certainly going to try. I mean, the module itself seems totally fine. We've even got like a matte black PCB. It appears to be DDR3 memory, so that answers that question. And it's a regular unbuffered DIMM. These seem to be Samsung chips, or at least well, look, okay, David, not all of us can afford genuine Samsung chips over here. Okay, I just need to put some screws in. Hey, came with screws and a screwdriver.
No, you just don't want to.
And I know what you're thinking. Kind of, it was probably an accident. They didn't just have screws and a screwdriver with that thing. They did it twice! We ordered 2 sticks of memory. This one also comes. Oh crap, I just broke this screwdriver. It's a quality product right there. As wild as this has been, everything I've seen so far would indicate that this will actually be a fairly capable gaming PC. Oh no! My RAM's gonna fall out! Oh no, what was the price on the RAM? $35.88 for 16 gigs. Is Wish's pricing not total crap now? That actually seems not unreasonable. I mean, it's more than what we would have paid on eBay, but not that much more. Why don't we change gears and open up our buffet? I have seen some lost in translation Chinese branding in my day. I don't think I have ever seen anyone knowingly and willingly call their company Buffoon. This is the 102A portable small computer case. Not the portable big computer case, the portable small one. CPU 8 centimeter. Maybe that indicates how much clearance there is off the motherboard to the side panel. Wow, this is a really skinny case thing. SFX power supply. Good lord, you really didn't give yourself a lot of options for the rest of the hardware with this thing. I'm surprised you even managed to find an SFX power supply on Wish. Some quality packing material right there. It served its purpose. The case got here one piece. Yeah, this is a very, very skinny computer case. We can't even fit a full height GPU in here. How much did I pay for this mess? Where's the box? That is not good. That's in US dollars? I can get a Corsair like 4,000 whatever airflow for that. Does this thing have an optical bay? Had to remove the 5 1/4 inch bay cover. Optical drive bay. I would like an optical drive, not a filtered intake. At least my motherboard came with an IO shield that almost definitely actually fits on it. Nice. And credit where it's due, unlike the cooler, all the sharp edges of this case appear to be folded over, so I should slice myself open on it. 5 stars. It didn't cut me. Honestly, manufacturing tolerances look pretty darn good on this thing. Every single standoff lines up perfectly. Before we screw this in though, you can see there's a power lead for our power supply. It's going to be mounted internally over on the front of the case over here, which is really weird. It's got that optical bay, but then SFX power supplies didn't really take off until much, much later. Is this an old design or a new one? I have no idea, genuinely. Oh, Scythe I've heard of. This isn't that bizarre. Hold on, am I missing something here? Oh no, they didn't just repurpose a Scythe box, did they? What's in here? These are not especially confidence-inspiring cables. Is this how branding is supposed to work?
What?
Where in the world is that the stuff? Hey Andy! I would like to know if this is a thing that you're familiar with. No, not I can't tell. What is this? This is the ground thing. What? Our mainland China consultant, she says, what? If you haven't won an award in that long, I'd probably stop talking about it. Is this a current product on Scythe's website? I must know.
No, released in 2014.
Look at this. Of the 300 watt total capacity, only 192 watts are on the 12 volt rail. This thing is freaking designed for like Pentium 4 era systems. Wait, but it was made in 2022. God, it doesn't even have active PFC. Oh God, how much did I pay for it? I keep forgetting. $28. Okay, all right. And the best we were able to do for still overpaid. Crap. Weird. It's stalls, I guess. Whoa! Hey, thanks, David. Good catch. Yep. You can slip your power supply in here, which takes up. Wait, are these also hard drive bays? Oh, wait, no. Order of operations, ladies and gentlemen. Optical drive first, which needs to be screwed in here. Then we can put the power supply. The odd system comes with enough screws to build it. That's it. How the hell am I supposed to get a screwdriver in there? See the problem here, right?
Yep.
Play a game. Crap, it's too small. It won't turn the screw. But wait! It came with its own screws. Oh my God, the screwdriver barely turns its own screws that it came with. Look at this, it's free spinning in there. How the crap balls am I supposed to screw in the other side? This panel doesn't come off. Oh. Okay, there was a method to this madness. Alright. Okay, we did not have to do that. I still enjoyed it though. This is not a good design for the power supply. The intake is fine. See that? And drawing in fresh air. And then doing what with it? Our cable is just coiled up in here. And this is a solid panel. Where is it supposed to exhaust to? Now, before we put our optical drive in, it's pretty clear that the SSD is going to mount to the bottom of this plate. So I'm going to go ahead, put this here, and it's time to open up our SSD. This is from Newsky. I've actually heard of this brand before. And it is a V800 with a total capacity of 240 gigs. SATA 3, 6 gigabit per second, solid SATA drive. That's not what SSD stands for. Fun fact, this is not my first base key product. This is the same drive we bought last time for the Wish PC because evidently it's still the best deal. Let's open it up. No tools required, which is nice. Oh my God. It's a small boy. There's your controller. There's your NAND flash chips. No branding on them whatsoever, which means these ain't Micron, they ain't Kioxia, they ain't anything I've ever heard of. Last time we paid $56. They can now be had in North America for as low as $24. We paid $21. Did we get a bargain? First bargain. Base key, DRAM-less, crap tier SSD that I wouldn't put anything more important than a Steam library on. But darn it, it was a deal. Any chances my SSD had of having a long and prosperous life ended the second that I installed it right above this power supply that vents the hot air here, right next to the SSD. Brilliant, genius, love it. If I paid more than $3 a piece for these, I got ripped. $4.95 for both. All right, rock on. We've got some HXS 80mm DC brushless fans with some really quality plastics here. Look at how like textured this plastic is. I'm a little mad about the false advertising. These were supposed to be 4-pin PWM controlled fans. Clearly, while they do use a 4-pin Molex connector, that's not how we would have interpreted it. So they're just going to run full speed all the time, but at $4.95, I guess. Before I can decide how to install these, though, I want to take a look at my GPU, because depending on the kind of cooler that's on it, it could affect things. Who the hell is Kuro Toshiku graphics card? All I know now is that if I game, I need it. Oh. Okay. Auto run driver, very nice. Comes with both a half height and full height bracket. Ooh. Stylish white PCB. I mean, it's a 1030, so it's not going to have a particularly beefy cooler or anything like that. But there's no display port either. That's a bit of a drag. With my GPU probably needing all the help that it can get, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put an intake fan right here. Neither my fans nor my case came with screws, so I had to cheat. I shouldn't cheat, should I? I should only be allowed to use whatever we got on Wish.com. I've got some ideas here. There were some twist ties on my power supply cables. We're going to run this through here. Yeah. Look at that. Anti-vibration suspended mount. Nice.
Not
got
his
another
fault,
twist tie.
but I got pretty.
The motherboard install went well, but trying to hook it up, things are getting a little bit interesting. Because our power supply is so old and is designed for motherboards with 4-pin CPU power connectors, we're a few pins short of a load here. We're just going to have 4 of them not populated. Should be fine, right? Fine, everyone? Yeah, fine, good. And our 24-pin goes here. My goodness, we are just about ready to fire this thing up, aren't we? It's a little bit of wishful thinking. Wishful thinking, I get it.
If I tell you, you're not gonna worry, right?
That cable management, looking not too bad.
If I tell you, you're not gonna worry,
SATA cable for
right?
our SSD, and a second SATA cable. Wait, where'd my screwdriver go?
What?
Wasn't there a screwdriver inside one of these SATA cable bags? Did I imagine it? Oh, I was gonna laugh about how my SATA cable came with a screwdriver. Oh, sorry, I went and wasted everyone's time then. Let's go ahead, just get these SATA cables
Okay,
installed.
Bert, go ahead.
Are you ready for the GPU now? Oh yeah, I just gotta bend this.
Just promise me you won't worry.
Got it?
Hold on.
Cool. Awesome. Wait, how much did I pay for the GPU? $58. The thing is, I actually buy the stuff for these builds. Wish doesn't send us review samples so that we can crap on them, believe it or not. And we all know that's what's going to happen, because they don't carry anything good. I don't care about the bad GPs. I'm closing this thing up. Oh, I got a good feeling. This is far, far from the worst computer I've ever built. While our monitor isn't from Wish, the rest of our peripherals are. This, wow, quality. Did that just slip out? I think I broke it. This keyboard, mouse, and headset set me back $35.10. That is very cheap, which is good. Oh, it's a Mac style one. Imagine being the Mac user who puts this in front of your Mac. One of the most fun things about this Mac/gaming combo was that it was basically a loot box. There were 3 different images on the product page, and oh god,
And
you basically no idea which one you're going to get. I got the one.
And he
Damn it, hit me.
basically tried to
Oh, the
get
mic's a little short.
around.
Oh, the front panel audio jacks are not labeled, so
He tried to
I'm
get
gonna
around
guess
the person because he was holding up 10.0 and
this mouse pad. It is much better than what you get on LTTstore.com.
got slapped.
Light style, nice stitched
Got
edges,
slapped.
non-slip natural rubber bottom.
with
No,
a
I would choose
10-day
this.
ban.
I'm lying. Oh, this is not going to reach. Fortunately, this doesn't weigh very much. What's going on this side? Good job, shooter.
I know. But here's the
Okay.
thing.
Wait, no, there is a third
Bird.
screwdriver. I knew it. Because there's a broken one.
Doggy,
There was a screwdriver
I
with
think
the
he
same
got
cable.
slapped
Why?
with
I
a
don't know.
candy
You
bag.
don't use a screwdriver
He
to pull a
got,
cable.
he,
It fell down. Moment of truth, David. You ready?
stepped over the line, but from the footage, it was so
You can't control
snow
it.
covered
They've
that you
actually
couldn't
got
see it.
4 different
So
LED
that's
colors
why
in there. Which is kind of
the
cool. Oh wow, the fans.
didn't
The
think it
fans
was
have red, green, and
fair.
blue. Also orange. As
No, but no.
Okay.
Well, dog, you don't get it.
Not supposed to do that.
He was playing with
Drive while it's spinning.
my new
Somehow
friend.
this disc survived and can confirm. This is the
they
driver
were
disc
doing
from the last
Christmas
Wish
close
PC.
together,
That's fantastic.
and
We need a new one now.
let's just say
Let's see if these headphones
traffic turned into a snake knot that was curling on top of itself.
Ooh, I heard some more static. Okay, I'll try it the other way around again. Okay. Literal garbage. Perfect. This is interesting. In spite of us having the latest drivers. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, yeah, no, it'll do 120 hertz. Oh heck yeah, at 1080p. Apparently the keyboard has RGB function. Oh wow, that yes, red, green, and blue. Can confirm. I kind of like it.
Yeah, she looks pretty decent on camera.
Yeah, the mouse has RGB. $24 for this whole bundle? 35? Oh, well, given the headset doesn't work, that's not that competitive.
So the headset does work. I tested it.
It doesn't work anymore. I'll try it in the rear I/O. Yeah. Okay. By the way, this keyboard is exactly as awful as it looks, maybe more. Oh man, I'm hearing a little bit of like popping and
See,
static.
wasn't that bad,
But that was not my fault. The thing just came out. I'm sorry, I just don't think these are worth the effort to try to
But he,
I mean, I can
but
wear
he
them just for
deserved to
decoration.
know
Oh god, without the
because
padding, they're even worse. Hey, we
I
can
got
get some
missed
basic
about it.
performance metrics here. We got hardware info. Our CPU is at, well, it was at 40% usage downloading the game. Our RAM is running at its rated 1600 megatransfers per second. Oh my god, I figured out why our CPU usage is so low installing this game. The problem is that our SSD is horrible. It is 100% utilized downloading a game at 28, 30 megabytes a second. This thing is atrocious. The good news is everything was what it said it would be. Core i5, actual GT 1030 GPU, dual channel. It totally is at 1600 megatransfers per second. Unbuilt DDR3, yeah, tell me about it. I think my cooler's holding up. We're only at 70 usage, but we're also only at 60 degrees. Not bad, not bad. Moon cool or whatever you're calling it. I'm expecting some ace tier 1080p gaming because this case was advertised as gaming ready, gaming and dong. Sure wish I had sound. Whoa, 200 FPS. Here we go, boys.
What are they talking about?
Oh, getting a little bit of stuttering. Oh, wow. Oh, this mouse.
I can tell you.
Look how this mouse tracks.
I can tell you PC built from
It's definitely skipping. I can't tell if it's the engine or if it's the mouse, but it's bad.
What could go wrong?
See, I wanted to turn and it just didn't. When I die, inevitably, when I die, I am 100% blaming this on my computer.
I wonder.
$530 Canadian dollars? That's like $400 US dollars. $420 US dollars. All right, that's pretty nice. Just throw things. It should be fine. Should be fine. Whoa, whoa, oh, see, I'm trying to turn. You see that?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I think it's just when I try to go too fast. I'm getting the win. I'm getting the win. Whoa, what was that? Not getting the win. No kills, no win. And it's a bad computer. But hey, at least it was a fun video. MSI's back to school sale is on now. So if you're looking for a new laptop for next semester, they've got those. Oh, or what if you want a desktop PC that's totally for school and definitely not for gaming mom, I swear. Well, you're covered there too. And if you're into building your own PC, they've got components on special as well. MSI is also doing a Gleam giveaway where you can win sweet prizes, like a full-blown gaming desktop or an MSI GeForce RTX.
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Sorry, Father,
No
for
thanks.
absent. I accidentally killed the weatherman, but I definitely did not mean to.
Wait,
And everything will be fine.
singularity. Singularity is available now.
Just be like, hello, hello. I did it. Also, how's the sound for her? You hear it? Ooh, I'm not
Remember the game I was playing?
Oh, very low. You guys should have said something.
I didn't know you changed these names.
There you go.
No.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I should get another request. Alright, we got another one. Oh, we finished this. Some real Jeff from Marvel Rivals behavior. Shake my head. Lord Gross, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. So I got another one. I'm an adult. Here's the thing to learn about requests. Just complete them. Thank you.
Remember
Thank
the
you,
game
Mr. Plushy Guy.
got closed beta test?
Yeah.
Yay!
It's available for pre-order now. I want to play it on stream so bad.
Alright, let's see. Upgrade your craft station. Okay, we gotta get upgrade craft station and defeat the amount of enders. Oh, okay, and then. Oh my
January
god. This place is
16th.
fucking dumb. The rent's cheap at least, you know? Repair your garage. Try repairing the walls and ceilings. Alright, I should be able to. Upgrade my wall. Alright. At least the walls will look a little better, right? Yay! I'm not doing the bathroom, guys. Guys, I cannot commit to another bathroom chat. I just not. It was 4+ hours of grinding, guys. I cannot do this all. I got scammed by my wife. By myself. She only gave me 2 seconds.
Don't keep promoting it.
Oh, real joke.
She got exclusive
Sound better, guys?
14-day early access.
Why don't you improve? There's glass on the floor. Doki. What do you mean? There's glass on the floor. You upgraded the floor? What do you mean?
I think I want to play it on Steam so bad.
That is not. It's okay.
How?
She's trying her best,
and the
guys.
ultimate edition is actually gonna be worth.
Trying my best right now.
So,
up the volume
how soon can we get 100?
She said she fucking fixed it. Why is there glass on the floor? We're living it is hard. We're living in hard times, dude. Alright, walls and
Okay, cause I'm gonna pre-order the ultimate edition.
Oh, it's not heisting. We're literally, we literally hear the murder.
I got orders to make the person pay you stuff, so
she's perfect.
I got the stuff from my aunt.
She's
I got
perfect for
orders
you,
to,
Dookie. What do you mean?
Cell modem for her. I gotta get her on 5G for her high speed internet instead of 4G at her house.
I don't think you're allowed to eat weed.
Because she's out there where you can't really get any. Other than that.
Can I get it?
I would do the stolen for, but I had to go out there and do the signature rate before I could actually pour the order.
My main dish?
If I was
I need protein. Wait, this is like I'm looping. I remember this. I'm actually looping. I remember she did this before. Please, wife, please, Doki, I need protein. This cannot be the main dish. I can't just eat grass. Oh yay, craft station. Did I do it, Doki? You can do all this, but you can't clean fucking glass. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yes, what?
Yay! Pit space. Alright, nice, we did it. Now we can fucking craft now. Alright, station 1. Do I need to craft anything? I feel like... Okay, excavator part, materials. Whoa!
You remember the
That's a lot
girl,
of stuff.
the game with the robots, with the customizable AI?
Okay, that's fine.
That
Alright,
game.
give me my money. I do my job for me. I contracted it out. Alright, nice. And then is it time? Okay, we need degraded plaster pieces. Okay, we gotta put some stuff away. Alright, so we don't need this. Okay. Move to, how do I move this? Oh, repair equipment. 10,000. Wait, it's 10. Okay, it's not that much. Alright, we repaired everything, and then move. Now, okay. Music and sound effects
I
down.
enjoyed it so much, and I want to play it on stream, so I'm going to pre-order the Ultimate Edition.
That at 60, and then we'll raise this up. Alright, that should be good. Alright.
Yeah, I gotta make an order tomorrow. But I gotta wait.
Can I buy like faster legs?
Address to be added to the account, so I
can't, not yet. I want to buy faster legs. My legs are too. My legs are so. They're so short. I need faster legs. No, I don't have the recipes yet. No, it's alright. Maybe I could kill somebody for faster legs. Alright. You don't need insurance. I have a starter kit on. Alright, it's time. Alright, here we go. Maybe some guy would have faster legs. I'm gonna kill somebody for better legs. I'm gonna amputate their legs and then sew it onto mine. Dude, that's the wildest thing you said today. It's time. It's time. As long as I confess to my sins, I will be forgiven. I'll be forgiven as long as I confess. Oh, you're right. I know what to say about 4 legs. Jake, where are you, Jake? Where the fuck are you, Jake? I'm waiting for you. I know you're here. I'm gonna find you, Jake. I'm gonna fucking find you.
American 716 heavy traffic is 12 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 35.
Come on, Jake. I know you're here. I know you're still around. You've been playing this game. Can't fucking get away from me, Jake. Okay, oh my god! Are you at the exit? Okay, we gotta slowly head to the exit.
American 716 heavy traffic.
Alright, we gotta just... There has to be people just like walking around the exit, so I'm just gonna slowly walk over there.
No, that game's live multiplayer.
1,500 meters away! Oh, there's too much grass here. Too much. Oh my god, it's too...
Do you think it'll be too tough for me if I got it?
1331 traffic in sight.
I'll cover you.
Okay.
I'll cover your ass.
Okay. You know I try to cover yours too. You know that. How could I did the PSO2 with that?
Oh my god, there's a bridge right here. Come on. Put your legs working.
You bet you were a gardener.
Yeah, I'm okay, guys. I'm okay now.
Look, what monster were we fighting that one time when you were doing the tower?
Oh shit, what the fuck were you doing here? Nice.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap, this is not gonna be good.
Is it still raining?
Yeah,
no, is it still raining? Oh, it is. God damn it! Control the weather! Where's my... Ever since I killed the weather boy,
by the way,
it's never stopped raining.
We have to take...
Karma?
We have to take cover from
Ever since
a bunch of things, including rain. Because the earth is at a point where it's just raining as it's raining.
It was just, you were just there. You were there, it was just so easy.
No,
Hi, I'm Paul.
in PSO2 it was regular rain.
I'm also Paul. I couldn't help it. He was just there. So vulnerable. I'll be like,
No, you actually appreciated the rain because that's how you knew you were close to a PSE burst.
Still raining? Oh my god! Okay, it
Yeah.
stops. Okay, it's stopping.
So there's two parts of rain.
I'll take care of
The
his
giga
family,
spawn
don't worry.
and the
Do not worry about his
good part
wife.
of it is
I'll be there for her.
PSE bursts were more likely to happen during rain. If you remember.
Yeah, we need to hunt this guy.
Yeah.
Come down!
Remember what I really like?
Get down! Oh wait,
The
but
rabbits.
there's excavated in here.
This is so damn cute though.
Dragoons, you should sign up right now to the open network test. Then you...
What do you think about the rabbit queen?
Yeah.
You know,
I am friendly.
You gotta say you have to knock her
Guys.
over though.
If you come over here, because you're gonna be the special one. Guys, don't worry. You'll be the special one who I don't kill. No, we can work together, Dragoon. We can work together and kill the non-Dragoons together. Guys. It's a person. Yeah. Guys, I would never.
What?
In my mind, it's just PvE. It was just a one-time thing. How is this not but
She's having an anxiety attack, so I'm calming her down.
I'm just a little bird trying to make
She just has them. That's part of her disability. Think your ex.
Oh, bipolar.
No, but he's only got the anxiety part, not me.
He's right
Bipolar.
there. Oh, I see him.
So she didn't have the full thing on my
He's
hand.
right there.
Yeah.
But keep these so nice, though. She are so nice.
Wait, there's more than one. There's another one right there. Hi. Hey.
Who would pack sensitive computer hardware like this? Who would charge $57 US for a 10-year-old CPU? And who, I implore you, would take nearly 50? Between all the sponsored this is obviously.
These days, buying anything from Amazon Canada feels a little bit like shopping with your local Jawas. You have to wander into their dodgy Jawa mobile, and then you can't find anything because you can't.
Wish, Temu, AliExpress, everyone's at least heard of these marketplaces that connect Chinese retailers with a global audience. But hearing about them doesn't necessarily mean you should buy from them. Computer parts on these sites, not to mention all the other things, are often low quality and of questionable utility, which has led to some hilarious shenanigans.
I told you this would be horrible.
Oh God! On the streets late at night, cause I'm small! That is not what pectoral muscles look like. But surely Chinese consumers wouldn't put up with this kind of nonsense from their countrymen. What are these same marketplaces offering to the Chinese domestic market? To find out, we bought this! Just kidding, it's really light. From Taobao, which is essentially a China-only version of AliExpress from Alibaba. It's a pretty normal-looking pre-built computer, except that it costs the equivalent of just $300 US. I know, right? $300 for a new computer? I mean, it only has a GTX 1060, but that alone would cost about $70 over here, giving them just over $200 for a 14-core CPU, 32 gigs of RAM, not to mention motherboard, power supply, case, and storage. How does the math work on this? And how does this segue work to our sponsor? The Ridge. Naughty or nice, Ridge wallets make a great gift this holiday season. Check out the link below and get up to 30% off through December 20th. For transparency's sake, while the system was listed at 2,000 yen or about $300 US, we had to shell out significantly more to have it inspected and then shipped out by a third party. Taobao does offer international shipping, but it is limited to only certain items, and the sellers expect to be interacting with customers entirely in Mandarin. That means our out-of-pocket cost was closer to $600 US, but that is only due to extra costs that would not be incurred by a Chinese buyer. So let's have a look at what they would get. Starting with the case, which is a case. Actually, I don't really have a ton of complaints here. You've got ample room for airflow. It's not filtered, but you've got 3 fan mounts behind you, meaning you should theoretically be able to install an AIO liquid cooler. The side panel is tinted plexi rather than tempered glass, but it does use a convenient thumb screw-based mounting mechanism. And the front I/O is easy to access, even if I would have preferred to have a USB 3 port rather than just USB 2. The only question then is, who exactly makes it? You see, the manufacturer on the box is Kintar, but they sometimes go by the name Jinda. The QR code on the box tries to go to jinda168.com, but that website is gone, and the domain can be purchased for less than the price of this computer. Jinda168 seems to be a shipping vessel of some sort, but we have no idea if it is in any way related to Kintar. We eventually found Kintar's site, kintar.com.cn, and that revealed that this case is called the Jindao, or fighting knife, which explains the very warlike imagery on the box. Its English name would be probably something like Kintar Knife Fight. Okay, who told you that? Is that from Andy? Wow, it's only $17 with the USB 3 port? Believe it or not, the computer wasn't the only thing we got in our package. We also got a keyboard and mouse, copyright 2016. Ooh, it looks like copyright a lot longer ago than that. But to their credit, at least they don't try to oversell the thing, with the only marketing claims on the front of the box being that the keyboard has 104 keys. That sounds like 104 keys. And that the mouse is 1000 DPI. What else we got in here? Oh wow. This is far more of an accessory package than I was expecting. This is hilarious! No! There is a Razer Mantis desk pad that has been in active service for over 13 years, making its way from my desk at NCIS to Luke's test bench, now to Emily's workstation. The thing is, it looks absolutely nothing like this. It's about 4 times the size, significantly thicker, and is actually made by Razer. Anyway, that doesn't mean it won't work well enough for our purposes. Let's get our setup deployed here. Wait, I forgot about the other stuff. There's what appears to be a very good 10-foot patch cable, a USB drive that I would definitely plug into my computer, 32 gigs, and for some reason, an HDMI to VGA adapter. That seems like the kind of thing that I could probably just pick up separately if I really need it, huh?
It also comes with a screwdriver.
But, oh, what? Oh, this is also inexplicable. The computer is assembled.
In case you need to open.
Quality molding. I want to take a bit of a closer look at this computer. Cable management? You know what? Far from the worst I've ever seen. It took the time to route the front I/O cables around the back of the motherboard tray. Actually, the same goes for the 24-pin, the 8-pin, and the 6-pin GPU power connector. But there are a few eyebrow raisers in here. I have never heard of this brand of power supply, the Baisuo CX650, that manages, ooh, that's scary, a whopping 384 watts on the 12-volt rail at this beautiful 5 watt. That is a very deceptive name, Baisuo. Oh, also, it is only rated for 220-volt AC input. How are we going to power this thing? Oh no, we have that sketchy adapter Alex bought. I knew that was coming.
Yep.
For those wondering, by the way, we did try it with North American 120-volt wall power, and it did work for a little while. So their universal AC input
China is 220, they need a converter.
At best when there's up to 47 countries that it won't even power up in. Also, we're pretty sure we were supposed to get a GTX 1070, not a 1060, but the page disappeared in between the time that we ordered the product and I guess that practice also takes place on domestic China sites. The SSD is supremely unremarkable, other than being so no-name brand that we weren't even able to find a listing for it. It's 256 gigs, and Crystal Bench clocked it at around half a gig on both reads and writes, which is about what you'd expect. What you wouldn't expect is this RAM. Both are DDR4 as advertised. Both of them use Samsung chips, which is good. But one of them comes from a Lenovo pre-built, and the other one seems to come from some kind of network switch. Bad thing about that is it means these are almost certainly good thing, though, is it means they're almost certainly counterfeit. Because why would you go out of your way to put a random third-party sticker on it when Samsung is what's going to sell it as well?
If they move out,
DDR4,
they just can't get the power supply.
Which raises some questions about the rest of the components. You see, ECC memory is for servers, and this motherboard is like no server motherboard, or really any motherboard that I've ever seen before. It is neither as short as an NATX board, nor is it as long as an ATX board, and in fact, the mounting pad is so unusual that only 6 of the 10 holes were able to be screwed in this case. Find out. Sorry, this isn't really supposed to be
Oh,
part of the
come
video.
on,
but look how
Bruce.
short the
Something
cord is on this
in
mouse.
there.
How the heck am I supposed to cut this?
You know what I mean?
Oh, we never talked about I/O. That is a lot of USB 2
Yeah,
for a modern motherboard.
yeah,
which-
in this case, any PC you buy off Taobao is just
Whoa, that is a gigantic American Megatrends logo.
I don't know how you got into that BIOS because every time I've tried to
you
get into
buy
BIOS
off
with a USB
Taobao
keyboard, it
is
hasn't let
just
me. I've had to use a
a
PS2.
PC put together too.
It really throws a wrench into that thing.
Yeah. You can easily switch out the power to them.
That explains the whole
So,
PCC
yeah.
memory bit. That doesn't tell us the
Gotcha
full
there.
story of this motherboard, though. We'll get into that later. PCIe Gen 2 only? Overall, nothing too weird in here, other than...
No, I mean you change out the whole PSU, you dumb fun.
I know, but that's a pain in the ass and doing all the cable.
Oh, is this just an external drive we don't have plugged in?
No, it's not. It's slides right now.
Synaptics? Why does it have Synaptics drivers? Oh no, it's in Chinese. Hold on, I can do this. Device manager. Crap. Oh, actually, this is useful too. I'll get to that later. Device manager. Crap. Crap. Device manager.
Why don't you try
Crap.
just opening the start menu and typing in device manager?
Why don't you try minding your own business? Yeah. No, I mean, no, I know other ways to do it. I want to guess it. No results for device manager. Okay, hold on. Properties. Yes. Oh, it's still all in Chinese. Except network adapters for some reason. That's all English all the time. Let's go back to system properties. 32 gigs. Xeon E5 2680V4. A 14-core chip. That's not the fastest by modern standards, but hey, 14 cores is 14 cores, and that would be what? Haswell generation? So it should even be fast enough to game, especially if you don't have a super OP GPU.
One ongoing problem that has kept happening with this is that it doesn't like when you just kind of plug a network cable into it when it's already on.
Oh, what? What a piece of shit. But hey, it still has rocket ships for arrow keys. Wait, I was mistaken. Products formerly Broadwell, so a slightly more tuned 14nm chip from Intel. $1,700 back when it was current. It's not so much anymore.
Oh,
Speaking of current, what on earth is this presumably web browser?
No.
Everything we installed is over here on the right, while the pre-installed software is over here on the left, and I guess in the start menu, no, there's basically nothing there, which raises a couple of questions like, where is Microsoft Edge? Nowhere, it turns out, because the system is running a cracked version of Windows 10 Enterprise. That might also explain why we moved straight into an admin account rather than being prompted to create an account and a password. As it turns out, this piece of software is called 360 Secure Browser, and it's made by, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this, Qihoo. They often brag about having a high install base, but in actuality, it seems more to do with the fact that it comes bundled with Qihoo 360, which is kind of the Norton of China. Naturally, it's nearly impossible to uninstall, to the point where the US has accused Qihoo of acting as spyware for the CCP, particularly during the Xinjiang incidents. There's otherwise nothing remarkable about the Windows install, and while we didn't go out of our way to monitor for it, it doesn't seem to be calling home in any particular way. Shall we play some critique games?
How's the flight plan looking? Got any exciting
60?
events
Yep.
lined up for us tonight?
65 at the 1% lows. Give it a sec. It's actually settling. Oh, actually, that's weird. It's not bad according to FrameView, but it feels awful. 79 FPS, 1% lows. This should be more than okay. You know what it probably is? It's gotta be the terrible mouse. Let's see if it can handle something a little more demanding. Not bad. Not bad at all. Medium settings, 1080p, solid 60 to 70 frames per second. I mean, this is absolutely playable. I mean, you might not be playing Starfield or anything like that, but if you keep your expectations realistic, This is an awful lot of gaming per dollar. So it works, but let's find out hardware info and see if there's anything else we can do about it. Well, one thing we learned is the CPU temperature monitoring is accurate. Actually, there are a lot of these to first. And another thing we learned is that this motherboard is even really thought. Is anything about the CPU chipset? Yeah, me too. You see, B85 was designed exclusively for LGA 1150, Intel's 4th generation core consumer product. It shouldn't be possible for that to be paired with an LGA 2011 socket. That's designed for servers and high-end desktops. Also, B85 motherboards used DDR3 RAM and lacked support for NVMe storage drives. And yet, here they are, plain as the LTT underwear on my nether regions. LTTstore.com. We may never know exactly what's going on, but what we can do is take some educated guesses. You might have encountered these videos of people reclaiming old chipsets from dead or useless motherboards using an angle grinder. And the B85 chipset, along with its other 8 series siblings, was widely used in office pre-builds like the Dell Optiplex or the Lenovo Think Centers of the early to mid-2010s, meaning there are millions of these chips out there in machines that businesses will literally pay to have removed. Sounds like a business opportunity. Who would want a piddly quad, or worse, dual-core CPU these days? If you could modify the capabilities of the chipset to create a low-cost board that could support a more powerful workstation CPU, then obviously that would take some extra steps. But it seems that there's a very active community of Russian tech enthusiasts that are doing just that. Not only using these boards, but actively developing them. There are thousands of pages of forum posts and wiki entries covering custom BIOSes, overclocking tips, and general quality of life improvements on motherboards very similar to this one. Russian. This could be driving not only additional sales of these boards from people that stumble across these resources, but also an improved out-of-box experience for them if sellers of these systems are updating their products using the work of these forum and wiki posters. Judging by the date of the BIOS on this system, that could very well be the case. Chipset repurposing has been going on since at least Computex 2019, when I bought a motherboard on the trade show floor that the seller claimed used a brand new X79 chipset, only for me to discover when I got home that Intel had, as I suspected, discontinued production of X79 years prior, meaning that it was almost certainly harvested just like this B85. At that time, however, I guess the market for these things was relatively small and could be served by desoldering real X79 chipsets and resoldering them onto This LGA 2011 motherboard from Machinist is the first example that I've encountered of stretching the truth when it comes to the specs for these things. The name implies that it has an X99 chipset, but in fact, it's using a C612 chipset, a workstation chipset that is functionally similar, that is to say it's intended for the same class of CPUs at least, but includes support for dual CPUs, meaning that these are probably getting harvested from retired servers. These boards are really interesting, but I think the real question is, are they worth anyone's time? The prospect of recycling chipsets definitely holds some environmental appeal to me, especially if they're coming off of non-functioning hardware. But as we demonstrated in our last $69 gaming PC series, it's very inexpensive to buy old cast-off office machines and workstations from businesses, making it hard for something like this to be cost competitive. If you're gaming on a budget, I would definitely recommend the liquidated hardware route, assuming it's available. We'll have a couple of really good options for that down below. Of course, that strategy assumes that you live in a place where nearby businesses have such workstations in the first place, which might be why sellers on Taobao have taken this approach instead. It's not the best deal for everyone, but it's almost certainly the best deal for someone. And if you're looking for a way to get gaming on a budget, or a chance to do some tinkering and research, this certainly offers the opportunity for that. It also offers the opportunity for me to say to our sponsor.
Seasonic. This company is like the Wayne Gretzky of power supplies.
And if that's a bit of an old reference, it's only because Seasonic has been doing this for a long time, over 40 years. So they're the people you want to hit up for a great power supply at a great price. Like the Seasonic Focus GX 750-watt gold power supply. It has a fully modular interface and its hybrid fan control keeps things nice and quiet. So starting up your PC doesn't sound like a launch sequence. The Focus GX achieves an 80+ gold rating, meaning it's energy efficient and reliable. So reliable, it's backed by a 10-year warranty. So even if it does inexplicably shoot off into space, learn more about the Focus GX 750 and Seasonic's other power supplies at the link below. If you enjoyed this video, why not check out our latest 69 video? Give this a run for its money.
Descend and maintain flight level 350 Luna 29 for India Heavy.
Descend and maintain flight level 360, United 146 Heavy.
Learn more about the Focus GX 750 and Seasonic's other power supplies at the link below. If you enjoyed this video, why not check out our latest $69 gaming PC? We'll give this a run for its money. Hard drives are laughably fragile. I can break them by doing this, this, or this. And while solid-state storage is much more resistant to some of those things, it is also delicate in its own way. It's highly susceptible to data rot, where over time, your precious family photos, your elementary school projects, or your crypto keys can become corrupted, or even vanish outright. Well, that is where this comes in. The Blaustall storage device costs just $30, is as fast as the RAM in your gaming PC, is immune to magnetic disruption, is resistant to radiation, and it's got unfathomable endurance. Remember that SSD in your computer? Well, if you were to take that and empty it and refill it once per day, it would last anywhere from about 9 months to 3 years. The Blaustall storage device? Try 2.7 billion years. That's over half of the estimated age of this beautiful rock we call Earth. But there's a catch. While the raw cost of this drive is just $30, hardly deserving of the crown we bestowed upon it, it has a total capacity of just 8 kilobytes. To put that in perspective, if you wanted to store one single frame of this video you're watching right now, you would need 3 of these for a total of $90. And if you wanted to replace the 2 terabyte SSD in your gaming PC, it would cost over $7 billion. Excuse me? Is this some sort of scam? Who needs this on a USB? Does this thing even work? Well, I don't know, but I'm gonna get some answers. Right now! Where is she? Hey! Where's our sponsor? Lexar. They're professional workflow docs built to accelerate your post-production process with 40 gigabit per second transfer speeds thanks to Thunderbolt 4. Check out their workflow series of products using our link down below. Listen, kid, you call yourself ferroelectric, but there ain't a lick of iron in you. How do you explain that?
Whoa, 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 you don't have to answer that. The word ferroelectric indicates the behavior of a material rather than the presence of iron in it. Let me put it in terms of donut eater like you can understand. Magnetic materials have domains that contain dipoles. Usually these are randomly oriented, but if you organize them so the dipoles are aligned, well, you've got yourself a magnet. The same idea works for ferroelectrics, but in place of an influencing magnetic field, it's influenced by an electric current. This ability to manipulate the state of domains allows us to store data.
Store data? I don't think so. He just said he was RAM. People like that, they're too volatile to store data.
Are you profiling my client right now?
I'm just saying. If you Google flash memory versus RAM, pretty much every result's gonna tell you flash memory is non-volatile, meaning it can store data even when it's unpowered, and random access memory is volatile.
That's a false dichotomy and you know it. Let's talk about why it's called RAM. Originally, it was to differentiate from sequential access memory, where you can only read things in a specific order. Think like a VHS movie or a cassette tape. You gotta fast forward or rewind to get the stuff you want. That's essentially how all forms of long-term storage work, but with varying speeds and techniques. By contrast, RAM allows any individual bit of information to be accessed directly, The volatility of RAM is not an inherent characteristic, but a side effect of the modern technologies we use to make it.
Okay, so can we just drop this bit?
It's been going kind of long. We can call it a kilobit.
Get out. But just because he's gone doesn't mean we're done talking about ferroelectric RAM and what makes it so special. FeRAM uses microscopic crystals that contain an atom floating within their structure. By applying an electric current, we can move the atom's position within the crystal. This represents a bit, 1 or 0. The reason it is so durable is because unlike NAND flash, which uses electrons to store bits, electrons that are desperate to find their way back to equilibrium, the crystal contains the entire atom, and for practical purposes, that atom is entirely at rest in either position. So FeRAM is about as non-volatile as it gets, not only not requiring power for data retention, but also retaining that data unpowered for hundreds of years when stored correctly. Now there are some additional gotchas. To write a single bit, the entire storage device needs to be completely overwritten, for instance. But luckily, as long as your microcontroller can handle the throughput, it can do that virtually instantaneously, making FeRAM great for scenarios where the power could be cut at any moment. Think like data logging for an aircraft or a military vehicle, which is all super interesting, but what's the deal with this FeRAM USB stick? Let me show you how it works. It's got out-of-the-box support for Unix-based systems, but if you're on Windows, you're going to need to do a quick teardown to flash the firmware. Luckily, I've got all the tools I need in my cargo pants from LTTstore.com. While we're in here, why don't we take a look at the guts? It's got a Raspberry Pi microcontroller, a 4 megabyte NOR flash chip to store firmware, and our FeRAM chip. Once we flash the firmware, we can access it like this. It has an on-device text editor where you can jot down anything you like, as long as it fits in 8,000 bytes, which by default is about 8,000 characters. So, what would you use it for? Well, most likely long-term storage of critical information, like say, a really important phone number that you really don't want to forget, or more likely, crypto keys or passwords. Another option would be to make a time capsule that could be read long into the future. It only stores text out of the box, but theoretically, you could use a hex editor to store whatever kind of data you want on this thing. The only question then is, okay, we've got this technology that has the fast reads and writes of DRAM, is non-volatile, has practically limitless endurance, and is immune to electromagnetic disruption. Not to even mention it uses a fraction of the power. Why aren't we using it for everything? It comes down to density. A single sheet of paper can fit about 10,000 characters at 12-point font size. That represents the density of a high-capacity SSD. For comparison, FeRAM is about 250,000 times less dense. That means that the size of one of the characters on this page would cover more than 18 city blocks in Chicago, and my memo would be about 3 times the size of New York City. So realistically, you're probably better off making 250,000 copies and hoping at least one survives. But hold on, you might be thinking. Flash memory came from similarly humble beginnings, with early chips also being limited to just kilobytes of storage. How do we know that FeRAM isn't the future? Well, it's the crystals. The crystals in current ferroelectric RAM can't hold their states if they get too small, meaning that they will no longer be able to store any data at all. Now, there is active research into various non-volatile RAM, including new ferroelectric materials that could scale smaller, but the question is, why would companies bother investing in this tech? Our large-scale computer systems are currently well served by traditional forms of RAM and storage, even if longevity is a problem that everyone's just kind of ignoring for the time being. Or, well, not everyone. There are multiple long-term storage solutions that come in much larger capacities, like Ultrium tape and MDisk. But both of those require initial investments in hardware in order to read and write them, and they operate on the assumption that that hardware will still exist when the time comes to read them. Now, you could argue that the Blaustall storage device has the same problem, given that the onboard flash memory and the microcontroller are both likely to die long before the FeRAM will. But here's the cool thing. You actually don't need either of those things to access the data that's stored on the FE RAM. Should any other components become obsolete or non-functional, you can interact directly with the FE RAM using an SOP8 testing bed, whether it's the year 2050 or 1950, which I only bring up as a possibility because the folks at Mockdyne, who manufactured the postal storage device, also brought it up. The bottom line is this tech is pretty cool, and if you've made it this far into a dense, nerdy video, you are too. So to reward you, and also to prove just how durable this thing is, we're gonna place it in a geocache somewhere in the Vancouver, BC area with $500 of LTT store coupon codes on it. We've hidden clues to its location within this video, so just happy hunting and make sure to post on the forum if you find it. The first clue can be found after this segue to our sponsor.
Delete Me. With the Black Friday busyness coming to an end, I'm sure you're all tired of those cold calls with a special deal just for you. But instead of declining the call every time, have you ever stopped and wondered how they even got your number in the first place? Well, that's something our sponsor, Delete Me, can help answer and even help with. See, sometimes your information gets sold online to data brokers, who, in turn, go and sell it to Yappy McYapperson so they can try and take all your hard-earned cash. But by feeding Delete Me the information you want to keep private, they can scour the web and ask for it to be, you guessed it, deleted. And it's not just your info. You can keep all your loved ones protected too, thanks to their family plans. Each member gets their own data sheet, and managing their profiles is a breeze thanks to the detailed, yet simple to navigate dashboard. So add another tool to help protect your privacy online. Go to our link in the description and use code LTT20 for 20% off a Delete Me plan that fits your needs.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out the one we did on CAM, a turbo nerdy dive into what could be the future of mainstream memory. Did you know that on Facebook and Twitter, about a quarter of the posts you see are ads? I'm serious, go ahead and check for yourself, I'll wait. Now that you're back, did you buy or even click on any of that stuff you saw? No? Well, don't worry, that's okay, because we did it for you. For an entire month, our team forwarded every ad they saw to the procurement department, who furiously sourced everything from whatever this is, to keyboard cleaners, to this build-it-yourself conference room. Now all I need to do is unbox them and see if there's any golden nuggets in the nasal cavity that is modern social media advertising. Now, there were some limits. We didn't buy any software or anime video games. It had to be a physical item. We also wanted things that were tech-related, and they had to be available in Canada, which is why we're starting off with this.
Do you want to guess the price?
I'm going to say $4,000.
It was $10,000.
10 grand?
Yes.
It feels pretty nice, but is that Canadian dollars or US?
That's real dollars, freedom dollars.
At that price, it better keep you guys from hearing this Kiwi design. Upgrade your Quest 3 or Quest 3S with their G4 Pro controller covers and K4 Boost battery strap. They're designed to give you more battery life and better comfort. Learn more at the link in the video description. Whoa, did the lights just turn on in here?
Yeah, the sensors are behind here, so as we're moving everything out...
Oh, dude, it's got fans!
Yeah, it's got ventilation.
Okay, if I'd known about all the features, I might have guessed the price a little bit closer. That's pretty cool.
There's also some outlets back here that you're missing.
Oh! Not gonna lie, a lot of this looks like AliExpress garbage.
Correct.
But the bed jet, man, when I was a kid, this would have saved me so much trouble. I wouldn't have had to wet it myself.
Oh my god.
Now that it's time to... Oh.
Okay. Yeah, just the
this
fan.
one.
My
There's
God.
probably that second light that logistics didn't plug in.
Whoa.
Oh, that makes sense. It actually took them about a day to build this. They didn't say it was tough, but it was just a long process.
It's fine.
Yeah. Actually, Alex said that he thinks it's worth it because over the last 2 weeks that it's been installed, we've had several people actually just have their meetings in here and enjoy it.
Okay.
So here's the ad that sold us on it.
Oh, I get to watch the ads?
There you go.
Nice.
In the emergency stairwell, just to get some privacy.
That was literally an April Fool's joke for us. There's no way anyone's actually, I mean...
Our inbox booths, private work pods, are the perfect solution to office noise and distractions.
He doesn't look sold.
No, I like it. That is a little pricier than some solutions we've looked into. We actually need some of these. But I can't fault the build quality, the features, or the overall vibe. Is this for 2 people or 4? It feels like it'd be an extremely cozy 4.
It'd be a cozy 4, but it for sure confirms 2 people. This is actually their Tuesday booth.
I get it. So what would they call the 4 one?
Thursday.
Oh, I was gonna go with foreskin.
We should remove this and that. Sorry.
You know what else we should remove? Foreskin.
The sound?
Anybody else hearing this conversation? We can hear each other just fine, other than it being a little echoey thanks to this big glass panel here. It definitely gets stuffy fast if you don't have the fan on. How much did we spend on all this stuff?
Just over $14,000. More importantly, the booth was actually sent to us.
Are we gonna buy some?
Well, if you use our affiliate code down below, they'll knock the price off for us so we can keep it. Please buy some.
Who put you up to that?
I'm not even kidding, that's the contract we signed. Thanks, Josh.
Oh, what is this?
A docking station.
Oh, it's so cute! Micro SD, SD, power. Okay, you got some USB-A, USB-C, all the USB-A and Ethernet at the back, and wow, triple monitor support. Okay, but hold on.
That is a chonker of a power brick.
It makes sense if you've got 60 watts of USB PD, plus being able to power everything else that's connected to it. And I love that they've matched the aesthetic. How cool is that?
We're actually going to build a full desk setup in here for you. That's what it's meant for, right? So starting with the docking station, and we'll add some monitors later on.
Oh, sick. Oh, it has a little cute calendar and clock. I love this thing.
This is great. It had a ad just on Instagram that led us to Temu. I think they also have like an official website you can go to, but this is where we purchased it from.
I can't promise it isn't stealing your data, but I can promise you it's adorable.
If you had to guess the price on this, what would you put it at?
I don't know, 70 bucks.
It's 220 Canadian. So it's about 150-ish US. It is a docking station. Docking stations get expensive.
Yeah, it just feels like a novelty one.
You can change the colors. You have black, blue, and red. Whoa!
Okay, that's pretty cool.
You can swipe to the side. They even totally just use the Apple logo.
Oh, no way.
Which I don't know if they can get away with, technically.
3x4K displays, though?
That's actually going to come in handy. We want some screens.
Okay, let's keep going with the setup then.
Yeah. JSOW. What was the name of this company?
Sure, JSOW.
They made the docking station that was used in Sam's upgrade, and we actually like complimented the quality and fit and finish of it.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they make these Flip Go Duo monitors, and they sent us both of these when we asked for one, so we get to pick now. Which one do you want?
I want this one.
Cool.
Oh, wow. That is like a whole laptop worth of monitor right there. Yeah. Good Lord. Built-in USB hub though, that's pretty handy. Micro HDMI in. Blech. Display port in though, that's cool. Button for changing the orientation. So just bip, bip. Is there a battery? Like, does it just power on?
It powers on by one of the USB-C cables.
Oh, but there's no battery.
No.
Do they have any ideas for how you're supposed to mount this?
I'm so glad you asked. They also sell stands for them.
Oh, okay, but it doesn't come with any way of actually mounting this to anything?
No, it comes. You have to buy the stand.
Well, wait, what about this thing? Positioning of the magnetic suction bracket.
Yeah, that's what's in here.
What? Seriously? Are you not messing with me right now? Like, there's absolutely, like, this doesn't hold it in any meaningful way?
Not that I could figure it out.
It has to.
Let me pull up the website.
There's no way it just sits like that.
You know, sometimes not everything needs a solution. You ever think about that?
No. Oh my God, that magnet is what holds it?
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Oh, okay.
Once you get it lined up, it's actually pretty...
yeah, it goes on there pretty okay. I mean, it's a little scary.
Yeah, trusting your life on that is...
Okay. Your monitor's life anyway.
If you had to guess the price.
I keep getting everything wrong. $400.
$600 US.
Dang it! I hope this stand isn't more than like 30 bucks.
It's 40.
Well, that's within range. Okay. Boom, just like that. Hold on, I'm switching the orientation. Overall, this would be a huge productivity booster, and it would be pretty much like carrying around 2 laptops with the way that it folds down. The stand leaves a lot to be desired, though. Okay, what's next?
There's one more thing in here for your setup.
Oh,
Because you don't want to be typing on your keyboard and mouse.
Oh, you threw it right at my junk.
It's good quality. I bought them from an ad.
Okay, we've got the block, triple mode connection, mechanical keyboard back to classics.
Yes, by the company Low-Free.
And I've also got this triple mode wireless touch mouse. What's a touch mouse?
You'll see.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
That's kind of stupid. They make some extremely bold claims for this bad boy. Replaceable PBT keycaps. Sure, if you can find that key profile again. Also, improved comfort and productivity.
I strongly doubt that. X to doubt.
This is cool though. Magnetic dongle holder.
Oh, is that what?
That is so cool.
Oh, I was trying to figure out what it was on the keyboard.
Dude, sick. I like the style of the keyboard. You know what? Sure, they might probably spend too much of their product development budget on Facebook ads, but they also spent a lot on design.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, right?
She actually thought's not bad. But the question is, how much did she thought me?
Do you want to guess?
Sure, I'll guess. Keyboards, I should, $80.
170.
No! Mouse, I don't know, it's pretty stylish. 70.
Hang on.
Now for something that's not part of our work setup. This RetroPixel Pro tiny computer. It's powered by an RK3326 quad-core ARM CPU, and it features, and it's gone. Emily said from our editing team sent this ad over to procurement. Procurement clicked on the link, and the site was no longer working. And this right here is the biggest reason that this video took so long to take, because we would go to purchase items from obvious dropshippers or scammers, and they had already pulled the rug. So guys, please take an extra 30 seconds to look over items before handing over your payment information, since you never know what people are on the other end of these companies. I actually almost gave my credit card to someone who had, they were like cheaper versions of those electronic water blasters.
Oh, yeah.
And they were listed for like $27, and I was like, I've never heard of this site before, and I Googled, are they a ripoff? And it was like, pages and pages and pages of negative reviews. So
30 seconds.
Watch out. Okay, what did we actually get next then?
Another Temu special, a 20-in-1 cleaner. Without looking at the box, can you find all 20?
Ah!
There's one.
Ah! It just comes apart. I don't know if a SIM removal tool counts as a cleaning device. And the same goes for a key switch puller and a keycap puller.
You missed one in there.
I missed something?
Yeah. The lid itself.
What, this?
Yeah, wipe a screen with it, you know? I'm not a screen, but thank you.
I would not wipe a screen with this.
Well, you're at 5. Keep going.
Oh.
Little spritz bottle.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Little air puffer.
Yep. It moves air.
Tampon.
AirPod case cleaner.
Right, that makes sense. Lethal brush. Okay, I'm bored.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah. that's the gist of it. How much do you think it was?
This has got to be $10.
It was $5.
Yeah.
It's fitting that your mic battery just died. We bought a battery tester.
Hey, they don't work for rechargeables.
They don't?
No.
Oh.
Rechargeables run in a different voltage range than alkalines.
Oh. Well, do you want to test it to make sure it works?
Sure, I mean, yeah.
It works. It works. It was $4.20.
Hey, it's a good battery. It's a good battery.
I hope so. I just grabbed it from the shelf.
These things are a dime a dozen though, and I've seen much better form factors than this stupid system. So if you paid more than like $6 for it, then you got ripped off.
I'm glad we didn't get ripped off. This one I think we did though. Take a look at this one.
Hey, B, what's the plan for this long pole flight?
Look at the size of it in his hand.
It's a completely different thing.
Yep.
What that's a completely different product.
Correct.
That one has a speaker in the front. This one, the speaker's down here. The play button is backwards. What the heck?
It's also like 4 times bigger in the video. He's holding it.
Wireless phone charging though. I'm sure that won't light on fire.
It didn't when I tried it.
Oh. Wow, that quality speaker though.
Would you like to listen to some music?
I would like that very much. Oh, that's my phone speakers.
Yes. Good luck. It took me a while. Ah.
I think we get the point. It sounds like garbage.
Yeah, but we don't know. Maybe it's got a hidden speaker. Okay, we can move on.
Feel how light it is.
Our second lap.
Not this again.
This is no longer available on Temu.
Is it gone because of how dangerous it is? There's literally a
Nope.
warning right on it. That's like
Yeah, happened
laser
again,
class
bird.
1. And then it
Damn
just
it.
beams it into this refractive dome and sends it friggin' everywhere. How are you supposed to not have a child or a pet or an adult look into this thing? It has speakers though.
And it came with the remote.
What does the microphone button do?
I don't know.
This remote feels like there's nothing inside it.
It is lighter than the battery tester.
You ready? Look at this stop.
I was gonna check to make sure it's turned on. Wow.
That was the G button. Here's R.
That's-
Here's B. Here's W. That's whitish.
Yeah, close.
Hello? Check, 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 check. Hello? Switches between red and OK. That's the mic button.
It's music mode.
Bluetooth is off.
I hope I'm not connecting to someone's headphones right now.
Bluetooth is connected.
Oh, that was it. I'm not gonna give it access to my calls and logs.
This sounds so bad.
No, like imagine. You put that in your, 6-year-old kid's room, they're vibing.
Okay, imagine this for a second though.
Bluetooth is off.
Can I borrow that for a sec, Andy? Literally worlds better. If I'm gonna need the phone and I'm gonna need to be in Bluetooth range, I might as well just play it off the phone.
It's not the same vibe though. The thing I connected to is this.
What? Oh, you got it working.
I connected to the wrong one.
This even has Bluetooth?
Apparently.
It's even worse.
The price?
$10.
You'll be happy, it's only 8.
Okay.
Our last Temu item.
Industrial endoscope. Yeah. Does it scope your end?
It can, actually.
Oh, wow. Yep. That's Elijah's nose. You can flip it upside down, so that's pretty useful. Black and white versus not black and white, depending on what you're trying to make out, that could actually be pretty useful. No recording, unfortunately. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
USB-C charging. You know what? Pretty cool. If this was less than, let's say, $50, I'd say it could be useful, at least.
This one at this length was $54 US.
Yeah. You know what? I like it.
Thanks, Temu. That endoscope kicks off the camera gear category. We got an
Oh.
advertisement for the Opal Tadpole.
A tiny webcam with a clip. Wait, these are the guys that Marquez invested in.
Correct.
Okay, what's the pitch?
It's the world's smallest webcam of this class.
Okay, Sony sensor.
Yes, correct.
The cable doesn't open the whole way because, I don't know, fuck you, I guess.
Yeah, I was confused by that. I don't really get it either.
Oh, and I guess we get to try it now.
Yeah, let's test it.
It's better than what we had.
It's better than my laptop for sure. You want to guess the price?
Oh, God, it's probably like
Nope.
$150 or something.
Bang on.
No.
Yeah, and you can get a carrying case, which will bring it to $168.
Yeah, I wouldn't spend that kind of
Nope.
money.
This next item, I think, is a scam.
Is this supposed to change your phone to like a wide angle lens or something?
Oh, yeah. It's for a camera. We
Wait.
bought the Sony E-mount variant.
Wait. So this just goes like straight onto your camera. This is a lens?
Correct.
This is just like crazy glued together.
Correct.
This is garbage.
Correct. It was $50.
Who would be stupid enough to buy this?
Do you want to try it?
Yeah, I do,
All right.
actually. Could they have at least invested in a decent 3D printer? Okay, here we'll go with our LTT desk pad, Northern Lights design.
Very nice.
Beautiful. Oh my God, this.
It feels so wrong.
The hell? I gotta say, this like works better than I thought it would.
That's not really a sales pitch.
No. Yeah, no. Manufactured e-waste for sure. Apparently we're shooting the next one on that lens now, so
That's
way to go.
great.
Look at what you've done, Elijah.
Perfect.
This is what we were shooting on.
Ah, that's garbage. That costs money.
Oh, this looks better.
Shut up.
It's actually a good thing you mentioned that it's better, because this device promises to help you take your photos better.
The intelligent camera assistant. Camera body, meet camera brain. Dude, was this a Kickstarter way back in the day?
Correct.
I think I remember this thing.
It's compatible with a certain list of cameras. You basically clip it onto the top. It'll
Yeah.
calibrate your environment and then help adjust your settings on your camera to help you take a better photo.
Okay, so it's auto mode.
Correct.
Have we had our camera guys look at this at all and like discuss it? Because surely it wouldn't still exist after all this time if it was completely useless.
I think their main target is going to be amateur photographers, right? They're not going to be targeting someone who knows their camera inside and out. So I think that's probably why they still exist. They're also one of the products that is always on sale. You know, it's marked at $430 and it's $130 off. So we paid $300 for it.
Shut up.
Yeah, we got 3 of them.
Why?
Well, because I thought if they work, you know, the company did. There's another one. The other one's at the studio.
Why did you buy more?
Well, because if they work.
But what if they don't? Okay, stop. What are you not telling me?
They sent it to us. I just wanted to scare you.
Okay, well, how do we try it?
This camera's one of the compatible ones.
Okay.
So let's plug it in and give it a go.
Okay.
So hitting the take photo button, what it'll do is you should notice some settings adjust after I hit the button.
Yeah, hit it. Whoa, look at that. Oh, geez, it even hit the shutter.
Yeah, it takes the photo fully for you.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, I took a picture.
Now I'm gonna try.
Now you're gonna optimize it.
I definitely saw some settings change.
I mean, it didn't change that much. It went with a faster shutter speed. It did open up the aperture a bit more, so you get more of like a pleasing depth of field effect. But the question for me is that what I wanted? Because I might have wanted more of the object in focus, so that's debatable. The theme of the shoot is dumpster photography. Hello.
I think that definitely helped.
Yeah. The only difference is full auto went with a slightly slower shutter speed.
Everything is going great.
But the way we're using it assumes a particularly unsophisticated user. Like, I don't know if it's adjusting more than just shutter speed, aperture, and ISO, which, like, I can do, and I'm not exactly a photography expert.
Yeah. Andy described it as spend the $300 on a book and learn how to take a better photo.
You know what, though? If most of what you're after was just the remote functionality and the app, say for wildlife photography, I could actually see it being pretty useful. But as a, training wheels for camera operation, I don't know, guys.
Picture this. Your children won't get off their phone. What do you do?
Tell them to get off their phone.
What if they don't?
Then I use Family Link and I lock their phone.
Well, this product can do that too. It is a box that you can plug in and then charge up to 4 devices. Okay.
Why are they all lightning?
You can switch them out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But then what happens is you close this.
Yeah.
Using their app, you can magnetically lock it with a timer so that, hey, in 2 hours, you can go get your product.
Huh. You thought I was going to hate on this, didn't you?
Yeah, but how much do you think it costs?
Oh. If it was $100, I'd be like, you got to pay app developers somehow. It's a niche product. They probably don't sell that many. But this is pretty trendy looking product literature. Crap, it's like $300, isn't it?
It is $250 US for the box. Do you want to know the best part? You can't even use it without paying for their subscription.
No!
You can charge your devices. It will not do any of the timer or locking without a $180 a year subscription, Linus.
Does the membership cover my entire family? I should sure as hell hope so. Charge 5 phones at once?
I think there is more like...
I only see 4 slots.
Oh yeah, how will it charge 5 phones? That's just an outright lie.
Great concept. The price is way off.
Yeah, it's
$100 one-time fee? Sure.
If you're this desperate, I'll take $100 a year from you to hold onto your phone and give it back to you when you want it.
Okay, so hold on to this phone. Okay, no, you don't need the box.
No, I still want to use the box.
What, you don't?
You paid for the box. I'm just the subscription.
All right, here.
Thank you.
Okay, now give me my phone.
No, you have to wait 2 hours. Nope.
Give me the phone now.
No, I need the admin.
You don't have the credit card.
I need the admin.
You don't have the credit card.
What's the password?
I don't remember.
It sucks to be you. I have a product that doesn't require a subscription.
The PhotoStick 2.0. One-click photo backup.
You plug it in and run an EXE. Can we go ask Luke if we can test this really quick?
Sure.
Okay.
You know, with a name like this, I gotta wonder what kind of pictures it packs up. Luke's not here, so we're gonna talk to Sean instead.
That's the one
we would like
sentence
to use the
that would
PhotoStick.
give
The instructions
any
are
IT
double-click
guy.
on the
A
photostick
nightmare.
Windows.exe, and it will back up our photos.
Double click. Plug something in and run the EXE.
One of the selling features is it works with Windows 7.
$40.
It's $60 for 32 gig.
That's the one sentence they would give every IT guy a nightmare. And PTSD.
Do you want to give it a try?
I do.
Okay.
Wow, that's something. It's a
And run unknown EXE.
And this sheet is only the single inlet, but you can actually get a sheet from them that'll do like a his and her side. So you can have one side that's hotter, one side that's colder. You would need a second machine.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
So it doesn't do heating and cooling, it does heating
or cooling. Yes.
Where is the air going?
So it actually goes between the two layers of the sheets.
Oh. Okay. So this is my warmed bed.
Good night, sweet prince.
I'm not dying.
It does look like it. How does it feel though? Can you tell it's warmer?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. No, it's great. Right. It's warm.
Well, let's cool it.
Now, I don't expect it to be as sophisticated as something like, 8 Sleep with their subscription nonsense.
Yeah.
But I also expect it to be a lower price.
Correct.
I'm going to say $300.
It's $600, but it's one of those products that is always on sale. So we actually got it for $430.
Okay. You could jank together something on your own for a lot less than that. Or you could just...
Yeah.
Do you need a subscription?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It definitely cools starting at the bottom and then... Whoa, she's flowing. Wait, no, our AC just kicked in. It's pointed right at me, and the cold's definitely coming from inside the sheets as well, but I don't know if it's cold so much as it's like it didn't warm up. You know, like when you get into the bed and the sheets are kind of cool? Like it feels kind of like that.
I think that's the whole point, though. I don't think it's necessarily supposed to be like an air condition replacement. Do you think this could help some people? No, because I don't think it's actually a bad product.
No.
Alex actually wanted it. He was considering buying it before we did it for this video, so he's asking if we can go into Christmas party pile.
Sure.
Okay.
Can you buy it?
Yes.
Fine. Just like this fine segue to our sponsor.
Delete me! No, I don't want to die. I just care about my personal information. Because it could be sold online without you even knowing it. But you know what's scarier? When somebody buys your data via a data broker, they might also access information about your family. That's where Delete Me comes in. They help remove your data from hundreds of data broker websites. And it's not just yours. They have family plans too. With their family account management, you can easily add members, ensuring they get personalized protection because you love them so very much. Their privacy-first design means each family member gets their own data sheet, keeping their online footprint secure. And with simplified management, overseeing your family's privacy has never been easier. Take control of your privacy and reduce the risk of exposure, spam, and scams. Check Delete Me out using the link in the description and use code LTC20 at checkout for 20% off.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why don't you check out the time that we said yes to everything? We ended up with some really weird stuff.
Yeah, like Optimus Prime.
Yeah, he's cool. Inspired by Roll for Sandwich from Adventures in Ardia, today I'm going to be building a PC with absolutely no idea what parts are going inside. The dice will do all the deciding for me. But there is a catch. Whatever PC I end up building, I will sell to one of you for $1. There are a couple of ways that I can tilt the scales in my favor. First, I can take an advantage, which means I get to roll 2 dice and take the more favorable outcome. But that will cost me 1 heaping tablespoon of cheese whiz. Second, I am allowed 1 reroll, but that will cost me a spoonful of really terrifying hot sauce. I really don't know if I want to take that path. I might feel like I have to though, because while the best case scenario for me is about $370 all in on the PC, the worst case scenario for me is, according to Alex, who set up this nightmare.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think?
You want to know? One guess.
$5,000.
$16,795.
$16,000?
That's more like
$16,000.
$16,795.
You couldn't even spend $16,000 with our sponsor, Build Redux. Build Redux makes it easy to configure your new build with support guides and competitive pricing compared to building a PC yourself. Head to buildredux.com/Linus to start your new build today. Let's kick things off by having a quick look at some of the options for what could go into our machine. Let's head over to Andrew here. For power supplies, we've got everything from this Antec Neo Eco that I'm fairly sure was obtained during Scrapyard Wars at some point. Approximate value $8, all the way up to this Seasonic Prime TX 1600, a $575 power supply. We've got coolers all the way from the Intel stock cooler. I'm really going to be, one in D&D is usually bad, right? You know, natural one, bad. Okay, well, I'm really hoping for, that's a natural one for you if you end up with that cooler. I'm hoping for that one. We've got storage all the way from like ancient beat up, oh my goodness, this is a shingled hard drive. You do not want that as a boot drive. So we've got everything from shingled storage up to an 8 terabyte NVMe SSD from Sabrent that is worth a whopping $1,500 US. We've got combos from Ryzen Threadripper to, we've got Ryzen 7 over here, all the way down to an AMD FX 8350, the CPU that almost destroyed AMD.
Bird.
Oh my goodness, these monitors though. You might want to go back around, Andrew. Not too fast, don't get motion sickness.
It's a good thing.
GPUs. My goodness,
it's
have we ever got a lot of options for GPUs? 8800 GTS, all the way up to an RTX 4090 Supreme, one of the hottest cards on the market right now. My understanding is these are like cannot be kept in stock. And then for monitors,
I didn't the reason that we have, which will be no AI.
Display, the Dell Ultrasharp 8K.
Guess what? There's no support for custom paints.
Why don't I show you all of our options for cases, and we will do our first roll. Only 6 choices. First up is the Silverstone Primera PM01. The approximate value is $180.
The
paint
don't have to be converted.
You guys want
they just don't work.
Case number 1? How you feeling about it? Well, you haven't seen case number 2 yet.
No, this is what I mean. The support for it
Ultra 24 workstation chassis. Oh,
2020 paint should work for 2024, but I'm saying the functionality for custom paint isn't there.
Really high-end workstation back in 2007. The case has features like limited airflow, metal edges that will cut you, complete lack of front I/O. You can have a look at this delightful front I/O. Empty firewire ports. Very nice. And you might have to drill out rivets if you end up with a large GPU. But it looks kind of sick, okay? Which is why we considered an upgrade over the PM01. Next up, I can't believe this thing is still kicking around. We've got the Carbide 600C from Corsair. Dropped in 2016 and was loved for its massive side window and 3 included fans. Reviewers did appreciate the appliance-like exterior and the use of plastics, but we still think it's an upgrade over either of these because of the
we're staying on 2020 as long as possible.
Next up, number 4, we've got the Azacast at this
point,
$150. It has a sick gull wing door design. That is the only reason it's here. From the hardware specs review, It's not
Here's the
really an
language.
enclosure I would recommend at this
But
price point.
I don't give a
with all the
fuck
coloring
about
inconsistencies, the
2024.
frustrating assembly, and the lack of access behind the motherboard tray for all your cable management. Also, like there's no protection from dust whatsoever.
Don't give.
It's hardly
No, I
even
don't
case.
give a fuck
It's
at
not a
all.
window, it's more of a door. Next up,
I mean,
we've got
at all.
an Asus Strix Helios White Edition. This is what we're going to use if I roll a 5. Loads of RGB, well thought out layout with cable management,
At
provisions,
this
great
point-
cooler compatibility.
At
Probably the
this
best
point,
case here,
I'm looking forward to
it's not the
2028.
top case, and the reason for that is because we
Because
pulled out something
2024
really special.
is
If I have to
burning
roll a 6. This
fuck
is the Case
of
Labs Mercury SC
shit
with an approximate value of
thrown
$900. This is the
into
original case
nuclear
from 7 gamers,
dumpster
1
fire.
CPU. The first video on LTT to ever pull 1 million views in 24 hours. It was a breakout hit for us with coverage from mainstream news sites, and I've actually held on to this for a couple of reasons.
I'm
One,
not
for
hating
sentimental
on
value,
it.
and 2, because Case Labs
I'm not hating on
anymore,
it.
and there's
This
actually
is
no
reality.
way to replace
This is
view.
what it
It's got
is.
a ton of accessories that come with it because Case Labs sent over a
Nothing
decked
works.
out build for it. And from the review by Extreme Rigs,
That's
the
what I
question
mean.
this case asks
It's
is
a
why buy
burning
anything
pile
else
of
if
shit
you can afford
thrown
it?
into
I
a
love this
nuclear
thing. I
dumpster
don't really want
fire.
to give it away, so I'm hoping not to roll a 6. Alex, where's my 6-sided die? I see. What die set should we use?
It's up to you.
Yeah. No. Let's let the people decide.
To
Let's let the
be-
people decide.
to be
first I
quite
should tell you guys
frank-
how to interact with
To
the
be
stream
quite
today.
frank,
So we don't
everything
really
in
do
the
bits
limited
or
edition
or,
was worth
what
it.
are they called on YouTube? Super chats
But
or anything like that. You want
if
merch messages?
there was
We
a
are
way
live. You can check out on
to
lttstore.com.
buy
There should
it
be a
without
field
the
to send a
game,
merch
it
message
was
which
a
will be created by our
buy
producer Dan,
it
and it
without
will
the
let me know what you guys are
without
sending in.
the
Dan, I want to try and stay kind of on top of them today, rather than doing
2024
them in batches,
thing.
because people may have some
The
feedback on how things
2024
are going
thing.
as we go. I think that I haven't really given you guys enough notice to choose the dice, so I'm going to go ahead and choose this delightful silver and bronze set. I'm feeling this one.
Yeah, those are my favorite.
It's got a good vibe.
Rob Dog, it probably works for you.
Thank you so much.
Cause the people with
Not gonna lie, I'm
high-end
a little nervous.
systems, it works
$16,000
fine.
maximum damage today. More like 17. Thank you. That's really helpful.
But
I appreciate that. Okay,
but
where's our dice cam? Do
but
we have a
I
die
think
cam? All right.
I can't get it to work for the life of me, and I can't play because there's no AI assistant.
All right.
So I
die
feel
cam.
cheated.
Here we go. For case 3.
And get this.
It
And
looks
get
like
this.
you're getting the Duck Hunt special from Scratch
Microsoft didn't realize just how many people use the
I
AI
can't remember, but there's a video where I built it, and the theme was
in
retro pixels.
2020.
The theme was
We-
pixels, and I also have
in the forum post
happening
that I
side.
started,
Do we have other
we
helpers to
got
help
a
us,
couple of
clear out the
retired and
get drawn? or anything like that?
honorable
Awesome. Let's
discharged
go ahead. I don't
Marines
think I'm gonna re-roll.
being pissed at
I'm pretty happy with
Microsoft
this choice.
if
But I
they
think it's time
can't
for us
play
to move on
with
to our
us.
next component. What was it you had in mind next? Probably
motherboard.
Motherboard CPU? All right, let's go, Andrew. Chase, you're on feeding, or okay, Alex is on that. All right, Duck Hunt, let's go. Not bad. How many sided die? Oh, I need a dodecahedron. Do you mind throwing me the die container, please? Awesome. All right, now I'm not actually a D&D player, so you'll have
Well,
to forgive
as
me
far
if
as
not
we
able
know,
to recognize which dice are
it's
appropriate for
supposed to
which
be
side
there,
but I'm pretty
but
sure I know this one.
the keyboard shortcut is there. It's just the functionality isn't. So I have a feeling that it wasn't removed. It was just not implemented on release because of a problem.
Yeah, that'll work.
Otherwise,
That'll work. We good?
why would you put the
All right.
keyboard
Is
shortcut
there
in
like
the
an
setting?
alternate way to do that? Is there another 10? Oh yeah, here. Here, no. We've got a different.
I want to be
Here we go.
optimistic and
That's
say
it.
that's
All
what
right.
it is, because that's what it seems like it is.
Oh, right. So wait, should I tell them what? Oh yeah, I gotta tell them all the options. One is the Crosshair 5 formula with an AMD FX 8350, and I bet Alex didn't check this. Do you know if this has bent pins?
No.
Okay, there was an incident a number of years back where we actually dropped our entire 2 trays
But at
of
least
AMD
tell us
CPUs.
what's going
Do you know
on.
about this?
Microsoft is being real
Nobody has
silent.
noticed that we didn't fix them after all these years because none of the
And
CPUs
that
from
part
AMD
isn't
of
right.
those eras matter at all, and we've never needed to test them for anything. So there's actually a solid chance that this thing has pins on it that are bent to hell, and we're going to have to repair it before we put it in the socket. You know what? Not bad. There's a little bit of a bend right here, but I think I can probably jam that into the socket without making any significant changes to it. Okay, good. Well, that's a good sign. This is a sick motherboard. Unfortunately, it's from 2012, and it's paired with an original AMD FX CPU. An 8-core processor with lower IPC than a toaster. What? Alex writes, recently I've seen some AMD fanboys try and say Bulldozer wasn't that bad. Yeah, you are wrong. This thing is terrible now, and it was terrible then. Reroll if you get it. Is there any way they can force me to reroll?
No, so that's from when you were going to be using this computer.
Oh, that's when I was rooting for it to be good.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. So I am very much hoping for a 1 here. Next up. Oh, this isn't too bad. We've got an Intel Core i7 4790K
Multiple
and a Maximus
people
6.0
confirm
motherboard.
that
This
the
is a
knight
big
has temporarily removed
that has
the
started to show age, but is still
AI
capable of a
pilot
pretty
because
decent gaming experience,
most of
as
the
long as you don't run into a
default
situation where you're
aircraft
trying
are
to
made by
play a game
any
that
build.
requires, for example, an instruction set that the
Any
CPU
build
simply
systems
does not support.
have been known
It'll
to
still work
glitch
though, for
out.
all but the newest games.
Case in
Wow,
point,
we've actually got, holy crap.
remember
The
when
chances
I
of me
did
giving away
the
something really good for
A310 and
CPU
the
is really high, Alex.
A320 Neo B2
Oh my goodness.
and the
Number 3 already
A300?
is a Ryzen 5 1600X and a budget
they
AM4
took off.
motherboard.
They took
Honestly,
off,
the better value here
but
is probably that motherboard, since you can upgrade
started
to
the
newer
nose
CPUs.
type to the ground.
But yeah, it's not a terrible option. And then
So
we get into
they
some pretty nice
might be
stuff. Nice.
trying to
Like the
work
Core
out
i7
some kind of
6900K
workaround
and Asus
for
Prime X299
the
Edition 30 motherboard.
for the
That's right.
aircraft
This is from
that
2016,
most
back
of
when
them
Intel
are
still
built
made
by
high-end desktop
Intel.
processors before AMD came in
You
and
think
made
that's
them
what it
completely
is?
irrelevant with Threadripper. The approximate value
I think that's what it is,
$150 for the
because
CPU and
all of the default aircraft, except for the tail draggers, are made by any build.
then extremely well. Because CPUs don't really die, and motherboards do. So individuals who are looking to continue using their machine and just do a
As
motherboard
for
swap
the
will often pay quite a bit of money for a motherboard.
radio
Are
silence,
you,
I don't know.
someone worked on?
But
Okay.
I was
Good job, Dan.
based
All
on
right, next up.
based
If I roll
on
a
my
five
prediction.
for an approximate value
I
of
was right, and everybody in
I will get a Core
that post
but
seemed
a
to
12-gen
agree.
Core i3, which is going to make this a pretty capable game, as long as you're not playing anything that requires more than 4 performance cores at a speed of 4.3 gigahertz.
Because it's not compatible
If I roll a 6,
with
I'm
any
on the
build
hook for a
systems.
$2,000 Threadripper 2990WX, a 32
Because remember I tried it with the
core Threadripper
default
and an
A310, which is
TRX
any build,
40
the
master
A300,
motherboard.
which we
In many
purchased
ways, this
with
is the
any
best
build, and
processor
the
here by a mile. You better just
A320 V2, and they either didn't do anything. They took off and then immediately logged out.
At 7, for an approximate value of $483, we've got the i7 11700K. Okay, Rocket League.
But that,
Incredible for its time, but
that was
a capable
due
gaming
to
CPU, and then an
the
MSI
AI pilot not being able to
we have a
handle
Ryzen 7
filming.
5700X and ASRock B550 board.
That's
That's around
different.
$550. This is an excellent CPU. Basically capable of anything you'd want to do. Only 65 watts, 8-core, 16 threads, and then we get really interesting. Here's another 8-core, 16-thread combo, but this one's worth almost $1,000. Why? Because it's Ryzen 7. Absolutely
And I figured they had to do something with the inbuilt system
and
in compatibility. That's the only explanation.
One thing to note though, that board is covered in Vaseline.
The board has Vaseline.
Yeah.
Oh.
They have the
Well, that makes it go faster,
functionality be key mappable, but
finally, if I roll a 10,
why,
you get a Core i9
why not make it interesting? Like,
790. This is worth over a G.
why not make it interesting?
16 efficiency cores, 5.8
putting in the menu, but have an obstacle over it.
Are the fastest options, and then things kind of fall off from there. Where'd that die go? Where's my die?
That would be cool, because that's what they do in real life when a system is broken, they put a yellow in obstacle over it.
Oh. Okay. 8 cores, 16 threads. Approximate value of $550. All right, that's not so bad. What am I up to right now, Alex? Are you going to keep a running total of everything that I've spent over the course of the stream?
Rely on it.
Okay. That seems like a pretty cool idea. Let's go ahead and get our CPU installed.
And from the post, those that haven't bought it yet are saying they're not going to buy it until AI pilot's back.
Heck yeah. All right, Floatplane seems pretty happy with the roll. 69. Nice. Yeah, we know. We get it, guys. You got to click more messages below, Dan, on the Floatplane one. Otherwise, I won't be able to see it. Oh, he's on the other side of the room trying to operate. Yeah, you go. Down.
And Bud, I'm not touching 2024 to shooting happen.
Yes. There we go.
Custom paint support.
Oh, crap.
And AI pilot.
That's a 0 to 9 die. Oh wait, no, but 0 would be 10, right? Yeah, no, guys, a 4 is a 4. No.
And there's a lot of these.
0 is 10, you guys. All right.
There are more VAs
installed an LGA 2066 socket
for
CPU.
Microsoft than flying in Eclipse.
And my close-up cam, and you know what? We should actually change sides.
So
and Andy, do you wanna?
That is a big problem.
Switch to Andy. Whenever we get into motion sickness territory, we should definitely. What was the plan for where I'm gonna stand for this? Are we just? Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Okay. Head to my close-up cam. Okay. Sorry guys, I've never done this before. We're new to live streaming. We're new to YouTube. All right, let's go ahead and pop this boy in here. There we go. Just gotta line up our notches. Ooh. That is. Wait a second. X299 and 6000 series. Alex, these are not compatible.
What?
I believe X299 was 7000 series. Are they?
Oh, you get X199 board?
Crap. No, we should get a different CPU.
Oh, geez, you're gonna really pump the price then.
Yeah. Oh no.
The nice.
Oh yeah.
Upgrade it for it.
We're getting an even nicer
Oh yeah.
CPU. I guess Alex is finding something. Okay, things are about to get a little spicy here. I guess while Alex is finding something, Andrew and I are gonna head over and roll for
Apple
our
Intelligence
cooler. How many die
activated
sides
on my
do I need for that? Well, first
on
let's
my
have a look at what our
iPad
options
Air
are here.
M1.
The
It's
Intel
sweet.
stock cooler is free. It has 7 blades of insufficiency and a rated TDP of 50 watts. Then at number 2, things get
My
really
only
interesting.
complaint
This
is it's not available in Japanese yet.
Hex 2.0 CPU cooler has a 6-pin power connector on the side of it. Why? Because it actually has an integrated
but available in
element
China, but
that
not
takes it to a
Japanese
rated
yet.
TDP of beyond 140 watts. In practice, it's
Available in
about the same
China,
as,
but not
regular power air
Japanese
cooler,
yet.
except it's
Yeah,
louder.
Hey, Linus.
Yeah.
They're saying to re-roll for the CPU and motherboard.
I think I should have to re-roll.
They think you should have to re-roll. They're saying it's scammed and
But
rigged.
China's one of the
I'll show you scammed and
activation
rigged.
regions.
All right, I'm taking an advantage then. If you're gonna make me re-roll it, then I'm gonna roll 2 dice. So just wait here. All right. Oh my God, I haven't. Oh.
How does that work for Japanese?
I have not consumed.
I have to set my
Whiz. They're saying I have to
region to
We're gonna
Japan,
change
which
the
is
parameters. They say I have
not.
to re-roll. So we can put it back in as an option.
No, but I just think about you can sit there and
losing
language and
by
that
this CPU game.
Well, only the viewers can decide. Are you gonna allow me to re-roll, knowing that I'm gonna take an advantage and roll 2 dice? Or do you accept Alex's offer of a 7900X in the machine?
Now they're backtracking.
They're saying I have to re-roll it. And I'm saying, look, if I'm gonna re-roll this, I'm taking an advantage.
Well, but if you're re-rolling it, you have to have the options.
No, they're telling me to re-roll it. I don't want to.
Now they don't want you to re-roll.
Now they don't want me to re-roll.
Yeah, no, it's 7900X. This is a much better processor.
And I have ChatGPT, so
Let's continue on to
I
our
link
cooler options then.
ChatGPT to
At 3, we've got the Hyper 212 Evo, decent single tower cooler. It's a budget staple. Kind of sucks to install though. I don't really want to put the time into it. This is what you want, okay? 80 bucks, NH212S Chromax Black. It's a single tower cooler, way easier to install. Yeah, it's twice the price of the Hyper 212 Evo, but it is a lot easier to install now. We'll waste a bunch of time today. Your time's very valuable. Here you are, sitting at your computer, eating snacks.
What are the features for?
You know, you've got a lot going on.
Alright,
next up at 5, we've got the Kraken X2 with a retail value of $120. Pretty decent looking. Looks nice and cool as expected for something named after a Lovecraft uniform.
Maximum torso.
Yeah, I thought it was like NZXT? Sorry, what? Next up, at 6, we've got the Montech Metal DT24. It claims it is the best value. Okay. At $69, I will say it's a nice value. That I'll say. If I roll 7, you get an NHD 14, the king, the legend. Here it's Jaggy Spikes. And, oh my goodness, we have 10 options for coolers. At number 8, we have this Aorus dual 140mm liquid cooler. The approximate value is only $69? Really?
I feel like it's supposed to be $100.
Yeah, it should be
$169.
We've also got
maximum
360 right here. This is valued at about $300. This is apparently Tony Hawk's favorite cooler. Is this a joke that I don't get?
Adam wrote these, actually.
Adam wrote these. All right, thanks, Adam. I'm sure there's like a snake joke in there that is going way over my head. And finally,
What?
oh, the first to do the
Yeah,
900.
like a
That makes
configuration
sense.
to the.
Because how many revolutions?
You can see.
Which was a very revolutionary
Double
thing.
done.
Then we've got the Pro Siphon Elite. Approximate value $170. This bad boy has 2 cooler locations. In all seriousness, though, that's a freaking great cooler. You are hoping for a 10, a 9, an 8, a 7. I don't know anything about this one, but they say it's really good. So a 6, a 5, a 4. I am going for a 3, maybe a 4.
So, one thing about the coolers, you're going to roll 2 dice.
Why?
Just for compatibility's sake. There's a chance that you get a cooler here that just simply won't fit on top.
I see. And which is the master die? The one numbered one?
You just pick whichever one's, compatible.
Oh, my choice.
Yeah, your choice.
But
Okay.
What?
Where's my dice can?
I think I'm within budget because
Here we go.
the configuration I'm looking
I feel
at
like I should. No, I feel like
is
we should
1,700 something, and
Okay.
I just caught my aunt to
Okay, here we go.
ask that what's the maximum budget, and she said around 2,500. So
This has
I think the 1,700 something
this is a new
configuration would be
2011
enough
There's nothing listed on the box.
based
Although it is
on
compatible with the newest
the
sockets.
specs we
So
saw.
you're out. Okay. I mean, I guess I have to say it. And there's the reroll.
Card, wasn't it? That's in it.
Yes.
There's no 6. 6 is out.
4070.
Yeah, because 18 is becoming Japan rental. Now,
So I'm giving away an NHD 14. $90. Add it to the tally. This is almost certainly compatible. This is certainly compatible
And
because Noctua has lots of
I'm
easy
still
to acquire
moving.
mounting kits. They will actually send one to you for free, and we have plenty of them kicking around the office. That gives us enough.
But that's good, and that also raised the room to upgrade if you wanted to add some other stuff.
Yeah, I will. Game is next is actually commanded anywhere on the R16's upgradability, so.
That's good. Because remember, you were staying away from them until they got that fixed.
Yeah.
You know what? The one thing, cough, that we're gonna have to do, like always, cough.
Yeah.
You know what that is, don't you?
What?
What do we do to this one?
What?
Super kill drivers.
Flight level 350.
Yeah, you know how that's going
The
to
Game is Nexus reported dog drivers were pretty good this time around.
Okay.
Though at least we're good for a while.
Yeah, but you know if they start acting up, we know we should go right to the maintain flight level 270
Yeah.
Air Canada 181. I always do that. Because that's so good for a while, but then, nope. Then you gotta go later. That happened with my, dad's desktop. They screwed up Broadcom drivers. That's really the only one that screwed up on here.
But go.
I'm going. You got the server shut down?
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead and do that because the real last time we had it right there, kind of mud for the connector.
Luna 2904, India Heavy, contact Shannon Center on 1 tree.
Transferring.
Good day.
Okay, here we go.
Going to 131.150
You ready now?
for India Heavy.
Go.
Shannon Center Luna 29 or 4 India Heavy is passing flight level 355, descending flight level 350.